Chapter 1430. The Genesis Stone could accumulate a large amount of origin energy and condense it into origin energy. That was the energy that even the supreme experts had to absorb. Moreover, to the half-incipient divine beast realm warriors, if they had the Genesis Stone to break through, they wouldn't have to worry about not having enough origin energy. It could help them break through more smoothly. Keeping the Genesis Stone in a big force could strengthen that force's foundation and create more experts. Its power was more obvious than the five-colored divine heaven stone, and the energy it could gather was thicker. Thus, many big forces wanted the Genesis Stone. However, the Genesis Stone was very rare. Each of them was a top-notch supreme material. It wasn't something that could be found easily. Everyone knew that the Fire Genesis Stone was in the Nirvana space. Many people wanted to enter the Nirvana space. However, the Nirvana space ranked third among the 8 great forbidden lands. It was even more intimidating than the chaotic burial space. Even incipient God realm experts had to die there. Thus, in the past tens of thousands of years, the people who wanted to get the Genesis Stone in the Nirvana space all died there. After a long time, no one dared to go there to look for the Genesis Stone. Although the Nirvana space was a forbidden area for humans, it was the residence of the vermilion bird. It could ignore the terrifying fire field and enter and exit the place freely. Since Xia Xianxian had the vermilion bird, it meant that she had the right to enter and exit the Nirvana space. It was precisely because of this that Xia Xianxian had become so popular. In recent years, many supreme martial artists had come to Dugujin directly, hoping that Dugujin could give them a Genesis Stone and promised to pay them handsomely. There were also many supreme martial artists who wanted to get their hands on Xia Xianxian, but they were scared off by Vermilion Bird. Dugujin was Xia Xuanxuan's grandfather. Of course, he was the closest to her. However, Dugujin wasn't a Fire Genesis Stone. Even if he got the Genesis Stone, it wouldn't be of much use. This made him depressed. Fortunately, Xia Xianxian was a Fire Genesis Stone. She wouldn't have to worry about becoming a supreme expert in the future. However, there were many Genesis Stones in the Nirvana space. Xia Xianxian had the Vermilion Bird's help, so she didn't need it. Dugujin planned to exchange his Genesis Stone with the other Supremes for the Genesis Stones he needed. This was also why the news of Xia Xianxian obtaining the Fire Genesis Stone was leaked. In fact, Dugujin had purposely done this to lure those Supremes to his door. Originally, the Genesis Stone was extremely rare. Even if he asked Xia Xianxian to go to the Nirvana space to get a few more Genesis Stones, she refused. The main reason was that the Vermilion Bird Divine Beast couldn't bear to part with the Genesis Stones. They needed to absorb the Essence Stones as well. Thus, after Xia Xianxian gave him one, she didn't find another Genesis Stone. Hearing that Xia Xianxian was so generous to Ling Xiao and even wanted to help Ling Xiao get the Genesis Stone, Dugujin couldn't help but feel jealous. No matter what, he had raised this little girl for more than 100 years. Now, she actually treated others better than her grandfather. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Women are so outgoing." "Grandfather, Brother Ling Xiao came all the way here to find me. Of course, I can't refuse him. At most, I'll get you another Genesis Stone," Xia Xianxian said to Dugujin once again in a spoiled manner. She was biased towards Ling Xiao, but she also cared about her grandfather, Dugujin. All right, stop shaking my arm. If you keep shaking it, grandfather's old arm will break." Every time this little girl shook his arm and acted like a spoiled child, Dugujin's heart would easily soften. After all, this little girl was his favorite granddaughter. Hee, I know grandfather treats me the best. You can't blame big brother anymore. Xia Xianxian threw a proud look at Ling Xiao and smiled. Dugujin didn't answer Xia Xuanxuan's words. Instead, he asked Ling Xiao, "If you want to cheat Xianxian of the Genesis Stone, you have to go through me. Tell me, what can you use to exchange for the Genesis Stone? If you don't show some sincerity, I won't agree." Xia Xianxian was anxious. She wanted to say something, but Dugujin glared at her. She was so scared that she didn't dare to speak. Her grandfather seemed to be really angry. She didn't dare to say anything else and could only wait and see. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. "Old man, your One Show Alliance is a big family. I'm just a junior. I really don't know what you need." The Wanshou Alliance was a superforce, and they had a supreme being. The treasures they had weren't something he could compare to. Dugujin said snappily. It's good that you know. Following that, Ling Xiao said, how about I use the Supreme God Pellet to exchange with you? Oh, you can get the Supreme God Pellet? Dugujin was a little surprised. I can't take it out, but I have a way to get it. Ling Xiao replied. Immediately after, he had no choice but to switch out the alchemist, Pao Zi, and put the godly alchemist badge on his chest. During battle, the alchemist robe was indeed a hindrance, and it wasn't convenient for him to use his full strength. However, when he wasn't fighting, the robe was the best facade, and could scare many people. Dugujin and Xia Xianxian were a little surprised. Xia Xianxian even exclaimed, Big brother, you're also a godly alchemist. After pausing for a moment, he said, Oh right, you already knew how to refine pills in the Purple Sky City. Big brother is really an all-rounder. Dugujin carefully looked at Ling Xiao, and his slightly surprised expression became even more shocked. You're a godly alchemist from the Medicine Alliance? From the alchemist robe that Ling Xiao was wearing, it was the exclusive alchemist robe of the Medicine Alliance. Ling Xiao lightly nodded. That's right, I can be considered an elder of the Medicine Alliance. I can barely refine some divine pills. Although I can't refine Supreme God Pellets for now, I can still exchange for a few Supreme God Pellets from the Medicine Alliance. Old man, you should be able to trust me now. Dugujin lightly frowned, and revealed a doubtful expression to Ling Xiao. After a while he said, Supreme God Pellets are not bad, but it's not as valuable as the Genesis Stone. Old man, how many divine materials in this world can be more valuable than the Genesis Stone? Unless you can exchange it with other Genesis Stones, or a few legendary Supreme God Pellets. Do you think I can? With my strength, it's already pretty good to be able to get a Supreme God Pill. What's more, I won't just get one. How about I get you 5? Ling Xiao spread his hands and said helplessly. Indeed, the Genesis Stone's value was sky-high. There weren't many divine materials that could exchange for it. Grandpa, didn't you always say that we lack divine pills? Big brother is a godly alchemist. Why don't we just let him refine more divine pills for us? Xia Xianxian interrupted. Dugujin glared at Xia Xianxian, but didn't say anything because he knew that what Ling Xiao said was the truth. Although Ling Xiao was a godly alchemist and a half-incipient god realm expert, with his ability, how could he easily get what he needed? Supreme God Pellets were a supreme divine material that could barely be compared to the Genesis Stone. 5 Supreme God Pellets can't compare to 1 Genesis Stone, Dugujin said. After saying this, Ling Xiao's expression became a little ugly. If Dugujin was really that heartless, what should he do? Just as Xia Xianxian was about to speak up for Ling Xiao again, Dugujin said, Unless you can refine 1,000 divine pills for us, you have to provide the materials yourself. It doesn't matter if it's King God Pellets or other healing divine pills. If you can do this, I'll let the little girl ask for 1 Genesis Stone for you. 1,000 divine pills. If it was a normal godly alchemist refining this amount, it would take several years. If he had to bear the cost of the materials for these divine pills, it would be even more difficult. Not every godly apothecary had so many materials, not to mention that during the refining process, it was inevitable that the materials would be damaged, so he could only prepare more, not less. Dugujin's request was very harsh. However, compared to 1 Genesis Stone, this request wasn't too much. He believed that superforces like the Medicine Union or the Fire Clan could also provide it. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was only a guest elder of the Medicine Union. He could get the Supreme God Pellets through Yen Dai Jiao, but he could only rely on his own efforts to obtain 1,000 divine pills. In these years he had refined many divine pills for the Dragon Gate, the Shao family and the Lotus Cult. He had collected most of the divine pills from them. Other than the healing divine pills he had used before, he still had more than 600. He still needed 300 to 400 to meet Dugujin's request. He also felt the pain of having to take out all of his divine pills at once. Dugujin looked at Ling Xiao proudly and thought to himself, Aren't you very arrogant? You actually dare to have designs on my granddaughter. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll think this old man can't deal with you. Grandpa, 1,000 is too much. How about letting Big Brother give 100 divine pills? Xia Xianxian once again spoke up for Ling Xiao in a spoiled manner, who knew that this method wouldn't work this time. Dugu Jin firmly believed that Ling Xiao had to pay this much in order to get something in return. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed her to take the Genesis Stone for Ling Xiao. Xianxian, did you not see that this brat killed so many holy beasts in the clan? He even helped the Yen clan escape. The Yen clan will definitely come back to cause trouble. At that time, the spirit beasts of our mountain range will be in deep trouble. These 1,000 divine pills are practically a gift for him. If it weren't for the fact that you know him, I would have killed this brat right now. Dugu Jin said earnestly and patiently. What else could Xia Xianxian say? She could only look at Ling Xiao impatiently, indicating that there was nothing she could do. Dugu Jin originally wanted to make things difficult for Ling Xiao, but unexpectedly Ling Xiao said, Xianxian, don't try to persuade the old man. His request is very reasonable. I'll pay for these 1,000 divine pills. Pausing for a moment, he then said, give me 1 or 2 months and I can give you 1,000 divine pills, but I still need to return to the Medicine Union to exchange for the Supreme God Pellet. I request that when I hand over the 1,000 divine pills, Xianxian must first take the Genesis Stone for me. Then, your old man will follow me back to the Medicine Union to take the Supreme God Pellet. Ling Xiao had to state his conditions in advance. Otherwise, if this old man went back on his words, it would be useless even if he cried. Chapter 1431. Dugu Jin readily agreed this time. All right, as long as you can hand over 1,000 divine pills first, I'll let the little girl give you the Genesis Stone. He paused for a moment before continuing. Can you really refine 1,000 divine pills in 1 or 2 months? You're not lying to me, are you? 1,000 divine pills was definitely not a small amount. He really did not believe that Ling Xiao could refine it in such a short time. Hee, although this kid is not talented, I still have some stock. I'll just refine some more to make up for it. Ling Xiao didn't hide anything, and then he said, now I will find a place to refine pills, and as soon as possible, I will refine pills for you, old master. Ling Xiao also urgently needed the Genesis Stone, so he had to act as soon as possible. Dugu Jin looked appreciatively at Ling Xiao and said, you can refine pills here at Xuanxuan's place. No one will disturb you here, and the heaven and earth phenomenon will not destroy this place. He had already laid down a restriction around Xia Xuanxuan's location. Aside from supreme martial artists who were stronger than him, no one else could break into this place. Even if Ling Xiao were to cause a heavenly vision due to his alchemy, it would still be isolated. That's good. Elder, remember to keep your word. Ling Xiao said and immediately rushed out of the bamboo house, looking for a quiet place to concoct pills. Big brother. Xia Xianxian wanted to call out to Ling Xiao, but he was already far away. Wait for Big Brother to refine pills, then I'll catch up with you. Ling Xiao's voice reverberated around the bamboo house. Dugu Jin, on the other hand, showed some appreciation. This kid's temper is quite fiery, but a young man should have this kind of drive, unlike us old men. It's all your grandfather's fault. I've decided to ignore you for a month. In the future, even if I get Aunt Kay's feathers, I won't give them to you. Xia Xianxian pouted her cute little mouth angrily. Dugu Jin said anxiously, don't, this little girl wants Grandpa's life. I've reserved the vermilion bird feather a long time ago. The vermilion bird plume was the source of the vermilion bird plume's power. Each plume contained a powerful divine might. This was a divine item that could only be encountered by chance. Dugu Jin didn't want to miss it. Xia Xianxian lifted her proud round face and snorted, ignoring Dugu Jin. Although Dugu Jin was a respected figure of his generation, he was still unable to deal with girls. He could only worry helplessly. The place where Xia Xianxian lived was not small. It was like a small city. It was not difficult for Ling Xiao to find a place to practice alchemy. Finally, Ling Xiao found an open space on a small hill, and began to refine pills. In order to save time, Ling Xiao planned to concoct pills with his real body and clone at the same time. Besides the obsidian divine cauldron, when he was in the alchemy guild, he had gotten a normal divine grade cauldron. This was to prevent him from not using the obsidian divine cauldron when he was refining pills in public. After all, the obsidian divine cauldron was one of the ancient divine cauldrons. Any alchemist would be envious of it. Even a supreme expert was no exception. Thus he had to treat it carefully. Now it was finally going to be put to use. Ling Zhao's real body and clone separated a lot of distance. He took out the two divine cauldrons and immediately entered the refining state. Ling Zhao had reached the peak of half-incipient god realm. His refining speed was many times faster than before. What's more, he was refining pills separately with his real body and soul avatar, which was equivalent to two top-notch divine pharmacists refining pills at the same time. Their speed was countless times faster than ordinary divine pharmacists, which was incomparable. With Ling Zhao's success rate, he alone could compete with 5 alchemists refining pills at the same time. Dugujin had been paying attention to Ling Zhao's movements. When he saw Ling Zhao split into two, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He knew that Ling Zhao's tenbin was abnormal, and he was also a divine alchemist. These were enough to be several times more outstanding than any other monstrous genius. However, he felt that he had underestimated Ling Zhao. This is blood, flesh, and god soul. Moreover, his power already has the power of a supreme expert. How did this kid do it? It's too abnormal. Dugujin thought to himself in shock. Then he said, could it be that this kid obtained some sort of ancient opportunity? But there are no records of such a monstrous existence since ancient times. Dugujin was already 100,000 years old monster. His knowledge was not something that others could compare with. Even he was deeply shocked. It was enough to show that Ling Zhao had surprised him greatly. Then he saw Ling Zhao's miraculous refining skills. He believed that Ling Zhao would be able to fulfill his request in a short time. He regretted that he should have doubled the number of divine pills. What a big miscalculation, Dugujin thought to himself. He paused for a while, then smiled faintly. Luckily that girl Xian has a good relationship with this kid. When the time comes, we can rope him into our 1,000-beast alliance. We won't have to worry about not having divine pills. When he reaches the supreme incipient god realm, this kid will even be able to refine supreme god pills. We've really picked up a treasure. Dugujin saw Ling Zhao's potential. His plan was good. He actually wanted to keep Ling Zhao. But it was just a thought. Unless he put Ling Zhao under house arrest, Ling Zhao wouldn't stay in their 1,000-beast alliance for a long time. At this time, he left the place and directly flew out of the Nine Heavens domain. The battle between Ma Yanquan and the supreme masters of the Yan clan had reached its climax. Both sides had suffered many losses. Ma Yanquan had 4 level 11 holy beasts at his disposal. 2 of them were mid-level level 11 holy beasts, while the other 2 were low-level holy beasts. Ma Yanquan himself was at the peak of low-level supreme master. His strength could be compared to the 5 supreme masters. As for the Yan clan, Yan Tianba was a mid-level supreme master. Yan Gongxiu and Yan Xiaolong were low-level supreme masters. Among the 3 of them, only Yan Tianba had a low-level holy beast. Yan Gongxiu and Yan Xiaolong's holy beasts hadn't reached level 11, so they couldn't be of any use here. In other words, on the surface, Ma Yanquan's strength seemed to be stronger than the Yan clans. However, Yan Tianba was a supreme master who had been famous for a long time. He single-handedly used the ancient god weapon to hold back the 2 mid-level holy beasts, sharing the pressure from the other 2. Ma Yanquan and the other 2 low-level holy beasts seemed to have the upper hand in dealing with Yan Gongxiu and Yan Xiaolong. However, Ma Yanquan was a beast tamer. His combat strength was slightly weaker than the 2 from the Yan clan. This caused the battle to drag on for a long time. Yan Tianba's battle with the 2 mid-level holy beasts was extremely dangerous. These holy beasts could reach level 11, so the special divine power they possess was simply impossible to guard against. A slight carelessness would lead to death. Fortunately, Yan Tianba had the ancient god weapon, so they didn't dare to get close to him. The 4 humans and 5 holy beasts had been fighting in the Nine Heavens domain for a long time. None of them had it easy. A large amount of God's blood had already been splattered in the sky. Every attack from the battle waves they unleashed could destroy a large area of the Nine Heavens domain, leaving not even a blade of grass alive. If these supremes were to fight in the Nine Heavens domain, the Heavenly Sparrow domain would probably be completely destroyed by them. This was a battle between supremes. The terrifying divine might was definitely not something an ordinary person could imagine. Ma Yanquan tried his best to hide behind the holy beasts as he shouted, "You won't be able to live for long. When my senior brother comes out, all of you will die here." Ma Yanquan was also boasting. How would he know if his senior brother would come and lend him a helping hand? In any case, he didn't want to continue wasting his energy like this. He was afraid that the other party would fight to the death and kill him. In any case, his main task was to lead the 3 Yen clan supremes and create an opportunity for Shinkanbeo, who was below the mountain range. Now that they had been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, he believed that the outcome of the battle below the mountain range had already been decided. Before your senior brother comes, I will definitely kill you first." Yen Tianba wielded the ancient divine weapon like a god of war. He continuously unleashed terrifying sea of fire incineration, forcing the 2 holy beasts to not be able to get close to him. He coldly snorted and wanted to break through the 2 holy beasts to attack Ma Yanquan. Unfortunately, the 2 holy beasts continuously spat out terrifying elemental attacks, forcibly sealing him in place. Although Yen Tianba was wearing a defensive divine armor, he couldn't forcibly pass through the middle. Helpless, he could only retreat to block these attacks. If you continue to fight, you won't be able to gain anything. Why don't we just stop here? Ma Yanquan said again. Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. At this time, Yin Gongxiu seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed. He then said, My clan's Lang is below the 10,000 beast mountain range. They have so many holy beasts to rely on this. Yen Tianba and Yen Xiaolong both understood the meaning of Yin Gongxiu's words, and their expressions changed greatly. Ma Yanquan, if anything happens to my Lang, our Yen clan will definitely flatten your 10,000 beast mountain range. Let's go back. Yen Tianba angrily roared, and wanted to break away from the holy beasts and return to the 10,000 beast mountain range. If anything happened to the Yen clan, even if they attacked below the earth domain, they would destroy the foundation of the 10,000 beast mountain range. Ma Yanquan gritted his teeth and shouted, Fellows, go all out. Make sure all of them stay here. Ma Yanquan originally didn't want to go all out, but when the Yen clan was forced into a corner, they would really do anything. Thus, he might as well fight them to the end and decide life and death. However, if Shizun really wanted to avoid the battle, Ma Yanquan and his holy beasts wouldn't be able to stop them. Just as Yen Tianba and the others were about to rush back to the earth domain, someone rushed out from the Nine Heavens barrier. When Yen Tianba and the others saw who it was, they immediately revealed worried expressions. Senior brother. Ma Yanquan couldn't help but cry out when he saw who it was. The person who had rushed over from the earth domain was Dugujin. Dugujin, do you really want to kill us all? Yen Tianba's face darkened as he looked at Dugujin and said faintly, who in the Heavenly Sparrow domain didn't know that Dugujin was the lord of 10,000 beasts. He also had many 11th level holy beasts, and it was rumored that 2 of them were high-level 11th level holy beasts. This kind of person was almost a peak existence in the Heavenly Sparrow domain. He was also one of the top existences in the Heaven region. Chapter 1432. Dugujin and Ma Yanquan were not the only 2 supreme martial artists in the Wanshou alliance. However, most of the supreme martial artists would either go into seclusion or seek cultivation opportunities in the outer lands. Very few of them would stay in their own factions. Moreover, this matter concerned the relationship between the Wanshou alliance and the Yen tribe. Dugujin had to intervene personally. The Thousand Beast Alliance's strength was still slightly weaker than the Fire tribe, but it did not mean that the Fire tribe would go all out against them. If that happened, it would not only be a disaster for the Thousand Beast Alliance, it would also be a disaster for the Fire tribe. When Yen Tianba, Yen Gongxiu, and Yen Xiaolong saw Dugujin appear, they felt a chill run down their spines. He was not on the sovereign list, but he was someone who could shake the sovereign list. It was impossible for them not to be nervous. Exterminate us? If that was the case, you would not have survived until now. Dugujin laughed coldly. Then what do you want? Don't think that we are afraid of you. Even if we die, You will not be able to escape from our clansmen. Yin Tianba shouted. Originally, they had rushed to the Wanshou mountain range to force the Wanshou alliance to release their people, thinking that the Wanshou alliance would not dare to start a war. However, everything had gone beyond their expectations. The Wanshou alliance did not even give face to the Yen tribe. They had been angered by the Wanshou alliance and had started a war outside the outer lands. They did not leave any supreme martial artists to stand guard at the foot of the Wanshou mountain range. Don't be too confident. If you really wanted to negotiate with us, you would not have sent so many people to the Wanshou mountain range. Didn't you just want to test our strength? Dugujin said disdainfully. After a pause he continued. Go back and tell that old bastard in your clan that as long as I, Dugujin, am alive he will not bully the Wanshou alliance. As he finished, Dugujin released his aura, causing the wind and turbulence in the surroundings to be blown away. Senior brother, why waste your breath on them? Let us join forces and destroy them. Ma Yingquan said from the side. Yin Tianba could feel that Dugujin was already at the perfect middle stage. It seemed like he was preparing to break through to the next stage, causing him to be extremely shocked. If Dugujin really became a high-level supreme martial artist, with the help of the 11th level high-level holy beast that he could control, no one in the Tianke domain would be able to stop him. Yin Tianba and the rest knew that if they continued to fight, they would all die here. The three of them looked at each other. Yin Tianba cupped his hands towards Dugujin and said, Alliance leader Dugu, I will definitely bring today's words back to my ancestor. Then, the three of them turned around and headed for the Flame Race's lands through the outer realms. They knew that even if they returned to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, it would be difficult to gain anything. It was better to leave as soon as possible, lest Dugujin go back on his word and deal with them. Ma Yingquan said with some unwillingness. Senior brother, are you going to let them go just like that? So what if I don't let them go? Are we really going to let them stay? That old bastard from the Yen family will definitely fight us to the death. Furthermore, the Flame Race has already suffered a great defeat this time. How dare they try to attack our Thousand Beast Alliance? They really don't know what they are doing. Dugujin said disdainfully. Could it be that the Flame Race has other plans? Ma Yingquan asked in confusion. What else do you want? They just want to test our bottom line. If we give in, they will ask for more. Their goal isn't to save people but the Genesis Stone with the fire attribute. Dugujin squinted his old eyes. Ma Yingquan revealed an expression of surprise as he said, Why didn't I think of this? The Yen clan's people are really good at scheming. If we retreat this time, they will think that we are bullying them. And if we counterattack, they will be able to test our strength. It seems like they won't let this go. I haven't shown my face for so many years. They thought that I was dead. This time, I came out to let them know that I am still alive, and it won't be long before I reach the next level. The Flame Race won't dare to act rashly anymore. If nothing unexpected happens, they will definitely come to apologize. Dugujin said confidently. Dugujin and the Flame Race's ancestor were from the same generation. He more or less understood that guy. He didn't know whether the Flame Race had the Genesis Stone or not, but he knew that an additional Genesis Stone would be like adding wings to a tiger for a fire attribute family like the Flame Race. It would increase their overall strength to the next level. When the Flame Race sent someone to propose marriage, Dugujin already knew what they were planning, but he didn't reject them in the beginning. After all, the Flame Race was the strongest ancient race in the Tianke territory. If they were to unite by marriage, it would be very beneficial to the Thousand Beast Alliance. But the condition was that the man who married his granddaughter had to stay and become their grandson-in-law. Otherwise, there was no need to talk about it. After all, Xia Xianxian was a genius young lady that he had raised himself. How could he easily give her to another force? Furthermore, Xia Xianxian didn't just represent herself. She represented the vermilion bird divine beast, and the ability to summon beasts. Hence, Dugujin wanted Xia Xianxian to be a member of the Thousand Beast Alliance forever. He wouldn't allow anyone to take her away. The Flame Race's proposal failed, and something happened instead. This was out of the Flame Race's expectations. In the end, they had to change their strategy to test the Thousand Beast Alliance. In the end, The flame race cared about the Genesis Stone the most. Of this, Dugujin was completely certain. Now that the two sides were at war, unless the flame race attacked en masse to steal the Genesis Stone, they would definitely ask for peace. Compared to the former, if they invaded the Fire Clan, it would be a deadly war. To the Fire Clan it would not be worth it. On the other hand, although they would lose some face if they asked for peace, they could improve their relationship with the Thousand Beast Alliance. Then they could ask for something else to exchange for the Genesis Stone. Regardless of what the flame race thought, Dugujin didn't want to break off relations with them. Hence he let Yin Tianba and the others go. He had to think for the future of the Thousand Beast Alliance. The previous clash was also his intention. He just wanted to tell everyone that the Thousand Beast Alliance wasn't something that anyone could bully, not even the powerful flame race. At Xia Xuanxuan's place, she watched Ling Xiao concoct elixirs on a hill not far away. Her beautiful eyes were filled with admiration. Xia Xuanxuan's feelings for Ling Xiao were simple. She was grateful to Ling Xiao for everything he had done for her. Moreover, Ling Xiao was the first person who had given her warmth and love. Hence, she remembered him forever and treated Ling Xiao as her closest kin. When she saw Ling Xiao again, she was naturally overjoyed. Furthermore, Ling Xiao was so powerful now. She didn't have to worry about the gap between them. Instead, she was the one who couldn't keep up with him. Although she still had the temperament of a child, she was already over 100 years old. She understood many things, including the matters of love. When her grandfather had mentioned finding a man to be her cultivation companion, she had disliked it. She didn't like it because she didn't have a man she liked. Of course, she didn't want to be with a man she hadn't met before. Now Ling Xiao's appearance had undoubtedly caused ripples in her heart. Of course, it wasn't that she had fallen in love with Ling Xiao. It was that she liked her big brother. A child's thoughts were the simplest and purest. Her thoughts about Ling Xiao were still the same as when she was a child. Now, as long as she saw Ling Xiao by her side, she would be extremely satisfied. She would like him very much. If her grandfather insisted that she find a man to be her cultivation companion, then that man could only be her big brother. There would be no one else. After all, she had been staying in the mountain range all year round. She had been with spiritual beasts and didn't have any human friends. This also caused her to make such a decision. However, her thoughts were very simple. As long as she could always be her big brother's little sister and be with him forever, she would be satisfied. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. Ling Xiao had finally completed the divine pill that he wanted to refine. He had even surpassed it to prepare for a rainy day. Ling Xiao merged into one and finally heaved a sigh of relief. After more than a month of sleepless nights, he had finally finished refining the 300 to 400 divine pills. His divine materials had also been greatly reduced. If it wasn't for the fact that he had gotten a lot of materials from the barbarian race, he would have felt a heartache. Big brother, you finished refining? Xia Xianxian was like a fairy as she jumped to Ling Xiao's side and asked joyfully. And I finished refining. I believe that the old man will be able to fulfill his promise. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Big brother, you're so awesome. I can feel that both of you have lives, just like twins. What kind of secret technique is that? Xia Xianxian asked with admiration. Hee, this is a divine soul doppelganger. You can do it too. Ling Xiao said with a smile. I can do it, but I can't use my elemental power. How come you can do it? Can you teach me? Xia Xianxian naturally hugged Ling Xiao's arm and gently shook it. Ling Xiao smelled Xia Xuanxuan's pure aura. He didn't feel anything strange. He only felt a faint warmth. It wasn't bad to have such a cute little girl as his little sister. I'll teach you when I have time. Take me to see the old man. It's more important now. Ling Xiao changed the topic. Okay, Xia Xianxian replied obediently. Then she asked, Big brother, do you really need the Genesis Stone? Ling Xiao nodded heavily and said, And I want it at all costs. Okay, then I'll do whatever it takes to get it for big brother. Xia Xianxian said firmly. Haha, thank you in advance, big brother, Ling Xiao said happily. Then he said, But I don't want you to put your grandfather in a difficult position. He raised you, so you should respect him and love him. Don't make him angry easily. Do you understand? Xia Xianxian lowered her head like a child who had been wronged. She said, Big brother, I understand. In the beginning, I hated Grandpa for forcing me to leave Big brother. But later, I found out that Grandpa treated me well, so I love him very much. I'm just angry that he didn't treat Big brother well. Chapter 1433. Ling Xiao patted Xia Xuanxuan's head and said, Of course I know Xianxian will always be a good girl. Xia Xianxian said with dissatisfaction, Big brother, I'm not a child, I'm a woman. After saying that, she purposely stuck out her chest to show her opposition. Ling Xiao smiled and did not say anything else. In his eyes, Xia Xianxian was a child, a little sister. At this moment, Dugu Jin's voice sounded. Yes, my little girl has grown up, it's time for her to get married. Grandpa, I've decided not to marry for the rest of my life. I want to serve you for the rest of my life. Xia Xianxian jumped to Dugu Jin's side and held his hand. After hearing her big brother's words, she also knew that she was not filial enough to her grandfather. So from this moment on, she had to be filial to her grandfather and not let her big brother say anything bad about her. Dugu Jin looked at Xia Xianxian with a kind expression and said, How can this be? When a girl grows up, of course she needs to find a good cultivation partner. That way, she won't be lonely in her long life. Then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Kid, do you think my Xianxian is beautiful? Ling Xiao replied, Is there a need to ask? Of course my little sister is beautiful. If she were to find a husband, who knows how many young men would fight to be her cultivation partner? Dugu Jin raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be so honest. From his words, he only treated his granddaughter as a sister and not as a cultivation partner. He thought to himself, could it be that this kid is looking down on the little girl? Or is he looking down on our Wanshou alliance? Dugu Jin said with some anger, Haven't you thought about marrying Xianxian? She is the goddess of our Wanshou alliance. Even the youngest godly medicine master of the Yan clan wants to marry her. Getting her is equivalent to getting the support of our Wanshou alliance and the protection of the vermilion bird. Xia Xianxian stamped her feet in embarrassment and said, Grandpa, what are you saying? I'm ignoring you. Then she glanced at Ling Xiao and ran away. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, Grandpa, you don't need to test me. Xianxian is indeed a good woman, but in my heart, she's just a little sister. I can take care of her for the rest of her life, but I don't want to ruin her life. I already have a lot of women. Ling Xiao spoke very plainly and sincerely, without the slightest pretense. To be honest, Xia Xianxian had a good background. Timbin was a good place, and she even had the protection of a divine beast. However, why would Ling Xiao force himself to be with Xia Xianxian just because of these? He already had a lot of love debts, and he didn't want to get involved in too many entanglements. Moreover, he wanted to maintain this pure sibling relationship with Xia Xianxian forever. Dugu Jin could tell the truth from Ling Xiao's words, and he couldn't help but look at Ling Xiao in a higher light. Then he no longer discussed this topic and changed the topic. Have you refined the 1,000 divine pills I asked for? Ling Xiao smiled and handed a spatial ring to Dugu Jin. They're all inside. Grandpa, please inspect them. Dugu Jin took the spatial ring and scanned it with his divine sense. Indeed, there were 1,000 divine pills stored inside one by one. Not bad, you've got some skills. Dugu Jin rarely praised Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao responded, It's passable. Then did Grandpa ask Xianxian to get me a Genesis stone? Don't worry. The Genesis stone isn't easy to get. Dugu Jin put away the spatial ring and revealed a sly smile. How could Ling Xiao not worry? He was waiting to save someone. Grandpa, you can't burn the bridge after crossing the river. Ling Xiao said with a trace of dissatisfaction. Did I? Is it because you haven't fulfilled your conditions yet? Dugu Jin showed an innocent expression. Ling Xiao suppressed his anger and said, Didn't we agree? As long as Xianxian gets the Genesis stone, you'll accompany me to Tianyuan region. At that time, you'll get a lot of supreme divine pills. He muttered in his heart, This old man isn't going back on his words, right? Tianyuan region is too far. My old legs can't walk anymore. I won't accompany you. Dugu Jin said shamelessly. Grandpa, if you have any other requests, just say it, Ling Xiao said in a low voice. He was angry. He had cheated him of 1,000 divine pills, and now he wanted to go back on his word. Du Gujin laughed and said, "Don't worry, it's not that I won't let Xianxian get the Genesis Stone for you. I just want to change the conditions." He paused for a while and said, "The future of our Wanshou alliance depends on Xianxian. It's just that this child is very naive. Besides interacting with spiritual beasts, she doesn't want to do anything else. I'm afraid that one day, when I'm gone, the Wanshou alliance won't be able to protect the Wanshou alliance." Ling Xiao didn't interrupt him. He just waited for Du Gujin to continue. "Now, I want to find a reliable ally who can help Xianxian at the critical moment. It's the same as helping our Wanshou alliance. Originally, when the Yan clan came to propose marriage, I wanted to test Yin Yang's character. Basically, I'm satisfied with him. However, I didn't expect that he wasn't what I wanted. Today the Wanshou alliance and the Yan clan have become enemies. Our Wanshou alliance is in a more dangerous situation. I hope that you can promise me that if Xianxian is in danger and our Wanshou alliance is in danger, you must help her and our Wanshou alliance. As long as you promise me, I will let Xianxian get the Genesis Stone for you," Du Gujin said solemnly. He didn't look like he was joking. He had been thinking about this for a long time. He was a supreme incipient God realm expert with an endless lifespan. However, even so, he couldn't guarantee that he could live forever. Since ancient times, there were many supreme incipient God realm experts. However, why didn't they live forever? Why did they disappear in the long river of history? It was because after reaching the supreme realm, there was a battlefield that belonged to the supreme experts. They weren't willing to be left alone. They wanted to continue to pursue stronger powers and realms. During this process, it was inevitable that they would clash with other supreme experts. It was normal for them to fall. Take the Wanshou alliance and the Yan clan as an example. If the Yan clan really didn't want to give up and declare war on the Wanshou alliance, the supreme experts couldn't stay out of it. A battle to the death was unavoidable. Thus, Du Gujin had to consider for Xia Xianxian. After all, Xia Xianxian was too naive. He was afraid that she would be deceived in the future. Today he didn't have a better choice. He could only choose Ling Xiao to be Xia Xuanxuan's guardian. Ling Xiao's power didn't seem strong enough. However, he was young, outstanding in Tenbin, and he had a good relationship with Xia Xianxian. Xia Xianxian admired him from the bottom of her heart. Moreover, he had seen Ling Xiao's fighting power. He also knew that Ling Xiao had the ability to become a supreme expert. Thus, Ling Xiao was the most ideal candidate in his mind. He would rather give up on the supreme god pellet for Ling Xiao's promise. It had to be said that Du Gujin's foresight and courage were extraordinary. Ling Xiao replied without thinking, "Old master, you should know that I saved Xianxian's life when she was very young. Because we were in the same boat, I pitied her and sympathized with her. Originally, I had decided to protect her as she grew up and treat her like my own sister. However, you interfered and took her away from me. I don't blame old master. In fact, I'm glad that Xianxian had such an opportunity. Otherwise, I don't know how much suffering she would have suffered if she had stayed by my side. Even now, when I see her again, I still see her as my sister, as the closest person to me. Of course, I have the obligation to do my best to protect her and love her. However, I'm not a member of the Wanshou alliance, and my personal strength is still weak. I don't have the right to say that I can protect the Wanshou alliance. So, I can only agree to half of your conditions." What a joke. Trying to tie his life to the Wanshou alliance with a piece of Genesis stone? Ling Xiao wasn't that stupid. However, he loved Xianxian from the bottom of his heart. If she were to be in danger in the future, he would only save her. Du Gujin narrowed his eyes and fell silent for a while before saying, "You're right. You don't have the right to protect the Wanshou alliance now, but that doesn't mean that you won't have the right in the future. Of course I won't force you. You just have to protect Xianxian from being bullied for me." Du Gujin didn't force Ling Xiao, but he wasn't unhappy at all. Instead, he thought to himself proudly, Xianxian is the Wanshou alliance's holy lady. She will definitely be with the Wanshou alliance. If something happens to her in the future, can you bear to stay out of it? Hehe. Dugujin was also an astute person. In the end, Ling Xiao was still one step behind. After Ling Xiao and Dugujin came to an agreement, Ling Xiao was extremely happy. The Fire Genesis Stone would soon be in his hands. However, Dugujin's words poured a bucket of cold water over Ling Xiao's head once again. The Genesis Stone is in the Nirvana space. Although the divine beast Vermilion Bird can come and go as it pleases, it won't be easy to obtain the Genesis Stone. It's best if you can accompany Xian Xian. Whether you can obtain it or not will depend on your luck, Dugujin said and left. I have to enter the Nirvana space? Ling Xiao said gloomily. That was one of the 8 great forbidden areas, and it was ranked 3rd. Anyone who entered it would definitely die. If he had no other choice, Ling Xiao didn't want to enter the Nirvana space. Ling Xiao found Xia Xianxian and told her what Dugujin had told him. Grandpa, it's dangerous to get some broken stones, but it's not impossible. Why must Big Brother go with us? Xia Xianxian pouted and said unwillingly. Why? Is the Genesis Stone hard to get? Xianxian, tell me honestly, isn't it dangerous? Ling Xiao asked seriously. Xia Xianxian could only answer. The Nirvana space is dangerous. I've only gone in with Auntie K once, and I almost couldn't get out. But Big Brother, don't worry. With Auntie K bringing me in, I can definitely get you another Genesis Stone. Ling Xiao was in a dilemma. From Xia Xuanxuan's tone, it seemed like the Nirvana space was dangerous. Even if it was the Vermilion Bird's residence, there were existences that it was afraid of. Should he enter or not? Ling Xiao hesitated. Chapter 1434. Ling Xiao didn't have a choice. Dugujin had told him that it was dangerous to enter the Nirvana space, because he wanted him to go with Xia Xianxian. If he didn't go, Dugujin would have a negative opinion of him. Perhaps he would take the chance to say that he wasn't a man, and that he wasn't as good as a woman. Perhaps it was to test if he was willing to sacrifice everything for Xia Xianxian. Anyway, no matter how much Ling Xiao said that he loved Xia Xianxian, his actions were more practical than words. Perhaps Ling Xiao's choice this time was something Dugujin had purposely created. Or he didn't want Ling Xiao to take the Genesis Stone easily. From Xia Xianxian, he knew that the Nirvana space was a world with a sea of fire. The flames of the origin were everywhere. It was at least 10,000 degrees. Anyone below the King God realm would turn into ashes immediately. Even a King God realm expert couldn't stay there for 10 days or half a month. That place was a furnace. Besides the flames, it also had a lot of fire toxins. Once they breathed in, they couldn't expel the toxins. Eventually, they would be tortured to death. She used to go there with the Vermilion Bird. Without the Vermilion Bird's divine light, she wasn't qualified to get close to that place. Also, the reason why she could reach her current realm was because of the miraculous encounters in the Nirvana space. Once they entered the Nirvana space, they would lose their way. They wouldn't be able to find the exit. Eventually, they would be trapped there forever. Although that place was called the Vermilion Bird's territory, after tens of thousands of years of changes, it had produced a special kind of fire beasts. These fire beasts had affected the Vermilion Bird's habitat severely, because they had existences above level 11. Moreover, there were many of them. Even an incipient God realm expert wouldn't be able to survive if he encountered them. Besides these, there were many unknown dangers that ordinary people couldn't imagine. At that time, Xia Xianxian couldn't stand the environment there. After she got the Genesis Stone, she hurriedly left the Nirvana space. She used to swear that she didn't want to enter the Nirvana space anymore. It was too boring and uncomfortable. However, this time for her big brother, she had made up her mind. No matter what, she had to go there one more time to get the Genesis Stone for her big brother. Hence, Ling Xiao brought Xia Xianxian on a journey to the Nirvana space. The Nirvana space was not very far from the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. With the Vermilion Bird's speed, it would not take more than a month to arrive. However, there was one thing that gave Ling Xiao a headache, and that was that the Vermilion Bird actually didn't allow him to sit on its back. No matter what Xia Xianxian said, it was still unwilling. After all, divine beasts had their own dignity and pride. It was already very amazing for a non-recognized human to be able to approach them. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of the prodigal. If it was by his side and entered the nirvana space with it, it would also gain a lot. After all, the prodigal was of the fire attribute, and in such a special environment, the adaptability of a divine beast was incomparable to that of a human. However, he didn't want to rush back to the Sky Dragon territory to bring the prodigal along. He didn't want to waste any more time. With the help of the demonic demon Heavenly Fire Pearl, he should be able to try and adapt to the environment of those flames. As long as they could survive there, everything would be much easier. Along the way, Xia Xianxian was like a lark, chattering nonstop to Ling Xiao, as if she wasn't afraid of the legendary Forbidden Land. It was no wonder, after entering it once, she was able to come out safely. Although she didn't know the environment like the back of her hand, she was able to adapt, so naturally, she wasn't that worried. Finally, Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian arrived near the Nirvana space, under the Nirvana mountain range. The Nirvana mountain range was affected by the Nirvana space. Many of the spiritual flowers, spiritual herbs, and spiritual beasts here were mainly of the fire attribute, and there were very few of the other attributes. Back then, Xia Xianxian had also traveled to the Nirvana mountain range to get to know the little vermilion bird, gain its trust, and obtain the protection of the vermilion bird. This place was the legendary place where the vermilion bird once lived. Looking from afar, at the entrance of the Nirvana space, fire clouds were constantly surging, and bursts of flame seemed to be burning high up in the sky. The raging flames were surging, and it was like a natural phenomenon, making people feel amazed. Before they got close, Ling Xiao had already felt the intense heat, and it also contained the aura of the fire poison that ordinary people couldn't detect. If ordinary warriors came here to cultivate, they wouldn't get any benefits, and they would be tortured by the fire poison first. Big brother, Aunt Sparrow doesn't allow you to sit on her. What should we do? If we get separated inside, you won't be able to come out. Xia Xianxian said dejectedly. If it was the little vermilion bird, she could persuade it, but the big vermilion bird didn't listen to her, so she couldn't do anything. When they got inside, the little vermilion bird would have to shrink its body and stay on the big vermilion bird's body, so it wouldn't get hurt under its protection. Thus, Xia Xianxian was very worried. Once they got inside, what would Ling Xiao do without the vermilion bird's protection? Ling Xiao was also worried about this problem. Even if he entered the Nirvana space, without the help of the vermilion bird, he wouldn't know where the Genesis stone was, and it was easy to get lost. Ling Xiao looked at Xia Xianxian and said, "Let me persuade it." Xia Xianxian nodded, and went forward with the little vermilion bird, leaving the big vermilion bird to communicate with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the arrogant vermilion bird and said, "Vermilion bird, you are the divine bird, the king of all beasts. I respect you very much. I know that the vermilion bird tribe and the true dragon tribe have been allies for generations, and I almost became the crown prince of the dragons. Can you take me into the Nirvana space for the sake of the dragons?" Then Ling Xiao deduced his aura, and a real golden dragon shadow appeared behind him, roaring continuously. At the same time, a fiery red dragon shadow condensed on Ling Xiao's palm. The two dragons shone together, and it looked incomparably powerful. Even though the vermilion bird knew that it wasn't real, it couldn't help but cry out when it saw the dragon shadow. "Human, even if you are close to the dragons, you are not qualified to sit on my back," the vermilion bird said coldly. Ling Xiao didn't give up. He continued, "I am not only close to the true dragon tribe, I also have a brother from the Fire Qilin tribe. It is now in the Sky Dragon district. If it was by my side, I wouldn't need to beg you." Then Ling Xiao condensed the mighty image of a prodigal again. Divine beasts could only be intimidated by other divine beasts. He had to use some special methods to let the vermilion bird know that he had also sat on a divine beast before, and that he didn't care about the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird's sharp eyes looked at the fire qilin that Ling Xiao had condensed, and the fiery aura obviously doubled. Ling Xiao was so scared that he thought he had angered the vermilion bird. "I can take you in, but you have to promise me one thing." The vermilion bird finally relented. Ling Xiao was so happy. As long as the vermilion bird relented, everything would be easy. He asked, "What do you want?" "As long as I can do it, I will do it for you." You can't do it, but your Fire Qilin tribe can do it. The vermilion bird answered and then said, in the future, you will bring your friends from the Fire Qilin tribe to see me. I want them to do something with me. Isn't it difficult? Ling Xiao asked in a low voice. To you humans, it is a battle between clans. I want to destroy the Golden Crow tribe. The vermilion bird said with a murderous aura. Exterminate the Golden Crow clan. Ling Xiao exclaimed in shock. The Golden Crow tribe was one of the 9 great divine beasts. They were called the children of the sun. They lived on the sun for a long time. Even King God Realm experts couldn't fly there directly. Only incipient God Realm experts could travel through the endless space to reach the edge of the sun. However, the power of fire in the sun was even stronger than the Nirvana space. Even incipient God Realm experts wouldn't go there easily. However, the vermilion bird wanted to destroy the Golden Crow tribe, which surprised him a lot. However, Ling Xiao also knew that there were battles between the divine beasts. He couldn't understand the secrets of the desolate antiquity. Ling Xiao said, I can only take it to meet you. I'm not sure if it will go with you to destroy the Golden Crow tribe. Ling Xiao didn't dare to take charge. After all, he and the prodigal boy were brothers. Moreover, the Qilin tribe wouldn't listen to an outsider like him. Yeah, that's good. They will definitely agree. The vermilion bird said affirmatively. Then it said, get on. Don't leave my back. Otherwise, don't blame me if you get burned to death. Okay. Ling Xiao was happy. He immediately flew on the vermilion bird's back. Stepping on the soft feathers of the vermilion bird, Ling Xiao felt proud. He had the fortune to see 4 of the 9 great divine beasts, and he had ridden 3 of them. If he told others, not many people would believe him. After all, every single type of divine beast was extremely rare. Yet Ling Xiao was able to ride 3 of them. It was truly hard to believe. The vermilion bird instantly dashed forward, its speed as fast as lightning. When it reached Xia Xianxian, she saw Ling Xiao standing on its back. She worshipped him and said, Big brother, how did you do it? You're too amazing. Auntie Sparrow doesn't even give my grandfather face. You can actually persuade her. You must be the most amazing beast tamer. Dugu Jin was the most powerful beast tamer in the world. Other than the divine beasts, he could almost interact with any holy beast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dozens of level 11 holy beasts by his side. These were all powerful holy beasts that he had tamed for many years. Even he couldn't tame the vermilion bird, but Ling Xiao could. Naturally, Xia Xianxian worshipped him. Just now, she couldn't persuade the vermilion bird to let Ling Xiao get on its back. Ling Xiao smiled disapprovingly. Auntie Sparrow didn't lower herself to my level. She pitied me and brought me in. Xianxian, come on, we'll go in now. Time waits for no man. Ling Xiao had to get the Genesis stone as soon as possible and help the ancestor. Chapter 1435. The Nirvana space was one of the 8 great forbidden lands. The most terrifying thing about it was the blazing flame. It was as if it was burning the sky day and night, as if it wanted to go against the heavens, as if it wanted to burn the heavens and destroy the universe. The sound of the flames that suddenly appeared soared into the sky was terrifying. Looking at the red sea of fire in the sky, it was definitely a strange sight that made people gasp in amazement. Although the mountain range under the Nirvana space was full of poisonous fire, there were still many mercenaries wandering around. Perhaps they thought that they would have a chance to see the vermilion bird. On this day, they indeed saw a flaming figure rushing towards the Nirvana space at an extremely fast speed. Many divine kings couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Look, isn't that the vermilion bird divine beast? It's too fast, I can't see it clearly. But it's dashing towards the Nirvana space. Besides the vermilion bird, which other holy beast dares to do that? It should be the vermilion bird. Look, if it's not a wing, what is it? Moreover, the power of the flame it's carrying. Except for the vermilion bird, no other holy beast can have such power and speed. I can't believe that I can see the vermilion bird in my lifetime. Even though it's just a shadow, I feel honored. No, I have to chase after it. I must see the vermilion bird once. The mercenaries in every corner were so excited. Some of them even chased after the vermilion bird. They didn't care about their lives at all. However, their efforts were in vain. Even a supreme incipient God realm expert couldn't catch up with the vermilion bird's speed. Moreover, the vermilion bird had already dashed into the nirvana space. They could only look at it and stop. The closer they got to the nirvana space, the fiercer the aura of the flame. The temperature here was like a furnace. Even ordinary divine weapons would be melted by the flame. It was enough to show how terrifying this place was. Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian were sitting on the vermilion bird's back. They could still feel the raging flame. When they entered the mouth of the flame, ordinary people would think that they would die for sure. They would be scared out of their wits. Big brother, are you scared? Xia Xianxian grabbed the corner of Ling Xiao's shirt and asked softly. Ling Xiao looked at the pale Xia Xianxian and frowned. Xianxian, are you not used to it? Xia Xianxian shook her head and said, No, I'm fine. I'm just a little scared. Ling Xiao did not expect Xia Xianxian to be afraid. He felt that she should not have felt this way since she had been in there once. Ling Xiao held Xia Xuanxuan's delicate hand and transmitted a wave of energy to stabilize her mind. Don't worry, the vermilion bird divine beast will protect us. Moreover, with Big Brother here, nothing can hurt you. Ling Xiao's voice was like a devil's voice, causing Xia Xianxian to gradually regain her composure. At this moment, the vermilion bird had already plunged into the sea of flames. Pung pung. The terrifying flames continued to churn and burn, and the fire snakes continued to attack the vermilion bird. In the face of such a situation, Ling Xiao's heart was as steady as a rock and as steady as Mount Tai. He did not panic at all. This level of calmness was probably something that even a supreme martial artist could not compare to. After all, Ling Xiao had faced countless situations of life and death since he had grown up. Who knew how many terrifying dead faces he had barged into? He had even stayed in the violent area of the chaotic burial space for as long as 10 years. How could this sea of flames make him lose his composure and be afraid? Even without the protection of the vermilion bird, Ling Xiao could still walk freely in this sea of flames. This was because he had the heavenly fire bead. Moreover, it was the kind of heavenly fire bead that had evolved many times. It was enough to protect him in this place. Now, the demonic heavenly fire bead in his knowledge, Xi became excited. It was very eager to absorb the origin of flames in this place. This was definitely a great tonic for it. Ling Xiao also took the opportunity to open up his knowledge Xi, and let the demonic heavenly fire bead absorb the surrounding flames, making it even stronger. Unfortunately, with the vermilion bird's power isolating it, the demonic heavenly fire bead could not absorb the flames no matter how hard it tried. Ling Xiao could only comfort it for the time being. There was definitely no lack of energy for it to absorb in this space. After the vermilion bird entered this place, it was like a fish in water. It flew around to its heart's content, and was not affected in the slightest. Ling Xiao could not help but think to himself, this place is worthy of being called the divine bird of the fire god. These flames cannot harm it at all. After a while, Xia Xuanxuan's condition was much better. She started to talk to Ling Xiao again. Ling Xiao was also happy to chat with this girl. He did not know how long he would have to fly here. However, he thought that it would not be as long as he flew in the chaotic burial space. After all, the vermilion bird was familiar with the situation here. Moreover, it was a peak mid-level 11th level divine beast. Its speed was not something that he could compare with when he was a divine king in the chaotic burial space. From time to time, there would be some black things flashing in the sea of flames. Before Ling Xiao could see what it was, the vermilion bird had already pounced on it and swallowed it. The little vermilion bird on the big vermilion bird's back would also scuttle down from time to time to devour those black spots. Ling Xiao was puzzled and asked Xia Xianxian, Xianxian, do you know what they are eating? Those are fire-venomous bugs. They are the food of Auntie Bird and the rest. They contain a lot of origin of fire. The fire venom is negligible to Auntie Bird and the rest. Xia Xianxian answered obediently. Ling Xiao sighed softly. So that's how it is. Then Xia Xianxian continued. However, there are a lot of annoying flame beasts here. They are very fierce and they actually want to seize Auntie Bird's territory. However, they return without success every time. The most annoying thing is that there are too many of them to count. It seems like there is no end to them. They also happen to be near the Source Stone. Therefore, if we want to obtain the Source Stone, we must fight with those flame beasts. Auntie Bird was almost injured when she tried to obtain the Source Stone for me. Ling Xiao had heard from Xia Xianxian that she had seen those flame beasts before. However, he had not seen what they looked like, so he could not make a conclusion. However, they were existences that even the vermilion bird was afraid of. How powerful and terrifying were they? While they were talking, the vermilion bird had already flown tens of thousands of miles. The fire was getting stronger and stronger, and the color of the flames had also become darker. At this area, even a top-grade god king would have to stop. If they continued to enter, they would be burned to ashes. Ling Xiao was not the least bit afraid. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. If he could cultivate here, and let the heavenly fire pearl absorb the origin energy here, it would definitely be able to advance. Perhaps in the future, his firepower would be even greater. If he could directly threaten a supreme being with a top-grade heavenly fire, it would definitely be like adding wings to a tiger. As he thought of this, Ling Xiao decided that he must find a way to increase the heavenly fire pearl's level. When that time came, not only would the heavenly fire pearl benefit, but his strength would also increase. In the blink of an eye, the vermilion bird had flown for more than a month. Xia Xianxian, who was on its back, was no longer active. Instead, she had become dizzy. It was obvious that she hated this kind of endless flight. She hated this kind of lonely journey. Ling Xiao looked at her, and felt that it was really difficult for her. He did not know how she had endured the first time she came here. Xianxian, if you feel bored, sit down and cultivate. This is beneficial to your growth. Don't waste time, Ling Xiao said to Xia Xianxian. Big brother, I feel like I'm dying of heat and stuffy. How can I cultivate in peace? Xia Xianxian replied. It's because of the heat and stuffy that the heart calms down. That's why time passes so quickly, Ling Xiao explained. Really? I'll give it a try, Xia Xianxian said. Then, she sat down with her legs crossed and began to cultivate. Gradually, Xia Xuanxuan's impetuous heart calmed down. She entered a state where she forgot about herself. Ling Xiao smiled in satisfaction. Then he began to feel the power of the origin energy here. He hoped that he could step into the Supreme Being level as soon as possible. He felt as if he could step into it with one foot. However, there was always an invisible threshold that stopped him. He knew that this would be the biggest and most difficult bottleneck in his life. The more it was so, the more he could not be anxious. In the following days, he kept deducing the power of the world. He kept making it come alive. He also infused his divine power into it. However, he was still unable to make it into something that could be used. However, after some effort, he finally found some key points. He only cared about infusing his divine power into it, but he had neglected a key point. Although the power of the origin energy was created by humans, it needed to be condensed with a large amount of divine power. However, it lacked conscious control. It was impossible to make it attack like a living thing. In other words, he forgot to infuse his soul power. Only by combining soul power and divine power could he make this tangible thing come alive. From then on, it could achieve a kind of terrifying attack that was like a living thing. To put it simply, these attacks were led by him. His consciousness must be in it to be able to control the attack as he pleased. After understanding this point, Ling Xiao was almost wild with joy. As long as he could further perfect it, and better use the chaotic flow attacks in the space that matched his attributes, he would be able to take that step. However, before Ling Xiao could feel happy, the divine beast vermilion bird screamed in fear. Whoosh! Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian became tense. They wanted to see what was going on. The sea of fire around them became a little more chaotic. Meteor after meteor of energy kept tumbling and colliding, and even the vermilion bird had to dodge. Those meteorites weren't just ordinary flames. They were real flaming meteorites. Each of them had a different size. However, the power they carried was tremendous. If any King God Realm expert got hit by these flaming meteorites, he would die without a doubt. Even a half-incipient God Realm expert couldn't resist it. This kind of flaming meteorite that had been burning in the fire sea for a long time was the real top-notch divine material. To a divine tool master, Each piece was a rare divine item. Ling Xiao was so happy. If he didn't take some flaming meteorites here, how could he live up to this trip? However, the real danger had quietly appeared. Chapter 1436. Fire meteorites were also meteorites that came from the turbulent flows of space. However, once they entered the sea of fire, they would be burned by these flames for a long time. If these meteorites weren't destroyed, they would become concentrated fire meteorites, and the fire essence they contained would be extremely rich. This was the top-notch divine material to refine fire-class weapons. Each piece could be sold at a sky-high price to the divine tool masters. The vermilion bird mythological beast dodged to the left and right, easily avoiding the impact of the densely packed meteorites. The power of this attack could be compared to a half-incipient God Realm warrior's full power strike. Although the vermilion bird was at the intermediate level of level 11, it was still troublesome to deal with so many fire meteorites. Moreover, the vermilion bird didn't want to waste its energy here because it knew that after crossing this area, its enemies would appear. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was unwilling to miss out on these fiery meteorites. He wanted the vermilion bird to release its protective divine light, so that he could go out and collect some fiery meteorites, but it refused. Ling Xiao was also impatient. He couldn't force his way out of the vermilion bird's protective light. If the vermilion bird left, he would die if he stayed here. Eventually Ling Xiao whispered, "Forget it. We'll take these fire meteorites when we get out. Now getting the Genesis Stone is more important." After the vermilion bird flew for a while, Ling Xiao found a lot of fire god crystals. He was so happy. However, these fire god crystals were just food for the two vermilion birds. They absorbed them to replenish their energy. In such a dangerous place, it was expected that Lulu would find a divine object. Pay attention. We're about to reach the place where the fire beasts appear. The vermilion bird reminded them. Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian became vigilant. The vermilion bird sped up all of a sudden, dashing towards the deep purple fire area. The fire here was enough to threaten any incipient God Realm expert. The fire here was absolutely terrifying. At this point, the heavenly fire pearl in Ling Xiao's mind became quiet. Clearly, the flames in this place had caused it to become wary. Perhaps there was a higher level of heavenly fire pearl here, and heavenly fire pearls could also devour each other to advance. Thus, the power of Ling Xiao's heavenly fire pearl was clearly unable to withstand the power of this place. If Ling Xiao lost the protection of the vermilion bird here, it would be difficult for him to survive here for a long time. Whoosh! The vermilion bird let out a series of shrill screeches. It suddenly changed its direction and pounced in one direction. It waved its feathers rapidly, and the nearby flames surged forward. Pung pung. As the flames created a brief vacuum, a monster covered in flames suddenly appeared in front of them. This monster should be the fire beast that Xia Xianxian had mentioned. It didn't have complete facial features. It only had a pair of narrow eyes and a sharp beak. It looked like a rat, but its body was like a snake. Flaming scales covered its body. Its entire body was filled with thick purple flames. Its life aura wasn't strong. Obviously, it was a beast that hadn't completed its transformation yet. It already had the power of a level 10 expert. It dashed directly towards the vermilion bird. However, before it could reach the vermilion bird, the power of the vermilion bird's feathers directly scattered its body. Just as Ling Xiao thought that this fire beast couldn't withstand a single blow from the vermilion bird, he found that its scattered body had automatically reconstructed itself. Soon it recovered its original appearance. Its aura didn't weaken at all. Instead, it seemed to have strengthened. What's going on? Ling Xiao exclaimed in shock. Xia Xianxian explained. The fire beast is formed from the accumulation of these flames over a long period of time. It has an almost indestructible body here. Furthermore, every time its body disintegrates and reconstructs itself, it will obtain another chance to transform. It's just like Auntie K and Sister K, who have an immortal body. They only need a drop of blood to be reborn. The vermilion bird had the ability to be reborn from nirvanic rebirth. After 9 births and 9 deaths, it could transform into an advanced divine beast. He never thought that this fire beast would have a similar ability. However, the vermilion bird clearly had the ability to deal with it. When its body was being reconstructed, the beast core in its head was the final key. This beast core contained a large amount of primordial fire-type energy. It was perfect for the vermilion bird to devour. The vermilion bird charged towards it quickly. Its sharp beak pecked the center of the fire beast's forehead and pecked out its beast core. It then immediately swallowed it. Looks like these fire beasts aren't enough to. Ling Xiao smiled calmly. However, before he could finish his sentence, his dragon eyes filled with shock as he stared in front of him. A dense horde of fire beasts had appeared in front of him. They seemed to be walking on fire. Yet they also seemed to be born from the flames. They let out low, ear-piercing cries as their fiery eyes filled with a thick sense of evil. Bang bang. Hundreds of fire beasts could not speak in the human language. They had no sense of reason at all. All they knew was that their companion had been killed. Hence, they joined forces against their common enemy and spat out terrifying flames towards the vermilion bird. This power caused the fiery region, which was already extremely dangerous, to become even more terrifying. Fortunately, these fire beasts were not at the 11th rank. Based on the vermilion bird's abilities, it could charge through them directly. The divine beast vermilion bird completely ignored the attacks. Its protective divine light blocked all of their attacks. It spread its 10,000-meter-long wings and charged right through the flaming beasts. Its wings were like the sharpest divine weapon, directly slicing the fire beasts in front of it in half. The vermilion bird's speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had charged through the fire beast's obstruction and charged forward. However, these fire beasts seemed to be innumerable. They appeared in every corner and continuously chased after the vermilion bird. Xia Xianxian, who was on the vermilion bird's back, was so frightened that she screamed continuously. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao's expression became grim. He could sense that there were more and more fire beasts appearing and their powers were getting stronger. There were already more than 10 fire beasts at the peak of the 10th rank. In such an environment, their attack power was already comparable to that of an average refined martial artist. It was extremely terrifying. If it was not for the fact that the vermilion bird was also a fire elemental existence, it would certainly have fallen here. There had always been rumors that the Nirvana space was the vermilion bird's territory. Now, it seemed that an unexpected change had happened here. As the number of fire beasts increased, the vermilion bird could only avoid them. It relied on its speed to escape the fire beast's attacks at its fastest speed. However, there were suddenly 2 even bigger fire beasts in front of the vermilion bird. Looking at their aura, it was obvious that they were the masters of these fire beasts. Their powers had already reached the 11th rank. Their appearance had become more perfect. Their facial features were formed. Their scales were even thicker, and their aura was even more vigorous. There were also many fire beasts following them. They were in a battle formation as if they would only be satisfied when they knocked the vermilion bird off its horse. This is bad. These 2 fire beasts are very powerful. Last time, they were the ones who stopped Aunt Sparrow from taking the Genesis Stone. They almost injured Aunt Sparrow. Xia Xianxian exclaimed worriedly. 2 11 fire beasts could put the vermilion bird in a difficult situation. One could imagine how terrifying they were. Ling Zhao's expression became extremely solemn. Although he knew that the Nirvana space was extremely dangerous, he did not expect the creatures here to be so terrifying. According to his guess, there were definitely more than 2 11th rank fire beasts. Obtaining the Genesis Stone would definitely be an extremely difficult and dangerous journey. However, since he was already here, there was no reason for Ling Xiao to retreat. He had to think of a way to help the vermilion bird. Ling Xiao shouted at Xia Xianxian, "Xianxian, you and Sister K, should hold on tight. Don't be thrown out." Ling Xiao realized the seriousness of the situation. He had to prepare for the worst. Once the vermilion bird's protective divine light was broken, they would all be in trouble. If Xia Xianxian was thrown out of the flames, she would definitely die. Currently, the vermilion bird had already entered its most powerful battle state. Its feather attack carried a monstrous flame as it attacked the 2 fire beasts. The surrounding flames seemed to be used by the vermilion bird. All the flames emitted an unprecedented and terrifying power as they attacked and burned. Although the fire beasts were born here, This was the vermilion bird's true territory. It was the god of fire. The 10th rank fire beasts that charged forward were immediately assimilated by the vermilion bird's flames. Their beast cores were also burned into ashes. It was impossible for them to be reborn. In just one move, the surrounding fire area was stirred up and almost 100 fire beasts were killed. It was obvious that the vermilion bird was enraged. The two 11th rank fire beasts also started to move. They were born here and were immune to the power of fire. They blocked the vermilion bird's feather attack and lost many scales on their bodies. However, it was not enough to kill them. They emitted a thick aura of malice as they pounced toward the vermilion bird. The impact was so powerful that cracks appeared on the vermilion bird's protective divine light. The vermilion bird was enraged. It waved its wings left and right, turning them into sharp blades that filled the sky as it tried to dismember the two fire beasts. However, even though their bodies had been sliced into pieces, they were able to recover at an extremely fast speed. They used their long bodies to wrap around the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird flipped up and down to evade the attacks. Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian, who were on its back, lost their balance and almost fell out of its body. Ling Xiao shouted, "Xianxian, you must hug the vermilion bird." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately knocked his divine Bodhi bow. He must kill one of the fire beasts to temporarily resolve the crisis before him. However, at this moment, one of the fire beasts swept its body across the vermilion bird's back. Its target was Xia Xianxian. Chapter 1437. The power of the flaming beast was terrifying. Since the vermilion bird was restrained by the other flaming beast, it wasn't easy for it to dodge this attack. Of course, this attack couldn't hurt the vermilion bird. However, Xia Xianxian would definitely fall into the boundless sea of fire. The situation was critical. Watch out! Before Ling Xiao could shoot his arrow, he screamed and jumped to the other side of Xia Xianxian. He stood in front of her so that she wouldn't get hit. The flame beast's body swept over with great force. It heavily smashed onto the vermilion bird's protective divine light, causing the divine light to crack. This attack was comparable to the intermediate stage of level 11. This flaming beast's power was terrifying. No wonder it could challenge the vermilion bird. The rebounding force shook the vermilion bird's body. Xia Xianxian was the first to bear the brunt of the impact. A powerful force suddenly came. Ling Xiao screamed in fear. He raised his palms and slapped the force. He wouldn't allow Xia Xianxian to be hurt. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions resounded unceasingly. The raging fire spread everywhere. The vermilion bird had already taken the opportunity to fly to the side of the other fire beast. It clawed at the fire beast's body, tearing it apart. At the same time, it pecked at the fire beast's forehead. Only when the beast core of the flaming beast was broken could it be killed. The other flaming beast seized the chance to attack the vermilion bird from behind. With a closer look, there was one person missing from the vermilion bird's back. Big brother. Big brother, where are you? Don't scare me. Xia Xianxian pulled herself together and looked around. Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. She couldn't help but cry out in fear. It turned out that when Ling Xiao blocked the attack for Xia Xianxian, he was blown off the back of the vermilion bird. The flames here could burn anyone below the supreme being level into ashes. Even a half-incipient god realm expert couldn't withstand it. Although Xia Xianxian knew that Ling Xiao's strength was extraordinary, she did not believe that Ling Xiao would be able to withstand the terrifying flames here. Big brother, it's all my fault. I'll die with you. Xia Xianxian cried her heart out. She even wanted to jump off the back of the vermilion bird. However, the little vermilion bird transformed into a human and held on to Xia Xianxian tightly. Don't worry, little Xianxian. He should still be alive. He might be waiting for an opportunity to help mother. The little vermilion bird's words were indeed effective. Xia Xianxian immediately stopped her silly actions and looked at the little vermilion bird as she asked, Sister Kair, is what you said true? Of course it's true. I can even sense his aura nearby. The little vermilion bird replied. This time, Xia Xianxian was finally relieved. Indeed, after Ling Xiao was blasted away, he did not die. Instead, he fell into the sea of fire, which burned him in excruciating pain. Even though he had the help of the heavenly fire pearl, he still felt excruciating pain. If he were to be burned in this place for 10 days to half a month, his body would probably melt. It was a good thing that his physical body was strong to begin with. Coupled with the help of the heavenly fire pearl, he was still able to withstand the flames. As long as he had time to absorb the flames and refine them, he might be able to adapt to the heat in this place. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not have the chance to do so before he was targeted by many 10th level flaming beasts. They charged towards Ling Xiao and attempted to devour Ling Xiao whole. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. He had to deal with these flaming beasts as soon as possible and return to the vermilion bird's side. If he were to be separated from it, he would not know where to go next. Ling Xiao had once stayed in the chaotic area of the chaotic burial space, and was used to such a space that was filled with violent energy. He could withstand the power of the flames for the time being. He took a step forward and moved like a ghost. His finger turned into an arrow and shot towards the flaming beasts' foreheads. Swoosh swoosh. Beams of fiery light shot directly towards the flaming beasts' foreheads. These flaming beasts didn't have a strong defense. To Ling Xiao, they could be killed in just one attack. They were just at the middle or low level of 10th level flaming beasts. To Ling Xiao, they weren't a threat. However, the peak of 10th level flaming beasts gave Ling Xiao a headache. They were like fish in the water in this sea of fire. They were so intimidating that even a half-incipient God Realm expert couldn't resist them. Waves of fire came one after another with tremendous power. There were also a few that bit or rammed into Ling Xiao, wanting to trap and kill him before they were satisfied. Ling Xiao's murderous aura rose. He strode towards the divine beast vermilion bird. However, the divine beast vermilion bird seemed to be in trouble. 2 more level 11 flaming beasts had forced it to run away as if it had forgotten Shi Yin. Oh no! If I get separated from the divine beast vermilion bird, what should I do? Ling Xiao screamed. Right after that, he didn't hesitate to use his god's eyes to look into the distance and chase after the divine beast vermilion bird. However, the divine beast vermilion bird was at the peak of level 11. Its flying speed was so fast. How could Ling Xiao catch up with it? Not only could Ling Xiao not catch up with it, but he was also besieged by many flaming beasts. He had to break through the encirclement. However, those flaming beasts were in their own territory. They were moving fast, and they were besieging him in groups. It wasn't easy to cut a bloody way out. Moreover, those flaming beasts were almost immortal. If he couldn't break their beast dawn, they could recover immediately. Ling Xiao could only pray that no level 11 flaming beasts would appear. Otherwise, he didn't know what to do. At this moment, several peak level 10 flaming beasts had already surrounded him. The waves of fire they spat out together were extremely turbulent, and they directly enveloped Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was forced to counterattack. He originally wanted to use the Emperor Dragon Heaven Destroying technique to quickly destroy them. However, he had a flash of inspiration and thought of trying to use the power of the Origin Universe to attack. He immediately did it. He spread his palms, and the familiar power of the primordial world appeared in his eyes. The fresh trees and flowers, the Golden Wolf King, the Qilin Divine Beast, the Golden Dragon Divine Beast, the Ice Mountain, the Chilly Wind, the volcanic crater, all appeared in front of his eyes. However, just based on this illusory scene, not to mention destroying the flaming beasts, it was impossible for it to spread here. However, along with the injection of Ling Xiao's divine energy, the primordial world instantly became a few tens of thousands of meters wide, and it completely enveloped the nearby fiery domain. After that, the world immediately underwent a new change as his soul energy was injected into it. The tree fire spirit grew rapidly, the Golden Wolf King howled. The Qilin Divine Beast burst into flames, the True Dragon Divine Beast soared to the 9 heavens, icebergs and chilly winds were formed in an instant, and the crater of the volcano was ready to erupt at any moment. All of these images weren't just illusory attacks like they were in the past. Shockingly, they were material existences that were condensed into form, and they were like an expanse of spatial turbulence as they charged and enveloped the flaming beasts. The reason it was so difficult for Ling Xiao's primordial world to form was because he cultivated in multiple elements at the same time, and his original world energy was at the top-rate royal grade realm. So it wasn't so easy to comprehend the crux of it. If it was purely the energy of the elements, then Ling Xiao would have probably comprehended it a long time ago. Presently, the energy of the primordial world was still weak and incomplete, but its might couldn't be underestimated. However, in this fiery domain, the tree fire spirit, golden wolf, ice mountain, and so on hadn't been able to exert their true might before they were burned to death. Fortunately, the Qilin divine beast and the volcanic crater's might was boosted instead, and they charged directly into the midst of the flaming beasts and wreaked havoc on their bodies. However, this attack hadn't completely destroyed their beast cores, and they still had a chance to be reborn. However, Ling Xiao didn't want them to be reborn, and he'd already thought of a way to subdue them. He directly flashed over and gathered their beast cores together, and then he used his energy to isolate the nearby flames. His palm was immediately suffused with a cold energy, and layers of ice crystals firmly sealed their beast cores, causing them to be unable to gather the flames from the outside world and reform their bodies. Ling Xiao's thick ice seal couldn't be maintained for long under such high temperatures, so he put them into the medicinal cauldron and completely isolated them from this fiery domain, making it impossible for them to be reborn. After taking down these peak of the 10th step flame beasts, the pressure on Ling Xiao was greatly reduced, and he immediately broke out of the encirclement. He didn't know how long he had been running for, but he had completely lost sight of the vermilion bird divine beast. However, the number of flame beasts he encountered wasn't few at all, and the power of the flames was getting stronger and stronger, burning him to the point that he felt extremely uncomfortable. This made him wonder if he had rushed to the territory of the flame beasts. Ling Xiao really had no other choice. He simply stopped moving, and as long as the flame beasts appeared, he would immediately kill them. After all, the intelligence of the flame beasts wasn't high, and they only knew how to attack blindly. Their defense was extremely weak, allowing him to easily destroy the beast's core, or directly pick it out and freeze it. Ling Xiao unexpectedly discovered that the heavenly fire pearl was extremely interested in the flame beast's beast core, and actually sent him a message that it wanted to absorb it. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, then immediately took out a flame beast's beast core that was sealed in ice. A wisp of flame appeared in his palm, and entangled with the beast core. Zizi. The beast core actually wanted to borrow the power of the flames to regenerate its body, but its power was forcefully absorbed and divided by the flames, causing it to be unable to borrow the flames at all. It even sucked the beast core's power into its sea of consciousness. The demonic heavenly fire pearl released a cheerful intent, and its suction force immediately increased. A ball of flame wrapped around the beast core, absorbing the beast core's power to its heart's content. Ling Xiao could feel that as the heavenly fire pearl absorbed the power of the inferno beast's core, the flames it emitted were actually able to assimilate the power of the Inferno realm's raging flames, and reduce the pain he felt. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He believed that as long as the demonic heavenly fire pearl absorbed the power of a few more beast cores, it would definitely be able to completely resist the power of the fire domain, allowing him to move freely here. He wouldn't need to consume too much divine power to block the flames. However, just as Ling Xiao was feeling complacent, a stage 11 flame beast quietly appeared. This time he was definitely in big trouble. Chapter 1438. Even though it was only a low-level 11th order flame beast, its strength was amplified here, and its attack power was definitely comparable to that of a peak low-level beast, or even a mid-level one. Ling Xiao was so focused on absorbing the power of the beast core that he didn't notice that the 11th order flame beast had quietly arrived. It seemed to be more patient, and its eyes, which were filled with hostility, were emitting a thick radiance. It was only 1,000 meters away from Ling Xiao. Suddenly, it sped up and swooped down like a wave of fire. The flame beast's life aura was extremely weak, and this was its territory. If it wanted to hide, it would not be easy to find, not to mention that it was so powerful. When Ling Xiao noticed the movement, it was already too late for him to dodge. He roared in alarm and swung his fist to block it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The collision of forces caused the entire fiery domain to churn endlessly. A figure was knocked far away by the wave of fire, and the golden blood he spat out was instantly evaporated by the flames here. Ling Xiao was injured. There was no way he wouldn't be injured. The other party was an 11th order flame beast, and the power of its charge was enormous. If it weren't for his abnormal physical body, this blow would have been enough to take his life. Ling Xiao dragged his injured body and retreated, the ancient Emperor Divine Art constantly healing his injuries. At the same time, the Bodhi Divine Bow appeared in his hand, and a non-Bodhi Divine arrow was knocked on it as he instantly shot towards the flame beast. The reason why Ling Xiao didn't dare to use the Bodhi Divine arrow was because the fire attribute energy here was too violent. As the saying goes, fire restrains wood, so it would be difficult for him to display the true power of the Bodhi Divine Bow. Instead, it would waste the limited Bodhi Divine arrow. So Ling Xiao had no choice but to use the special top-grade arrow instead. However, after changing to the special arrow, he couldn't display the true power of the Bodhi Divine Bow. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's strength was not the same as before. Even if he couldn't display the terrifying power of the Bodhi Divine Bow, the power of this arrow was enough to shake an ordinary sovereign. After all, Ling Xiao had raised all of his strength, and his combat strength was definitely very powerful. Xiao. The divine arrow feather attacked the flaming beast. However, before the divine arrow feather could reach the flaming beast, it was burned to ashes by the raging flames in front of it. I'm going to faint. I forgot that these flames can burn any divine weapon. Only ancient god weapons can withstand it. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart and continued to retreat. At the same time, he stretched out two fingers, and two completely different forces blasted towards the flaming beast. Emperor Dragon Heaven Destroying Art, 6th move, Twin Dragon Baneful Wind. The fire burned the finance, and the wind fueled the fire of the liquid gold. This kind of destructive force directly hit the flame beast's forehead. Not only did the flame beast not avoid it, but it also opened its mouth and absorbed the energy. Rumble. The power of Ling Xiao's finger attack could be compared to the power of a true incipient god realm expert. It directly exploded the flaming beast. The flame beast's body started to fester, but it quickly recovered with the help of the fire. Ling Xiao took advantage of the opportunity to close in once again. He pointed out with his finger again, and this time it was even more powerful than before. This finger attack was the real killer move. The previous finger attack was just a trick to distract the enemy. It was the embodiment of Ling Xiao's rich fighting experience, and also his brilliant fighting skills. Indeed, the flame beast with low intelligence couldn't dodge. Its forehead was directly hit by Ling Xiao's finger attack. The finger radiance directly broke through the flame beast's not very thick defense, and directly attacked its beast core. Of course, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to use this finger attack to blow up the flame beast. It just affected its movement a little bit, making it unable to recover quickly, and affecting its attack. Ling Xiao roared and used the Emperor Dragon Heaven Destroying Art one more time. The power of his fist directly smashed the entire space into nothingness. Each of his punches smashed the flame beast's body into smithereens. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, seemed to have gone all out. Each of his punches contained all his divine power. Each punch was enough to collapse the mountains and split the earth. In the end, the flame beast's head was also blown up by Ling Xiao's punch. The beast core wanted to regenerate its power, but Ling Xiao directly grabbed it and sealed it in ice. He didn't give it any chance and quickly put it into the medicine cauldron. After taking down the 11th level flame beast, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He had used up a lot of his divine power. He immediately took out a divine elixir and swallowed it, recovering much of his strength. At the same time, the demon heavenly fire pearl continued to absorb the flame beast's beast core to increase its power, so that he could adapt to the environment here as much as possible. For some reason, after the 11th level flame beast appeared, no other flame beasts rushed over. It was as if they had all disappeared at the same time. Ling Xiao was happy to have the peace and quiet. He immediately sped up the absorption of the flame beast's beast core. After a few beast cores were absorbed by the heavenly fire pearl, the heavenly fire pearl's power increased greatly. Quite a bit of feedback power flowed down towards Ling Xiao's divine bridge. Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. He didn't think that these flame beast's beast cores would actually allow the heavenly fire pearl to advance. The power it gave back just happened to deepen his foundation, allowing him to compress it again and again. Once he broke through to the Supreme Being stage, he would definitely be able to stabilize his realm. After all, The heavenly fire pearl still couldn't reach the same level of strength as him. Unless it advanced another level, the power it gave back might be able to break through his realm's strength and directly reach the Supreme Being stage. Of course, if he wanted to advance another level, he still had to absorb a large amount of fire attribute energy here, or the flame beast cores. Ling Xiao didn't act too hastily. Now that the heavenly fire pearl had advanced, the burning pain had disappeared. He only felt a little hot and dry here, but other than that, he didn't feel any discomfort. However, if he wanted to continue advancing, he still wouldn't be able to block out even more intense flame areas. He didn't dare to move recklessly now. He continued to absorb the flame beast cores and the flame energy around him, replenishing the heavenly fire pearl's power. At the same time, he quietly waited for the vermilion bird to come find him. He believed that the vermilion bird was incomparably familiar with this place. Not only could it shake off the flame beasts, it could also sense his presence. However, after staying here for a long time, the vermilion bird still hadn't come to find him. This made Ling Xiao a little annoyed. If he were to let him wander around this vast fire field, he didn't know when he would reach the end. He allowed the heavenly fire pearl to absorb the energy here on its own. At the same time, he prepared to look around to see if he could find any divine objects. The Genesis stone was in the flame beast's territory. Could it be here as well? Just as Ling Xiao was using his God's eye to scan the surroundings, another danger quietly approached. Ling Xiao observed for a while, and saw that there were fire divine crystals and fire meteorites nearby. He didn't think twice and immediately went over to collect them. The fire divine crystals that could be preserved well in this place could be considered top-quality divine crystals. Compared to ordinary divine crystals, they were dozens of times more valuable. To warriors who cultivated the fire attribute, they were the best divine crystals to absorb. Moreover, the fire meteorites in this place were much purer than the ones he had encountered on the way here. After he collected these divine crystals and fire meteorites, he wanted to continue searching. However, the heavenly fire pearl in his sea of consciousness kept jumping, sending out extremely intense and nervous signals. What's going on? Ling Xiao also became anxious. All of a sudden, a wave of fire that was even more intense than the ones in this area rushed over. Ling Xiao thought that it was the appearance of an even more terrifying flame beast, so he hastily retreated. However, the strange thing was that the fire waves were just scaring people. They actually all retreated, and all the flames in the vicinity were surging towards one direction, as if something was attracting them. Ling Xiao felt very strange. The heavenly fire pearl in his sea of consciousness was jumping more and more violently, as if a great enemy was approaching. Ling Xiao looked through the flames and gradually saw a vague shadow. This shadow was definitely not a flame beast, but the shadow of a bird beast. The bird raised its head, its body was thin, and its flaming wings were fluttering. When the fire bird came closer, Ling Xiao was so happy. Vermilion bird divine beast. This fire bird looked exactly the same as the vermilion bird divine beast. It looked exceptionally beautiful. Right when Ling Xiao was about to confront it, his face suddenly changed. He shouted in fear, "No, it's not the vermilion bird." Following that, he quickly retreated, his body already drenched in cold sweat from the shock. Although this fire bird looked exactly the same as the vermilion bird, it did not have the rich life aura of the vermilion bird. The color of its feathers was also completely different, and there was no xia xian, or the little vermilion bird on its back. Its sharp eyes were filled with intense hostility. It gave off a feeling similar to the flame beast, but it was much more terrifying. This was a terrifying realm that had reached the middle stage of the 11th level. This fire bird had actually sucked away all the flames within tens of thousands of meters, turning the area into nothingness. It stared at Ling Xiao with a savage expression, but it did not attack immediately. Instead, it looked up to the sky and chirped a few times. Screech. As its voice fell, the heavenly fire pearl in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness kept urging him to leave. If he did not leave, the heavenly fire pearl would rush out of Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness and escape by itself. Ling Xiao was no longer confident. Facing this fire bird that had caused the heavenly fire pearl to lose its composure, he had no chance of winning. If he did not escape, he would die. Ling Xiao turned around and began to escape at full speed. His speed was comparable to that of an ordinary supreme being, so fast that not even his shadow could be seen. However, even though he was fast, the firebird was even faster. It had the ability to control all flames. With a flap of its wings, countless flaming feathers immediately circled around Ling Xiao from both sides, sealing off all of Ling Xiao's escape routes. Then the firebird's real body finally moved, pecking directly at Ling Xiao's head. This firebird was already at the mid-stage 11th level, and its speed was many times faster than Ling Xiao's. In the blink of an eye, it was above Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao did not even have a chance to react. The firebird was already pecking at Ling Xiao's head. This peck would definitely kill a low-level supreme being. Even a mid-level supreme being would die if he could not avoid it. After all, the head was the most important part of a human. Once it was destroyed, death was inevitable. Ling Xiao was only at the great circle of the incipient god realm. Could he withstand the power of this firebird's peck? Chapter 1439. Pain. Ling Xiao felt a sharp pain from the top of his head, and his entire body was sent plummeting downwards. Fortunately, his head was fine. With the powerful defense of the divine dragon phoenix hoop, his head wouldn't be damaged. Unless he had a top-grade ancient divine weapon, Ling Xiao's head would at most feel a jolt of pain no matter what kind of heavy blow he received. On the other hand, the firebird was sent flying by the power of the divine dragon phoenix hoop. Its sharp beak was deformed, and it cried out in pain. The way it looked at Ling Xiao had changed. It had thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow, but it didn't expect that it would peck a steel plate instead. It was in so much pain. Ling Xiao came back to his senses and rubbed his head, which was still intact. He rejoiced in his heart. This bird is really scary. It's best to escape. Ling Xiao didn't dare to stay any longer, and tried to escape again. He didn't have the strength to challenge this firebird. Ling Xiao directly dove into this space. This was the direction that the heavenly fire pearl had pointed him in. Regardless of whether it was correct or not, he had to escape first. This time, Ling Xiao used all his strength and fled at full speed. He definitely couldn't let this firebird target him again. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. The firebird seemed to be afraid of Ling Xiao, and it didn't chase after him immediately. Ling Xiao didn't know how long he had been fleeing. He discovered that the flames below were becoming more and more intense, burning him to the point that even the power of the heavenly fire pearl couldn't withstand it. F***ck, what kind of flames are these? Even a supreme being is about to be burned to death. Ling Xiao had no choice but to fly up quite a distance. He knew that if he continued to go down, he would definitely be roasted by the purplish-black flames below. Needless to say, the purplish-black flames below were definitely top-grade flames. Why did the heavenly fire pearl bring him here? Just as Ling Xiao was feeling puzzled, he looked through the thick purplish-black flames and discovered a purplish-black boulder. This purplish-black boulder was extremely thick, and the purplish-black flames seemed to have appeared on it. Ling Xiao could feel a strong primordial energy from this boulder. This was a kind of energy that could only be formed when the primordial energy was extremely concentrated. Is this the Genesis Source Stone? Ling Xiao couldn't help but scream in surprise. Ling Xiao's heart raced. He had never seen the Genesis Stone before, but he could feel the thick fire element Genesis power in this place. If it wasn't the Genesis Stone, it would be impossible. He had never thought that the Genesis Stone he needed would appear under his feet. No wonder why the Sky Fire Bead couldn't help but want to come here. If the Heaven Fire Bead could absorb all the dark purple flames around the Genesis Stone, it could grow into a more intimidating existence. At that time, its flame could even burn down a supreme incipient god realm expert. Whoosh! While Ling Xiao was thinking about how to take the Genesis Stone, the firebird screeched in fear. A fiery shadow dashed towards him. This time, Ling Xiao couldn't dodge anymore. He had to find a way to chase the firebird away. Otherwise, not only would he lose the Genesis Stone, but he would also be killed by the firebird. Ling Xiao's God Soul clone appeared. This time he couldn't reserve anything. The God Soul clone had the power of a supreme expert, but it didn't have the supernatural abilities of a supreme expert. However, it could increase its fighting competence dozens of times. Moreover, It could use the Imperial Dragon Sky extinguishing technique. It was enough to stall the Firebird. The God Soul clone punched out many terrifying fists. With the help of the firepower around, it continuously bombarded the Firebird. The Firebird looked disdainful. It flapped its wings, and countless amounts of fire energy were drawn to it. Unexpectedly, the fiery fists that Ling Xiao had shot out were smashed by it. Ling Xiao realized that he didn't know how to play with fire in front of it. The Firebird quickly flew to the front of Ling Xiao's God Soul clone. Its flaming wings directly slashed at Ling Xiao's waist, trying to cut Ling Xiao into halves. Ling Xiao didn't dodge, but he faced the Firebird's flaming wings head-on. He believed that the body of this Firebird and the other flaming beasts wasn't perfect. They were all condensed from flames. Besides the fierceness of the fire, it wouldn't have much of an impact. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Powerful forces collided. Ling Xiao's fists didn't suffer much damage, but he was blown away by the Firebird's power. The Firebird's flaming wings slightly dispersed, and it instantly attracted the nearby flames to recover. In this environment, the Firebird was almost invincible, unless Ling Xiao could hurt its beast core like he did with the flaming beasts. However, the Firebird's power couldn't be compared to the flaming beasts. It was more than 10 times stronger than the previous level, 11 flaming beasts, and its intelligence was higher than theirs. Under such circumstances, even though Ling Xiao's God Soul clone had the ability to increase its power, it couldn't easily take it down. Moreover, it looked like it wanted to kill Ling Xiao, as if there was something about Ling Xiao that was worth its attention. Ling Xiao's God Soul clone unleashed the Emperor Dragon Heaven extinguishing art to the extreme, and the power it released was infinitely close to that of a mid-stage supreme being. The sea of flames in the vicinity surged and churned violently. Even though Ling Xiao was already fighting with all his strength, it was already very good that he could block the Firebird's attack. It was almost impossible to take it down. His God Soul clone had consumed a lot of energy, and it was already injured multiple times. If he wasn't careful, this God Soul clone would be killed by the Firebird. On the other side, Ling Xiao's true body was already making all his preparations. He was thinking of a way to get close to the Firebird, and use the Divine Bodhi Bow and Divine Bodhi Arrow to launch the best counterattack. This was the only ancient god weapon he could take out. Whether or not he could injure the Firebird depended on this attack. However, the greatest weakness of the Divine Bodhi Bow was that it was greatly affected by the environment. Therefore, he had to get close to the Firebird in order to guarantee that he could kill it in one shot. Of course, the best method was to use his God Soul clone to shoot. His strength was much stronger than his true body. However, without his God Soul clone to restrain it, how could his true body stand a chance against the Firebird? However, before he shot, Ling Xiao did something shocking. His divine obsidian cauldron actually enveloped the purplish-black flames below, absorbing the vast amount of purplish-black flames into the cauldron. If it was an ordinary ancient god artifact, it would have been melted by the flames before it could collect them. However, the divine obsidian cauldron was a top-grade ancient god artifact like the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. It was one of the most powerful divine artifacts. The divine obsidian cauldron could absorb such a flame, and it was enough to burn a supreme incipient god realm expert into ashes. Why did Ling Xiao want to absorb this flame? In the next moment, the answer was clear. Ling Xiao lifted the divine obsidian cauldron, which had become so massive, with a powerful aura, as if he could move the mountain to repay the world. It was also at this time that Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger was almost exhausted. It was no longer able to fight the Firebird, so it instantly returned to his knowledge sea, lest the divine soul doppelganger was completely destroyed. That would not be worth it. The Firebird found that Ling Xiao's God Soul clone was gone, so its target was Ling Xiao's true body. Come on, bastard, this king will play with fire with you. Ling Xiao roared angrily. As soon as Ling Xiao's voice fell, he tilted the divine obsidian cauldron to the side, and his palm fiercely slapped the bottom of the divine obsidian cauldron. Clang. As Ling Xiao's palm slammed against the bottom of the divine obsidian cauldron, a terrifying power akin to the explosion of a star suddenly burst forth from the mouth of the cauldron. Countless purplish-black flames rapidly burned towards the Firebird. These purple-black flames were extremely powerful. When they exploded, they drowned and replaced the ordinary purple flames. The temperature in the surroundings instantly soared. Even the protective divine light of a supreme expert would be completely burned and evaporated. Even a supreme expert wouldn't be able to withstand it, and would be burned alive. The firebird seemed to be very afraid of these purple-black flames. It cried out in alarm, but it was already too late for it to escape. Its entire body was being burned, and its fiery feathers were constantly melting. Its entire body was about to be burned and destroyed. As for Ling Xiao, he wanted to take the opportunity to shoot arrows, but he was similarly burned by the terrifying flames. He hurriedly put away the divine obsidian cauldron and hid far away. At the same time, he used the heavenly fire pearl to get rid of these purple-black flames. However, these purple-black flames were extremely powerful. The flames of the heavenly fire pearl couldn't devour them. Instead, the purple-black flames incessantly burned Ling Xiao's arm. Very soon it was already charred black. It was so painful that Ling Xiao cried out repeatedly. He had no choice but to use the innate Yin Wind Pearl's Yin Qi and the ice attribute's absolute chill to suppress these purple-black flames at the same time. He planned to extinguish them, but it was to no avail. These purple-black flames were too violent, and their power was too extreme. If there were more purple-black flames on his body, he would have been completely burned to ashes. Damn it, I might as well just cut off my arm. Ling Xiao was tormented to the point that he was sweating profusely. The pain was unbearable. His arm was about to be crippled, and it was still spreading to the other parts of his body. He roared in alarm and wanted to tear off his arm. After all, after reaching the Divine King realm, even broken limbs could be regenerated. It was just that it would consume a lot of divine power. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to do so, the heavenly fire pearl finally unleashed all its power. Balls of deep purple flames forcefully dragged the purple-black flames into the spiritual sea to refine it. After all, the heavenly fire pearl had just advanced, and its power had increased explosively. It might not be able to deal with a large amount of purple-black flames, but it could still deal with this bit of purple-black flames. Refining and absorbing these purple-black flames would also be of great benefit to the heavenly fire pearl. Ling Xiao sensed the situation of the heavenly fire pearl in his spiritual sea. The purple-black flames had already been devoured by it, and it was still giving off a feeling of joy. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and quickly healed his charred arm. He wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "These flames are really terrifying. If I can collect some of them, even if I were to fight against a supreme being, I would be able to catch them off guard. I might even be able to burn them to death." Just as Ling Xiao was about to do so, he heard the firebird's cry of alarm again. Ling Xiao was shocked. It's still not dead. Chapter 1440. The firebird was also born here, but it imitated the vermilion bird divine beast's appearance and attack pattern, which puzzled Ling Xiao. However, its power of fire was at most one level higher than the heavenly fire bead, so it should have been melted by the purplish-black flames. But now he could still hear it screeching. This made Ling Xiao very surprised. Ling Xiao looked into the distance and saw a fiery figure struggling. The two flames were entangled, and the purplish-black flames had the upper hand. Under the fiery figure was the firebird's beast core. No, it wasn't a beast core, but a bead. A round jade-like bead was entangled by two kinds of flames, exuding a strong aura of fire origin. Above it was the shadow of the firebird. It was constantly struggling and gathering the power of fire, but it was unable to digest the purple-black flames all at once. It was as if it was being burned black and blue by the purple-black flames, but at the same time, it seemed as if it was trying to assimilate the purple-black flames and absorb them into the bead. After a while, as the purplish-black flames were absorbed into the bead, the firebird's shadow became much more real, and the color of its feathers gradually changed. However, it was still impossible for it to transform into a real firebird in an instant. It needed a much larger amount of purplish-black flames to achieve that. Moreover, the bead had also changed. Fine cracks appeared on the bead's body. It was obvious that it couldn't withstand absorbing and assimilating the purplish-black flames. When Ling Xiao saw this, he couldn't help but exclaim, This firebird is transformed from the heavenly fire bead? Could it be that the heavenly fire bead can transform when it reaches a certain level? Ling Xiao thought back to the blazing flame bead that he had refined in the past. It was a bead that could take shape, but it didn't have any life aura. It was just an illusory form and couldn't be compared to this firebird. And this bead that had transformed into a firebird clearly had this ability. He wondered if his demonic heavenly fire bead could also transform? Or could it become an independent existence after reaching a certain level? After all, everything in the world had its own laws. When things reached a certain level, they might be able to transform into something new. Otherwise, how could there be all sorts of creatures in the world? Ling Xiao finally understood why the demon sky fire bead was so nervous and afraid. It turned out that this firebird was the same kind of sky fire bead that wanted to devour it to advance. The reason why those flaming beasts no longer appeared was probably because of the appearance of the heavenly fire bead. This was the nirvana space, so this heavenly fire orb that could already transform into a human form for battle should be called the nirvana heavenly fire orb. Furthermore, it was currently undergoing its first round of evolution. Perhaps after this evolution, it could really become a different kind of divine beast, the vermilion bird. This nirvana heavenly fire orb was indeed worthy of its name. Now was definitely the best time for Ling Xiao to escape, but Ling Xiao did not want to give up on the urge to take this heaven-defying heavenly fire pearl for himself. Once he was unable to subdue it, he would definitely be devoured by it and die. Ling Xiao had no choice but to carefully consider whether he should make a move on this nirvanic heavenly fire pearl or not. This was a heaven-defying opportunity, but it was also the most dangerous crisis. The demon sky fire bead in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness kept urging Ling Xiao to leave. Even if it wanted to stay here and slowly increase its level, it did not want to become the energy for the nirvanic heavenly fire pearl to advance. It seems that it can't refine this purple-black fire in a short time. If I send more purple-black fire over, will it be able to burn that bead? If I do that, will its energy be divided? Ling Xiao ignored the demon sky fire bead's urging and thought about what to do next. In fact, deep in his heart, he really wanted to take this nirvanic heavenly fire pearl. Forget it. Let's go back and take the Genesis stone first. Ling Xiao could not think of how to take this nirvanic heavenly fire pearl, so he decided to take the Genesis stone first. The Genesis stone was covered by layers of purple-black fire. Ling Xiao could not get close to it. He did not want to be burned by these purple-black fire. Even if he could not get close to the Genesis stone, he had plenty of ways to take it. Ling Xiao enlarged the obsidian cauldron again, and shrouded the Genesis stone below. While he was taking the Genesis stone, he was also taking a lot of purple-black fire. Even if these purple-black fire had the power to burn an ancient divine weapon, they were still a little weaker than the obsidian cauldron, a top ancient divine weapon. Rumble. When the Genesis stone was pulled up by the strong suction, it let out a series of muffled sounds, causing the purple-black fire nearby to become incomparably wild. Ling Xiao had no choice but to fly up a bit more to avoid being touched by the purple-black flames. As the Genesis stone was slowly lifted, more and more pieces of dark purple divine crystals flew out from its original position. Ling Xiao was extremely happy. This kind of purple-black divine crystal was absolutely the purest and best of all divine crystals. How could he let it go? Ling Xiao waved his hand and sucked one of the purple-black divine crystals into his palm. An incomparably scorching power entangled him. There is still some purple-black fire left. The power it contains is really not random. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He directly shattered the purple-black fire and absorbed its power. Wisps of frantic power entered his body. He could clearly feel that the power contained in this purple-black divine crystal was more than 100 times thicker than the best quality fire divine crystal. This was a divine crystal that had stayed beside the Genesis stone for a long time. It was already stained with the Genesis power. The power it contained was naturally incomparably vast. To a god king who cultivated the fire attribute, this power was definitely not any weaker than a stalk of divine grass. Dozens of purple-black divine crystals were probably enough for a low-level god king to directly reach the peak of low-level god king realm. At the same time, it could also condense wisps of purple-black origin flame to strengthen the offensive power of the fire. Ling Xiao was extremely happy when he felt the surging power of these purple-black divine crystals. He waved his hand and collected all of them into the obsidian divine cauldron. The obsidian divine cauldron was divided into a total of 5 layers. Each layer had a different space. The first layer was the largest. He had already divided it into several regions. One region was for people to quietly cultivate. One region was for various divine materials. The purple-black divine crystals were grouped together in this region. The other region was for the purple-black fire and the Genesis stone. If he didn't divide the regions, Xinyu Xiangma and Jiangxian would not have a place to stay in the medicinal cauldron. However, when most of the purple-black divine crystals fell into the divine cauldron, the nirvanic heavenly fire bead in the distance moved. It actually used the flames to directly sweep the purple-black divine crystals towards it. There were many purple-black divine crystals in the vicinity. Ling Xiao only collected half of them. The remaining half was actually snatched by the nirvanic heavenly fire bead. This really made Ling Xiao's heart ache. Damn the heavenly fire bead. Does it also want to absorb the power of these purple-black divine crystals? Ling Xiao cursed inwardly. At this moment, the mountain-like Genesis stone was finally completely collected by the obsidian divine cauldron. As the Genesis stone was taken, the space around this area became chaotic. The purple-black flames vaguely showed signs of storming up from below. Ling Xiao retrieved the obsidian divine cauldron. He already wanted to escape as soon as possible. However, when he looked at the nirvanic heavenly fire bead that had already healed the cracks on the bead, he was filled with reluctance. If it was collected and the demonic heavenly fire bead fused with it, its power would definitely be shocking. It could even melt an ancient divine tool. At that time, when fighting with any supremes, it would have a huge advantage. However, even if Ling Xiao racked his brains, he could not think of any way to subdue this nirvanic heavenly fire bead. After all, his demonic heavenly fire bead was definitely not of a higher level than the nirvanic heavenly fire bead, and his current strength was not enough to directly suppress it. Furthermore, none of his divine tools could do anything to it. Even the obsidian divine cauldron was unable to directly suck it into the cauldron. After all, it had already developed intelligence and consciousness. Unless it was willing, it would only be possible. After hesitating for a while, Ling Xiao already knew that he had no other choice but to leave immediately. Otherwise, the rising purple-black fire would float up and burn him to ashes. Right at this moment, a series of loud and clear neigh sounds rang out in alarm. Whoosh! Ling Xiao looked to the side and saw a fire shadow rushing over from a direction. On top of the fire shadow, there were obviously 2 human figures. Ling Xiao was overjoyed and quickly rushed towards the fire shadow. It was the vermilion bird divine beast. It had brought Xia Xianxian and the little vermilion bird to find him. When Xia Xianxian saw that Ling Xiao was safe and sound, she immediately cried out, "Big brother! Big brother!" Previously, in order to get rid of those flame beasts, the vermilion bird had no choice but to bring Xia Xianxian and the little vermilion bird away. After all, it believed that Xia Xianxian and the little vermilion bird were the existences it valued the most. When Ling Xiao was blasted down, it could not immediately save him. Otherwise, if it was surrounded by those stage 11 flame beasts, it might still be able to deal with them and escape, but it would definitely affect the safety of Xia Xianxian and the little vermilion bird. Ling Xiao flew to the side of the vermilion bird divine beast, looked at Xia Xianxian and said, "Haha, it's great to be able to see you guys. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do." Suddenly, Xia Xianxian threw herself into Ling Xiao's embrace and cried, "Big brother, I'm sorry I almost killed you. I thought you were gone." This girl's crying revealed her true feelings, which warmed Ling Xiao's heart. Ling Xiao gently caressed Xia Xuanxuan's back and said, "Don't cry, I'm fine, aren't I? I just got separated from you guys, that's all. Let's go now. I've already obtained the Genesis stone." Ling Xiao didn't know how many days had passed since he had entered this nirvana space. It could have been 1 year or 2 years. However, as he could get the Genesis stone, he had reached his goal this time. However, when Ling Xiao let Xia Xianxian return to the vermilion bird divine beast's back, the vermilion bird divine beast discovered the existence of the nirvana flame bead and rushed towards it. Ling Xiao turned pale with fright and exclaimed, Don't go over. Chapter 1441. The Nirvana Skyfire bead's power was terrifying for it to be able to condense into an intermediate stage 11th level firebird. Ling Zhao's demonic Skyfire bead had just evolved. If it were to transform, it would at most reach advanced stage 10th level. The reason why it wasn't afraid of the flames here was naturally because they came from the same source. It could also borrow their power to increase its strength. Therefore, even though the demonic Skyfire bead had evolved, it was still very fearful of the Nirvana Skyfire bead. If the Nirvana Skyfire bead could successfully break through this time, it would probably reach the peak of intermediate stage 11th level, or even advanced stage 11th level. However, the process of breaking through wasn't something that could be done overnight. It would take a few years if it was fast, and a few hundred years if it was slow. It might even take 1,000 years or more. As for the demonic Skyfire bead in Ling Zhao's consciousness, it was able to break through so quickly because its level wasn't too high. Secondly, it had been in Ling Zhao's consciousness for a long time, and had been cleansed by Ling Zhao's mental energy fluid and soul force. It already possessed a higher level of intelligence. Moreover, every time Ling Zhao's strength increased, it also benefited greatly. It had long reached a bottleneck, so it wouldn't be a problem for it to break through in a short period of time. The Nirvana Skyfire bead was trying to think of a way to resist the purplish-black flames. At the same time, it was planning to use the purplish-black flames to undergo a new round of transformation and breakthrough. However, something unexpected happened at this moment. The vermilion bird actually charged toward the Nirvana Skyfire bead. Ling Xiao was shocked to the extreme. Xia Xianxian had just returned to the vermilion bird's back. If she was touched by the purplish-black flames along with the vermilion bird, wouldn't she be dead? Ling Xiao instantly chased after her from behind. He used his dragon-capturing claw to grab Xia Xianxian. He had to protect her. However, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than the vermilion bird. He couldn't even touch the corner of Xia Xuanxuan's clothes. No, Ling Xiao could already see the vermilion bird diving into the purplish-black flames to devour the Nirvana Skyfire bead. Ling Xiao's heart was already in his throat. He didn't hesitate to rush in that direction. There was a large amount of purplish-black flames in front of him. This was the result of using the medicinal cauldron to deal with the firebird. Now, it had become his burial fire. But when Ling Xiao rushed over, a strange scene appeared. The large and small vermilion bird had already split up. The large vermilion bird held the escaping Nirvanic Skyfire orb in its mouth, as if it wanted to devour it, while the small vermilion bird had devoured all of the nearby purple-black flames. Xia Xianxian, on the other hand, was completely fine. The divine robe she wore emitted a powerful energy, wrapping around her perfectly, allowing her to remain completely unaffected by the sea of flames. Ling Xiao stopped in an instant and heaved a heavy sigh of relief. He hadn't expected that the vermilion bird mythological beast had already prepared a backup plan. It had really given him a fright. Xianxian, come over here. The purplish-black flames are very scary. Ling Xiao shouted. The dragon-capturing claw reappeared and instantly pulled Xia Xianxian over from thousands of miles away. Big brother, I'm fine. I just feel a little hot. Xia Xianxian said. What are they doing? They even dare to absorb the purplish-black flames? Aren't they afraid of being hurt by the flames? Ling Xiao pointed at the two vermilion birds and said, Big brother, don't worry. They have the body of the fire god. No fire can hurt them. The purplish-black flames contain great power. It's the essence they need to enhance their strength. Xia Xianxian explained. Ling Xiao slapped his forehead. Only then did he remember that the fire god was the vermilion bird divine beast. No matter how strong the flames were, they couldn't hurt them at all. He really worried for nothing. However, Ling Xiao was very concerned about the Nirvana flame pearl. It was actually swallowed by the vermilion bird divine beast. The vermilion bird divine beast cried out incessantly. Waves of flames spread out in all directions like waves of fire. The power of the vibrations was incomparably terrifying. Ling Xiao immediately pulled Xia Xianxian away without thinking. Once they were affected by its power, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. The little vermilion bird divine beast didn't stay beside the big vermilion bird divine beast. It actually rushed towards the purplish-black flames that were floating in the air. It opened its mouth and tried to absorb them all. Ling Xiao's horizons were greatly broadened. A divine beast was worthy of being called a divine beast. It really wasn't something ordinary beasts could compare to. They really had a unique tenbin. After an unknown amount of time, the little vermilion bird had absorbed most of the purplish-black flames and the purplish-black divine crystals below. Its aura was now close to the peak of the mid-10th order. Obviously, these purplish-black divine crystals were great supplements for it, causing it to cry out happily. It flew back to Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian, and handed over a pile of purplish-black divine crystals to Xia Xianxian. Little Xianxian, put them away. They'll be of great benefit to you. Xia Xianxian didn't stand on ceremony. She put these purplish-black divine crystals into her spatial ring and smiled. Thank you, big sister K. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have advanced to this realm so quickly. Indeed, when Xia Xianxian first entered this nirvana space, she was only at the level of the Holy Emperor. But after leaving this place, she reached the mid-stage Divine King realm in one fell swoop, and obtained the help of the vermilion bird divine beast. The purplish-black divine crystals in front of her were also a kind of divine object. For a fire attribute cultivator like her, they were of unparalleled benefit. Alright, let's go back first. Mother won't be done so soon. It might be taking this opportunity to make a breakthrough, the little vermilion bird said. It then looked at Ling Xiao and said, Thank you. If you hadn't come here and attracted this bead, my mother wouldn't have been able to find it and eat it. Ling Xiao was taken aback for a moment, but then he waved his hand and said, It was just a coincidence. Ling Xiao's heart was filled with bitterness and satisfaction. He had wanted to take this nirvana fire bead for himself, but now it had become food for the vermilion bird divine beast. From the little vermilion bird's tone, it seemed like the big vermilion bird could use this nirvana fire bead to make a breakthrough and reach the advanced stage of the 11th stage. When that time came, its combat power would probably be unbeatable. Under the little vermilion bird's lead, Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian left the big vermilion bird's territory. Their goal was to go to the vermilion bird divine beast's territory. The little vermilion bird was obviously very familiar with this place. It chose a direction that completely avoided the areas where flaming beasts roamed. Along the way, Ling Xiao took the opportunity to ask Xia Xianxian about the research on the vermilion bird divine beast's territory. Would it be a fire domain like this? However, Xia Xuanxuan's answer surprised Ling Xiao. It was a land that existed in the fire domain, and there was a very tall flaming tree. That tree was one of the 9 divine trees, the divine parasol tree. The divine parasol tree was a divine tree exclusively inhabited by vermilion birds and phoenixes. It had the aura and attributes of divine beasts, and a single parasol tree could make a martial artist have the body of a fire god. It could increase one's divine power, and was extremely helpful in controlling fire god power. Apart from that, it also had the miraculous effect of resurrection. This miraculous effect of resurrection was different from the miraculous effect of resurrection from the Tree of Immortality. The Tree of Immortality's sap and fruit could make a person who was almost dead come back to life. However, not only could the parasol tree revive a person who had just died, but it could also make that person's power more powerful than before they died. It could achieve the miraculous effect of resurrection and greatly increase one's ability. Of course, one could not say that the parasol tree was of a higher level than the Tree of Immortality. In reality, among the 9 divine trees, the Tree of Immortality ranked higher than the parasol tree. After all, the Tree of Immortality could make mortals live forever, but the parasol tree did not have this miraculous effect. Apart from the parasol tree's fruit, its dry branches were top-notch divine materials that could be used to refine fire attribute divine weapons. The divine weapons refined from them could increase the fire attribute power by more than 10 times. Meanwhile, the parasol tree's leaf was a divine material that could increase one's divine power. Even for a supremacy, it had the miraculous effect of increasing one's power. It had reached the level of a supremacy divine material. Ling Xiao could not help but look forward to seeing this legendary divine tree as soon as possible. He thought to himself, it would be great if I could obtain some parasol tree fruits, parasol tree branches, and parasol tree leaves. It had to be said that Ling Xiao always had an insatiably greedy heart. Of course, this was everyone's nature. He was just showing his true nature. There was no time in the fire territory, and the little vermilion bird's flying speed was not as fast as the big vermilion bird's. Therefore, it would take a long time for it to fly Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian to reach their territory. Xia Xianxian had said that if the big vermilion bird had flown with them, they would have reached their destination by now. After all, the difference between the two vermilion birds was too big. Their flying speed was also more than 100 times slower. Of course, they were much slower. During these days, Ling Xiao had not been idle. He had let the demon sky fire bead absorb the flames in this area to increase its power. He had been studying the key to breaking through to the supremacy realm. He had further mastered the tearing technique of this chaotic space current to find his attribute and attack it. It was all thanks to the fire territory that he had learned how to use the power of fire to create the chaotic meteor attack. He could feel that his aura was becoming more and more unstable. He needed a place to continue studying the other attacks of the chaotic space current. As long as he could understand them all, he would be able to reach the incipient god realm. Ling Xiao couldn't wait to get to the vermilion bird's territory as soon as possible. Fortunately, after a long and slow flight, they finally saw a land area. That land area was in the middle of the fire territory. It was surrounded by a sea of fire, but there was not a single flame on this land. It was very strange. From a distance, there were many rocky mountains and a giant, red tree that reached the sky. It emitted waves of fiery divine light, which was extremely dazzling. This should be the divine parasol tree. It had a thick pole that rose straight up until it was over 100 meters tall. Many more poles grew out from it, crisscrossing and forming the shape of a bird's nest. The leaves that were like red needles densely covered a large area of space, and one could faintly see crimson sparkling fruits on them. They looked tender and alluring, causing one to drool just by looking at them. Chapter 1442. What a great divine parasol tree! Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. Actually, among the 9 great divine trees, he had only seen the immortal tree, and it was in his sea of consciousness. This immortal tree used to be a good-for-nothing. It was bewildered by a small illusory demon. Moreover, it had always stayed in the desolate mountain range, but no one could recognize that it was one of the 9 great divine trees. It could only be said that it looked too similar to an ordinary tree. It was really hard to tell them apart. Today this divine parasol tree was really eye-catching. At first glance, they could tell that it was different from the others. The little vermilion bird carried the 2 of them directly to this continent. This continent wasn't small. They couldn't even see the edge of it. Unfortunately, it was just a rocky mountain with very few living creatures. They couldn't do anything about it. In this harsh environment, it was already not bad to have living creatures. What else could they hope for? Moreover, the divine beast vermilion bird had the fire god body. They were like fish in the water here. As long as they could swallow the flames here, it was enough for them to survive. They didn't need many other resources. Ling Xiao jumped down from the divine beast vermilion bird's back, and immediately went to the parasol tree. He looked at the wutong tree with a dumbfounded expression. Shi Yan was surprised to find that the parasol tree had the Genesis stone as its soil. The tree was deeply rooted on the Genesis stone. Its roots were like dragon whiskers and phoenix feathers. They had connected with the massive Genesis stone a long time ago. Waves of fire original energy gathered here, making the energy in this land extremely thick. Any incipient god realm expert with fire class would shout, "Heaven," when he came here. Ling Xiao didn't think that the parasol tree was planted with the Genesis stone. Moreover, most of the rocks around here were fire meteorites. The other rocks weren't low level either. Even if they were randomly dug out, the blacksmiths would be thrilled. Besides that, there were many fire fruits hanging on the parasol tree. They sparkled with crystal light and looked extremely tempting. They were the parasol fruits that had the magical effect of nirvana. Any supreme expert would go crazy when they saw them. Ling Xiao almost couldn't help but go up and collect all the wutong fruits. However, he did not dare to do so. This wutong tree had definitely developed a tree spirit. Even if he wanted to pluck the wutong fruit, he did not have the ability to do so. Sure enough, at that moment, the parasol tree changed. Branches that resembled dragons and snakes surged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's expression changed, and he immediately retreated. However, the speed at which the parasol tree branch grew was extremely fast. In an instant, it was about to wrap around Ling Xiao. At this time, the tree of immortality in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness finally took the initiative to appear. Lu Wing appeared in his tree spirit form and waved his green staff at the parasol trees. Papa! Lu Wing was actually able to stop the Wutong branch, and he even whipped it so hard that the branch quickly shrank. However, this did not mean that the parasol tree would give up. In a flash, even more branches rushed over, each one as menacing as dragons and snakes. They turned into a vermilion bird's azure claw that enveloped Lu Wang. At the same time, they brought with them waves of terrifying flames. Ling Xiao was horrified. He discovered that the parasol tree's attack was extremely powerful, and its speed was astonishingly fast. Even he could not block it. He could not help but worry for Lu Wang. After all, Lu Wang had gone through many years of recovery and absorbed many wood attribute source items provided by him. However, he knew that Lu Wang's grade was far from the parasol trees. Moreover, the parasol tree was a fire attribute item, so how could Lu Wang possibly block this attack? As expected, Lu Wang let out a strange cry and spread his palms. Countless green vines suddenly appeared and intertwined with the fire branches. Meanwhile, Lu Wang's counterattack was completely one-sided. He could not block the parasol tree's attack at all. Oh my, your parasol tree is really good. You're bullying my old arms and legs. Lu Wang let out a strange cry in an extremely comical manner. His body shrank and he actually made his way through the gaps between the fire branches. The tree staff in his hand directly pierced towards the parasol tree's trunk. Lu Wang looked very old, but his movements were nimble and swift. His attacks were also extremely swift and fierce. Swish! The parasol tree's trunk was completely defenseless and was ruthlessly pierced by Lu Wang. However, when the green energy dissipated, the parasol tree was completely unharmed. Forget it, I really can't beat you, parasol tree. Lu Wang actually sat on the ground and said in an extremely dejected manner. Ling Xiao was prepared to save Lu Wang at any moment. He did not want Lu Wang to be killed by the parasol tree. Although Lu Wang was not very useful to him at the moment, he could absolutely rely on it to protect his life if it stayed. At this moment, a figure walked out from the parasol tree's trunk. Haha, you old fart, I didn't think that you would actually decline to this extent. Your strength is really terrible. The figure laughed boorishly. This figure was the Wutong tree's tree spirit. It was an old man about the same age as Lu Wang, but its skin was completely red, and there was a sharp and domineering fiery light between its brows. Ling Xiao was stunned. From the tone of their voices, it seemed like they had known each other for a long time. At this moment, the little vermilion bird flew in front of the parasol tree spirit and happily called out, "Greetings, Grandpa Wu." Xia Xianxian also obediently said, "Greetings, Grandpa Wu." The parasol tree spirit looked at the two of them and nodded with a smile. Good, it's good that you're back. Saves an old man like me from being bored here." It paused for a moment before saying, "You two go play on the side. I'll talk to this old fart. Come to think of it, I don't know how many years it's been since we last met. Time and tide wait for no man. I've regressed, but you're living a better life." Lu Wang looked at the parasol tree and said emotionally, "Yeah, you were stronger than me in the past. Now the tables have turned." The parasol tree's face was full of pride as it said this. Ling Xiao was too lazy to listen to the friendship between these divine trees. He was only concerned about the parasol tree's supreme treasures. He thought, I must let Lu Wang get some benefits. Ling Xiao walked to Xia Xianxian and told her that he was going to cultivate in seclusion, and that she shouldn't disturb him for the time being. Of course, Xia Xianxian obediently agreed, and wished Ling Xiao a successful breakthrough. Ling Xiao found a spacious area on this continent, and set up some restrictions to prevent interference. Then he prepared to study the key points of the other attributes and break through to the Supreme Realm in one go. Today he had unprecedented confidence. He was sure that he could reach the Supreme Incipient God Realm this time. Before this, Ling Xiao released the evil demonic heavenly fire bead from his sea of consciousness, and let it go to the fiery area outside to absorb the power of the fire to increase its own power. However, as soon as it appeared, it was almost snatched away by the little vermilion bird. It was lucky that Ling Xiao stopped it in time. Otherwise, the evil demonic heavenly fire bead would have been swallowed by the little vermilion bird. After all, no matter how powerful the evil demonic heavenly fire bead was, it couldn't stop the little vermilion bird from forcefully absorbing it. When the evil demonic heavenly fire bead absorbed the energy on its own, Ling Xiao could finally calm down and comprehend the new realm. Since he had already comprehended the power of the origin of the universe, he still had the space turbulence attack of the fire attribute. He only lacked the space turbulence of the 4 attributes of metal, wood, ice, and wind. It all depended on how he could comprehend and control them. Every space contained the power of the 9 great attributes because they were the most basic elements of the world. Not a single one could be missing. Therefore, after reaching the supreme realm, he could draw the power of the attributes that belonged to him at any time and use it as the strongest attack. And this kind of space turbulence was a kind of terrifying natural power that belonged to the catastrophe. For example, meteorites, rocks, sharp metal energy, hailstones, all kinds of energy would be drawn from the outer space in the cracks of the space, and would cause absolute lethality. No matter how strong a person was, it would be hard to resist the devastation of the catastrophe. No matter how strong the divine body was, it would be impossible to resist the impact of the violent turbulence of the outer space. What Ling Xiao needed to do now was to find the space turbulence that belonged to him, and control it for his own use. This method had to be related to the primordial energy. Only by sensing the existence of the primordial energy could he find the entry point and borrow the power he wanted at any time. Ling Xiao was already able to borrow the power of the fire attribute turbulence, so it would be much easier for him to continue to find other types of turbulence. After meditating for a short while, various colors of energy ceaselessly changed around his body. His palms would sometimes make strange movements, and from time to time, there would be phenomena on the verge of breaking through. These phenomena were the space turbulence that Ling Xiao had found, and it was also the location of the primordial energy that he sensed. As long as he was able to sense the location of the primordial energy, Ling Xiao would be able to absorb it and make the divine energy within his divine body even more powerful, allowing him to break through to the supreme realm in one go. Comprehending all of this seemed simple, but it wasn't something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. Ling Xiao sat there for 3 years. He was like a statue that ignored all external objects. He sat there without moving, and his aura couldn't be sensed at all. If an ordinary person saw him, they would definitely think that he was a dead person. Xia Xianxian, who was in the distance, was extremely bored. Although she had meditated for a while, and her power had improved a lot, she still paid attention to Ling Xiao's every move. She hoped that her big brother could break through as soon as possible. Big brother, how long will it take to succeed? Xia Xianxian sat on a rock and held her cheeks. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she murmured. Now that even the little vermilion bird was also breaking through, she became very bored without anyone to talk to. On the other hand, the 2 old tree spirits on the side seemed to have endless things to say, and they kept chatting endlessly. At this time, there was finally some movement on the land. The fire attribute primordial energy on the primordial stone was actually being sucked towards a direction. Huh. He actually dares to steal this old man's power essence? Wutong, who was chatting with Lu Weng, looked in a direction and said in surprise. Lu Weng stroked his beard and said, "Little friend is definitely the first person in history. This speed of growth is really amazing. It's a pity that I'm not at his sea of consciousness this time. Otherwise, I would have benefited a lot." Chapter 1443. Ling Xiao was about to break through to incipient God realm. If a peak God King or a half-incipient God realm expert wanted to break through to incipient God realm, he had to make sufficient preparations. Firstly, he needed an environment with rich origin energy to ensure that he had the most energy to absorb. Only then could he break through to the next realm in one fell swoop. Secondly, he had to prepare supreme deity materials that matched him to absorb. This was to prevent himself from not having enough energy when he broke through. Having supreme deity materials was another layer of protection for him to break through. Moreover, when breaking through, he had to have a supreme expert to protect him. It was the safest way to avoid any accidents, so he could take care of him in time. Otherwise, if he failed to break through, not only would his realm be damaged, but he might also be unable to break through for the rest of his life. Since ancient times, there were many half-incipient God realm experts who failed like that. Ling Xiao didn't need to use supreme God material to break through at this moment, because his energy was already heavy enough. He just needed to understand his realm. In this place, he didn't need to worry about being disturbed by others. Moreover, he had the fire-class Genesis stone to rely on, which gave him enough origin energy to absorb. In such an environment, if he didn't break through now, when would he? Ling Xiao opened up all his meridians to absorb the extremely thick origin energy here. He was like a sponge, constantly absorbing. Although Ling Xiao cultivated 5 elements at the same time, his unique origin restoring technique could transform a single element's energy into any other type of energy he needed. In other words, he absorbed the fire element energy, but when it reached his dantian, it could be divided into 5 different types of energy. It was also the magical combination of the evil emperor's unique evil king supernatural technique and the 3 parts origin restoring technique. The Genesis stone was worthy of being called the top supreme God stone. It could accumulate countless amounts of Genesis energy day and night, which filled the land where the vermilion bird was. Moreover, the Genesis stone itself contained the essence that had been condensed for tens of thousands of years, and it complemented the parasol tree. Even if Ling Xiao needed to absorb an astonishing amount of Genesis energy, he couldn't empty this place. The fire-attributed Genesis energy enveloped Ling Xiao into a huge cocoon. The intense temperature of the Genesis energy could directly vaporize regular God Kings. However, this energy was what Ling Xiao needed the most. He cultivated 5 elements at the same time, and the fire element was the strongest one he relied on the most. How could the fire element origin energy hurt him? Ling Xiao quickly absorbed this primordial energy. All his meridians were filled to the point of swelling and pain. The power in his meridians was like a roaring river, constantly pouring the absorbed primordial energy into his dantian. Primordial energy was the upgraded version of origin energy. It was condensed from a large amount of origin energy. Every point of primordial energy was equivalent to dozens of 100 points of origin energy. After Ling Xiao absorbed so much primordial power, his 5-colored dantian instantly swelled up a lot. Countless fire attribute primordial power was immediately assimilated by the 5-colored dantian and turned into other kinds of power. When the 5-colored dantian was forcefully expanded to the point that it could no longer expand, the excess energy instantly rushed towards Ling Xiao's spirit bridge. Swoosh swoosh. The surging energy directly hit Ling Xiao's divine bridge. His God soul in his sea of consciousness also responded, sending a large amount of soul power to welcome it. The origin energy in his dantian and the God soul began to mix together, creating the pure 5-colored God power. Ling Xiao's divine bridge was immediately filled with an incomparably immense energy. The divine bridge that wasn't full yet became crystal clear. Dots of 5-colored God power dyed half of the divine bridge. Along with the God power, Ling Xiao's aura exploded at this moment. Boom boom. Ling Xiao's complete half-incipient God realm was broken through in just a blink of an eye. The tsunami-like energy pounded unceasingly in Ling Xiao's body. His meridians, acupuncture points, internal organs, and bones were all filled with this energy. At the same time, they were taking in the energy, making them more tenacious, more vigorous, and more perfect. It was the reforging of his body, which had upgraded his God body one more time. It had made him a real, superior existence. He had gotten rid of any ordinary qualities and had upgraded to a perfect physique. Only this physique could adapt to the chaotic energy currents in outer space without getting hurt. Only this physique could be called the original God. Between incipient God realm and King God realm, incipient God realm was a real true God while King God realm was just a fake God. The difference between the two was like the difference between the sky and the mud. The former was many times stronger than the latter. His God power was immeasurably immense. After Ling Xiao had broken through, he still hadn't woken up yet. The origin energy was still attacking him unceasingly. That energy was still terrifyingly tremendous. His aura wasn't even as great as the commotion caused by the 5 low-level Supremes breaking through at the same time. The land and space trembled under the rotation of the Genesis energy. Countless rocks flew everywhere, and the power of fire outside the fire domain was expelled far away by the earthquake. Then, 5 different types of primordial source powers appeared above the land and descended from the sky. Among these 5 types of energy, the fire element was the strongest. However, the other 4 types of energy could still tear the space apart. This kind of technique was extremely frightening. He was worthy of being a supreme being. No matter what kind of environment he was in, he could still borrow the space energy he needed. After an unknown period of time, this strange phenomenon finally disappeared. The land resumed its tranquility. A shadow soared up into the sky, directly plunging into the fire area. He swung his terrifying attacks. This person didn't need to use any protective god light. He seemed to have fused with the fire area. Each of his punches created torrential waves of fire that shook the entire fire area. Fire dragons materialized one after another, as if they were real. They roared in all directions and shook the world. The little vermilion bird in the sea of fire was shocked. It hurriedly rushed out of the fire area and returned to the land. It was afraid that it would be affected by the terrifying waves of energy. Now the little vermilion bird had broken through another level and reached the advanced stage of the 10th stage. Its body had grown a lot bigger, and its appearance had become even more majestic and extraordinary. Sister K, you've broken through too? Xia Xianxian flew towards the little vermilion bird and asked. That's right, little Xianxian. I've been stuck at my original level for a long time. If your big brother hadn't mistakenly entered the purple-black fire area, Mother and I wouldn't have been able to find them. Now that I've absorbed their energy, my fire energy has become even stronger. The little vermilion bird replied happily. The location of the purple-black flame was constantly changing. It didn't just stay in one place. Vermilion bird and the others needed to absorb all kinds of high-level origin flames to advance, and the purple-black flame was undoubtedly the best kind of flame that had reached the Genesis power level. It was a great tonic for them. Recently, the big and small vermilion birds had been searching for this kind of purple-black fire, but they couldn't find it. However, after Ling Xiao came, they found it. Moreover, they had encountered the Nirvana flame bead, which was exactly what the big vermilion bird had been longing for. Thus, the little vermilion bird was very grateful to Ling Xiao. Haha, big brother is so powerful. He has broken through to a higher realm. I'm so happy for you guys. Xia Xianxian said happily. Little Xianxian, you have to work hard too. Your big brother is much stronger than you. Even I have a big gap between us. I can feel that his energy is almost as strong as my mother's. The little vermilion bird said. Yeah, I have to work hard too. I can't drag big brother down. Xia Xianxian clenched her small fists and said. At this time, Ling Xiao, who was in the blaze field, laughed heartily. He was in an extremely good mood. From the peak of Senjin of Goguryeo to the supreme incipient god realm, it was the threshold he had been stuck at for the longest time in his life. From the 20 years of seclusion to the heavenly sparrow area, from the heaven source area to the nirvana area, it had been 30 years in total. Using 30 years to complete this leap was a bit long for him. However, to other warriors it was a miracle. He had created the shortest time to break through to the supreme incipient god realm. Since the ancient times, how many people had used only 30 years to reach the supreme incipient god realm from the peak of God King realm? If they were able to take that step in 300 years, it would already be very amazing. But who knew how many people could only take half a step, and were unable to move forward? For the next half step, without a supreme divine pill or a heaven-defying opportunity, it was even more impossible to take it easily. If a half-incipient god realm expert spent 30,000 years to reach the supreme incipient god realm, it wouldn't be surprising or ridiculing. That was the most normal time to break through. Therefore, the time it took for Ling Xiao to break through was a miracle. The fact that he was able to reach this stage at the age of 130 was a miracle in itself. The day he returned to the heaven domain would be the day his name would be recorded in the history books. The glory of being the #1 expert since the ancient times would be well deserved. When Ling Xiao reached this step, he felt that the world had become wider. He felt that this heaven and earth were just a small place. There was a bigger world waiting for him to descend. Of course, he wasn't arrogant enough to think that he was invincible in the world. He had just taken the first step to become the strongest expert. If he could reach the peak of God realm one day, he would be qualified to rule the heaven domain. After all, he knew from Hun Feng's memory that the ancient tribe had many supreme existences. Now when he really wanted to challenge them, their true strength would be revealed. In the past, Hun Feng could almost be called the #1 expert on the supreme list. However, in the end, didn't he end up with nothing left? Therefore, Ling Xiao still needed to guard against arrogance and impatience. He needed to take every step properly. Of course, right now, his edge could already be revealed in the heavenly realm. Otherwise, no one would know of his existence. Chapter 1444. The Supreme Incipient God Realm was a realm that every warrior dreamed of. Ling Xiao had finally overcome so many difficulties. He had relied on his own power to reach that realm step by step. His real body had reached this level, but his God soul hadn't advanced one level. It had just reached the peak of low-level Supreme Expert. From the initial level of low-level Supreme Expert to the peak of low-level, it was a big leap. After all, there was a big gap between the Supreme Realm and the King God Realm. Moreover, to reach this level, he had to accumulate a lot of energy. Ordinary Supreme Experts had to spend thousands, or even tens of thousands of years to reach the peak of late level from the initial level. As Ling Xiao's God Soul could reach that level during his breakthrough, it was because his God Soul was stronger than his real body. If his God Soul could break through to the middle level, it would be even more nature-defying. Of course, it wasn't too difficult for Ling Xiao to reach that level. First, he had to focus on cultivating the soul-controlling technique to strengthen his soul power. Then he could break through again. Of course, it would take a long time. Although he was close to the next level when he reached the peak, the bottleneck was the most difficult one. The other way was to kill a Supreme Incipient God Realm expert and take his God Soul. He believed that it was the fastest way to break through. However, the premise was that Ling Xiao could meet such an enemy. However, would Ling Xiao lack powerful enemies in his life? In the Heaven Territory, many ancient clans and the Soul Clan were archenemies. They had many Supreme Experts. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't think about returning to the Heaven Territory to kill all the ancient clans. He wasn't that arrogant. At this moment, he wanted to stabilize his mind and realm first. He needed to familiarize himself with the god powers of the Supreme Incipient God Realm. He didn't expect that his trip to the Nirvana space would be so rewarding. First, he had found the Genesis Stone that he wanted and seized the chance to break through to the Incipient God Realm. He was very satisfied. Other than returning to the heaven domain, the next step was to become the alchemy god before returning. With these two identities, he would become one of the most respected people in the heaven domain, and also the only supreme alchemy god in the Sky Dragon region. However, all of this had to be done slowly and couldn't be rushed. Ling Xiao flew back to the land from the fire domain. Xia Xianxian immediately ran over to congratulate him. "Big brother, you've almost caught up to my grandfather. That's amazing." In Xia Xuanxuan's heart, Ling Xiao's image had been raised to a whole new level. Ling Xiao patted Xia Xuanxuan's head and smiled. "I'm still far from your grandfather." Then he added, "Xianxian, you have to continue working hard. You can't be satisfied just like this." After Xia Xianxian was transformed by the Wutong fruit, she was infinitely close to the body of the fire god. This Tenbin was definitely not inferior to any genius. However, she was not like others who could endure loneliness and cultivate wholeheartedly. However, she also had her strong points, and that was being able to control thousands of beasts. Even the divine beast, the vermilion bird, was close to her. This was enough to make many people envious. "I know, I will definitely work harder in the future." Xia Xianxian, on the other hand, was very obedient to Ling Xiao and replied. Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian arrived in front of the little vermilion bird and chatted with it for a while. It was nothing more than asking if the little vermilion bird's mother, the great vermilion bird, had returned. After all, The power contained within the Nirvana heavenly fire bead that it had devoured was not much inferior to its own strength. It was best not to be devoured by the Nirvana heavenly fire bead. However, Ling Xiao's worries were indeed a little excessive. If the great vermilion bird dared to do that, it naturally had its own confidence. 3 years had passed and the great vermilion bird had yet to return. However, it was not surprised. The little vermilion bird could sense it, so it was not worried about anything. Ling Xiao was also completely relieved. After all, this was a divine beast that followed Xia Xianxian. It would be best if nothing happened to him. Moreover, the vermilion bird divine beast still wanted to challenge the Golden Crow clan. It would be best if it could advance to the next level. However, Ling Xiao was very puzzled. Could it be that the vermilion bird clan only had these 2 left? It was not appropriate for Ling Xiao to ask this question. Instead, he went over to Lu Wang and the Wutong. Even though he had reached the supremacy stage, it did not mean that he had no more desires. Regardless of his cultivation level, he was still himself. It was impossible for his mentality to change too much. Therefore, with the divine Wutong before him, if he did not gain some benefits, wouldn't it be a waste of time to meet it? What interesting past and present stories are the 2 elders talking about? Ling Xiao greeted them with a smile. He really didn't understand. Was there friendship between the divine trees as well? What kind of friendship was this? It should be known that every divine tree was located in a different region. It was impossible for them to stay together. However, Lu Wang and the Wutong seemed to have known each other for a long time. Ling Xiao could not help but feel that it was strange. Haha, congratulations, little friend. You have already become a top-notch human cultivator. Lu Wang was the first to congratulate him with a hearty laugh. When he had first met Ling Xiao, he was only a young man. His strength was so low that it did not even bother to look at him. However, at that time, it had taken a fancy to Ling Xiao's knowledge sea, which was different from ordinary people. Thus, it had decided to nurture itself in his knowledge sea. As many years passed, Ling Xiao's achievements had already reached a realm that even it admired. Lu Wang had also benefited greatly from Ling Xiao's knowledge sea. Although it had only reached the 10th level, it had already received the nourishment of Ling Xiao's spiritual fluid and soul power. This made it more human-like, and its foundation was more perfect. This was beneficial to its future growth. However, it felt a bit of pity that when Ling Xiao broke through this time, it was not able to stay in Ling Xiao's knowledge sea. Otherwise, it would have been able to reap great benefits from Ling Xiao's breakthrough. Thus, it was not very envious of the fact that the Wutong was of a higher level than it was. In the future, when it found a suitable place to grow, it would be able to advance very quickly. Moreover, its prospects would definitely be better than the Wutong's. Haha, I was just lucky. Thank you, Lu Wang, for your help these past few years. Ling Xiao said with a somewhat grateful expression. Then he looked at the Wutong beside him and said, "This must be Elder Wutong." Ling Xiao's attitude was extremely respectful. Lu Wang felt a bit scared when he saw Ling Xiao's smile. This was because he understood Ling Xiao. This smile was definitely the prelude to extortion. He couldn't help but feel a bit happy for the Wutong. If this young friend can get a single hair from the Wutong, this old man will definitely prostrate himself in admiration. Lu Wang thought to himself. He knew that the Wutong was famous for being stingy. It was not easy to get a hair from the Wutong. Sure enough, the Wutong didn't give Ling Xiao any face. It only responded with a soft and didn't pay any more attention to Ling Xiao. After all, the Wutong stayed in this fire domain all year round and basically didn't see any humans. Aside from being close to the vermilion bird divine beast, it didn't have much interest in anything else. Ling Xiao revealed a slightly embarrassed expression and said, "Elder Wutong is truly as powerful as the legends say. Your aura is like a rainbow, unlike Elder Lu Wang's majestic and dignified demeanor. It is truly difficult for Ling Xiao to compare with you. It is definitely the fortune of 3 lifetimes for Ling Xiao to be able to meet Elder Wutong today. Elder Wutong, please accept this young one's bow." As Ling Xiao spoke, he cupped his hands towards the Wutong and bowed deeply. Was Ling Xiao bowing down to the Wutong? Of course, that was impossible. Although he mainly cultivated martial arts, his intelligence couldn't be underestimated. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Wang couldn't help but shout, Hey, young friend, we've been friends for 100 years. Why are you speaking in favor of this old Wutong and belittling me like this? Look at me, I'm full of righteousness and have a dignified appearance. Which part of me can't compare to this old red freak? Young friend, you need to touch your conscience when you speak, As Lu Wang spoke, he straightened his stooped body to show his majesty. This time, the Wutong was unhappy. It felt that this little fellow's words were very pleasing to the ears, and were in line with its image. Now it was being called Old Red Freak by Lu Wang. Wasn't this insulting it? The Wutong smiled at Ling Xiao and said, Good, young friend's words are very pleasing to the ears, Who doesn't know that I, the Wutong, am awe-inspiring and extraordinarily domineering? Following that, it looked at Lu Wang and said, Old fart, who are you calling Old Red Freak? I'm just showing off my domineering aura, do you understand? Do you want me to burn you right now? You green-furred freak. You dare to compare yourself to me? Young friend's eyes are as sharp as a torch, Ling Xiao immediately agreed from the side. Of course. No matter who it is, when they see Lord Wutong, they will feel that he is much more powerful than Lord Lu Wang. If you stand next to him, he will be much shorter than you. Moreover, your fiery aura is even more intimidating, and Lord Lu Wang can't compare to you at all. The Wutong revealed a smile and said, Haha, not bad, Young friend's words have truly resonated with me. Lu Wang angrily said, Little friend, you are too unkind. I originally wanted to ask for a few Wutong fruits for you to taste, but it seems that you don't have the fortune to eat them. You actually belittled this old man like this. This old man has been friends with you for 100 years, Ling Xiao had a bitter expression on his face as he said, Old man Lu Wang, I'm just speaking the truth. You really are shorter than old man Wutong. Alright, I won't say any more. He heard the Wutong say in a clear voice, Little friend, you don't need to be sad. Do you think this green-furred freak has the final say on my fruits? Come, this old man will give you a few to taste. After saying that, he waved his hand and several sparkling and translucent Wutong fruits appeared in his hand. He handed them over to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao suppressed his disappointing heart and rubbed his hands together. His eyes shone brightly as he said, How can I accept this? In actuality, when he said this, he had already taken the Wutong fruits from the Wutong's hand without any trace of politeness. It was as if he was afraid that the Wutong would go back on his word. Ling Xiao's flattery was extremely effective. The last step of advancing after retreating was even more amazing. The Wutong tree spirit didn't have the slyness of humans and didn't think so far ahead. After Ling Xiao said a few good words to it, it let Ling Xiao obtain 5 Wutong fruits. It had to be said that Ling Xiao really knew how to talk. Lu Wang looked at Ling Xiao's suppressed smile and seemed to understand what Ling Xiao was thinking. He immediately pointed at Ling Xiao and said with a smile, Young friend, you humans are really sly, Chapter 1445. In just a few sentences, Ling Xiao had obtained a few Wutong fruits. At the same time, he had also opened up a conversation with the Wutong tree spirit and obtained its approval. If it was any other human who wanted to take the opportunity to talk to the Wutong, it wouldn't have opened its mouth. It also wouldn't have treated Ling Xiao especially well, because of these few words of flattery. The main reason was that Ling Xiao was able to come to this terrestrial space was that he had obtained the approval of the vermilion bird divine beast, which indirectly made the Wutong have a good impression of him. In addition, Lu Wang's appearance made it even more curious about Ling Xiao. It talked with Lu Wang for several years, and learned that Lu Wang and Ling Xiao had experienced many things. Therefore, the Wutong's suspicions about Ling Xiao had been dispelled. It was just that it was particularly indifferent to things related to other people, so it didn't give Ling Xiao a good attitude in the beginning. Unexpectedly, a few words from Ling Xiao not only made the Wutong happy, but also shortened the distance between it and it. This was simply turning something rotten into something magical. After another round of conversation, Ling Xiao got a few more Wutong branches and leaves from the Wutong. If other supreme martial artists saw this, they would be extremely jealous. It was unknown how much effort other people had to put in, and what kind of dangers they had to go through to obtain supreme godly materials. But Ling Xiao had obtained more than a dozen supreme godly materials with just this silver tongue. How could they endure this? Ling Xiao wasn't an insatiably greedy person. After obtaining these wutong fruits, branches and leaves, he stopped when he was ahead and didn't push his luck. Ling Xiao even gratefully said to the wutong, "Elder Wutong is so generous. This gift is really not something that Elder Lu Wang can compare to. He's very stingy, and every time I ask him for something, he always makes excuses." The wutong was even more satisfied when it heard this. It showed that it was much more generous than Lu Wang. Lu Wang's face turned even greener from anger, but he couldn't say anything else, lest Ling Xiao denigrate him as worthless. Now that Ling Xiao had become famous, it was too embarrassed to threaten him again. In any case, the more Ling Xiao there was, the less it was. Its position had become dispensable. However, it had made up its mind to stay with Ling Xiao for a while. Perhaps Ling Xiao could find the Genesis Stone of the wood class. At that time, it could use it as its soil just like the sycamore tree. It could restore the name of the immortal tree. Ling Xiao walked around the land and collected a lot of fire meteorites. He also found a few divine herbs that were stained with the blood essence of the vermilion bird divine beast. Divine herbs like that were absolutely precious to god kings. They were difficult to purchase even with divine crystals outside. Ling Xiao had achieved his goal, so he wanted to leave this place. After all, he had nothing to do here, and he didn't want to refine elixirs here for the time being. He wanted to return to the Sky Dragon territory as soon as possible, and give this fire-class Genesis Stone to his clan, so that they wouldn't worry. At the same time, he wanted to continue searching for the whereabouts of the other Genesis Stones. He wanted to collect all 9 types of Genesis Stones as soon as possible to save his ancestor. Ling Xiao proposed to Xia Xianxian that he wanted to go back. This girl was extremely happy. "Great, I'm going to be bored to death here. Let's go out now." Xia Xianxian jumped up and exclaimed. Then she looked at the little vermilion bird and said, "Sister K, let's go out and play together." Although this was the territory of the vermilion bird divine beast, it didn't mean that they would stay here forever. They often went out of the nirvana space to relax and experience everything in the outside world. However, this time, the little vermilion bird said, "Little Xianxian, you go out first. I still need to wait for mother to come back before I decide." That's right, the big vermilion bird was currently in a critical period of breakthrough. How could the little vermilion bird go out and play in peace? Xia Xianxian revealed a reluctant expression and said, "Sister K, I can't bear to part with you. When Auntie K comes back, you must come and see me with her." "I will definitely come and see you," the little vermilion bird replied. However, it paused for a moment and said, "I will escort you out first. You don't know the way out. Moreover, if you meet those flame beasts, it will be troublesome." With regards to this decision, Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian had no reason to refuse. After all, they really didn't know the way out. However, he thought of another problem. After the little vermilion bird sent them out, what if they encountered the flame beasts when they returned? Those flame beasts were existences at the 11th rank. Even if the little vermilion bird had reached the 10th rank, there was still a huge gap between them and the flame beasts. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, "If you escort us out, it will be troublesome when we return. Why don't we wait a little longer? Maybe Auntie Zhu K will be back soon." "Don't worry. Although those flame beasts are strong, I have a way to deal with them," the little vermilion bird said fearlessly. Ling Xiao naturally knew that this was because of the vermilion bird's dignity. He didn't dare to let the little vermilion bird take the risk. Xia Xianxian also knew the importance of this matter, and immediately agreed with Ling Xiao's words. "Sister K, big brother is right. Auntie K should be back soon. We can wait a little longer." In the end, Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian temporarily gave up on the idea of going out. Without the great vermilion bird's protection, it would not be safe. Ling Xiao could not only think about his own problems, he also had to think about the safety of Xia Xianxian and the little vermilion bird. Since he was bored in this space, Ling Xiao did not want to continue cultivating, nor did he want to study the Emperor Dragon Heaven annihilating art. Instead, he focused on refining pills. Originally, he didn't want to try refining the Sovereign God dance so soon, But now that time was not good, he could only refine pills to pass the time. He also wanted to refine the sovereign god Dan as soon as possible. When that time came, he would have an amazing identity when he went out, and it would be easy to call others to exchange the primordial stone. When Ling Xiao left the Medicine Alliance Guild, the second Hall Master Lian Hao gave him a space ring, which contained some sovereign god materials. These sovereign god materials were intended for Ling Xiao to break through to the supremacy stage. Now, it was just the right time for him to try refining a supreme divine grade pill. Although Ling Xiao had the inheritance of the divine alchemist, he had to be careful when refining, for fear that he would destroy a sovereign god materials. This was a top-notch divine item that could not be found even if one wanted to. Finally, after many failures, Ling Xiao was lucky enough to refine a real sovereign god Dan. This was not a sovereign god Dan that could increase the strength of a supremacy stage, but an ordinary sovereign god Dan. This was mainly because Ling Xiao did not have many sovereign god materials on hand, and it was impossible for him to refine a better sovereign god Dan. It was already amazing that he could successfully condense the sovereign god Dan, and it was also a sign that he had become a true divine alchemist. In the heaven territory, he had supreme glory and appeal. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed, and the great vermilion bird still had not returned. Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian were a little impatient from waiting. However, on this day the little vermilion bird finally brought them good news. The great vermilion bird was finally on its way back, and it returned very quickly. Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian were finally happy. The great vermilion bird's return meant that they could leave this place and return to the heaven territory. About a month later, the great vermilion bird finally returned. Its aura was like the sky, and its fire power soared, completely displaying the aura of the fire god. Whoosh! It first cried out a few times, and then danced with the little vermilion bird, showing the joy of their reunion. Then, it flew in the direction of Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian. Facing this great vermilion bird, Ling Xiao almost had the urge to fight it. However, when he remembered that there was such a big gap between their ranks, he dispelled this idea. Otherwise, he would only be humiliating himself. The great vermilion bird first greeted Xia Xianxian, and then it actually spat out a bead at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, this is a gift for you. I hope that when we get out, you must let the fire Qilin and I destroy the Golden Crow clan. The great vermilion bird said. Ling Xiao looked at the bead in front of him. It was the Nirvana fire bead. Ow. How is this possible? Didn't you absorb it? Ling Xiao looked at the Nirvana fire bead in shock. The great vermilion bird said. I only absorbed most of its essence. It still contains a lot of essence, and it's a little weaker than the fire bead in your head. As long as it can continue to stay here, its growth will definitely be faster than the one in your head. If you don't want it, I can leave it for my daughter. The Nirvana fire bead wanted to escape, but it was tightly wrapped by the great vermilion bird's power. It couldn't move at all. Ling Xiao never thought that the Nirvana fire bead that he had always yearned for would still be there. It was just that most of its power had been absorbed, but it was still a rare heaven-defying treasure. Yes, why not? Ling Xiao immediately grabbed the Nirvana fire bead in his hand, and it struggled to fly away. However, Ling Xiao's strength was no longer the same as before, and its strength had been greatly reduced. It was naturally impossible for it to escape. Ling Xiao looked at the great vermilion bird and said, Don't worry if you're willing, I'll bring you to see my brother, the fire Qilin, after we leave. As for whether or not it's willing to destroy the Golden Crow clan with you, that's up to you. The great vermilion bird had given him the Nirvana fire bead for this promise, so Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't break it. Alright, since you've already obtained what you need, let's go out. The great vermilion bird was also swift and decisive. As soon as it returned, it planned to send Ling Xiao and the others out. Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian were naturally extremely happy. They had wanted to leave for a long time. Before leaving, Ling Xiao still bid farewell to the Wutong tree spirit, and at the same time, asked Lu Weng if he wanted to stay. Lu Weng naturally didn't want to stay. Staying in this fiery domain was not beneficial to his cultivation and growth. On the other hand, the Wutong was extremely reluctant to part with Ling Xiao. It actually treated Ling Xiao as a close friend, and it couldn't wait to go out with Ling Xiao. However, it also knew the dangers of the outside world, so it wouldn't really go out with Ling Xiao. Before they parted, the Wutong gave Ling Xiao some more Wutong fruits, branches and leaves. It could be considered that it had made friends with Ling Xiao, a human, despite the difference in age. Ling Xiao naturally sighed and put them away without any trace of politeness. He didn't know when he would be able to come back again, so he couldn't miss the supreme divine material of the Wutong tree. Chapter 1446. Finally, they were leaving the Nirvana space. The big vermilion bird carried Ling Xiao, Xia Xianxian, and the little vermilion bird out of the Nirvana space. The great vermilion bird's speed was clearly 10 times faster than before. It charged through the fiery domain like a streak of light, and wherever it went, the flames would automatically overflow to the sides, creating a path for it to fly freely. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be surprised. The great vermilion bird mythological beast could finally control these flames to the point where they were as pure as fire. It was indeed the body of the fire god. With the vermilion bird's speed, it would only take 2 to 3 months to get back to the outside of the heaven region. On the way, they met the flaming beasts again. However, the big vermilion bird and the little vermilion bird's strength had increased greatly. They didn't want to let go of the creatures that invaded their territory. Therefore, the two divine beasts wiped out the flaming beasts and killed many of them. At the same time, they swallowed the beast cores of the little flaming beasts. These beast cores were nothing to the big vermilion bird, but they were great supplements for the little vermilion bird. Besides, Ling Xiao also joined the battle and killed 2 rank 11 flaming beasts. He was quite satisfied with his current strength. During this process, Ling Xiao couldn't help but collect some supreme grade divine crystals as interest. However, what surprised him the most was that he found a Genesis stone in the flaming beast's territory. It was smaller than the one he collected before. The outside world knew that the Nirvana space had a Genesis stone. Xia Xianxian also said that there were Genesis stones in the territories of the flaming beasts. At first, he thought that the one he found was the Genesis stone of the flaming beast's territory. Now it seemed that this small Genesis stone was the one occupied by the flaming beasts. The Genesis stone was the top supreme divine material. No one would complain about this kind of divine material. Ling Xiao wasn't an exception. With this Genesis stone, it would be very useful to him in the future. If one day, the primordial power of Xianling continent could be restored, the primordial power and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth would be restored, then the Proud Smile Palace would still be the strongest force there. At that time, the primordial stone could be placed in the Proud Smiling Palace to increase its foundation and train more experts. Ling Xiao couldn't help but proudly say a few times, "This trip has been fruitful." The great vermilion bird stopped wreaking havoc after exterminating quite a few high-level flame beasts. It actually didn't kill them all. Later on, Ling Xiao understood that these flame beasts were indeed their enemies, but the higher-level ones had already been eliminated, and the remaining ones were nothing to be afraid of. Once their strength rose again, he could let the little vermilion bird deal with them. These were the opponents that the great vermilion bird had left behind to test the little vermilion bird. If the little vermilion bird could defeat them and swallow their beast cores, the little vermilion bird's strength would increase significantly. Of course, this was only Ling Xiao's guess, and he couldn't be bothered to think about the vermilion bird's intentions. After more than 2 months, with the great vermilion bird's terrifying flying speed, they finally came out of the Nirvana space. Seeing the sun and the moon again, seeing the forest again, seeing all the beasts again. This feeling was really comfortable. Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. They took a deep breath of the spiritual qi outside, and felt that it was more pleasant to be outside the heaven realm. Let's go back to see your grandfather, so that he won't be worried," Ling Xiao said to Xia Xianxian. Xia Xianxian happily nodded and said, "And let's go back to see grandfather first, but he will definitely ask me for the primordial stone again. I didn't give it to him." "Hee, don't worry, this time when we go back, I will give your grandfather some gifts. He will definitely be very happy." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. With the vermilion bird's speed, it took less than 3 days to return to the Thousand Beast Mountain range, which was more than 10 times faster than before. With the increase in strength and realm, the speed would naturally increase. Strength was the true way of the king. If it was Ling Xiao flying at full speed, he wouldn't be able to reach the speed of light like the vermilion bird. After all, the difference in strength between the different levels was too great. In almost 4 years, the Thousand Beast mountain range hadn't changed much. Presumably, the battle between the Fire Clan and the Thousand Beast Alliance 4 years ago didn't cause too much of a stir. Naturally, this had something to do with Dugu Jin overseeing this place. It was also rumored that he had 2 high-level 11th level mutated holy beasts to rely on. Even if the Fire Clan wanted to invade, they would have to think twice. When they returned to the small peach garden where Xia Xianxian was, Dugu Jin immediately appeared. He was still the same, but there was a hint of worry between his brows. It was obvious that he was troubled by something. However, when he saw Xia Xianxian, he still laughed heartily and said, "Little girl, you came back much earlier than I expected this time." Looking at the deep concern he showed for Xia Xianxian, it was really from the bottom of his heart. "Of course, Grandpa, Auntie Vermilion Bird's strength has increased greatly, her flying speed is much faster," Xia Xianxian said to Dugu Jin without any reservations. She also saw Dugu Jin as the person she trusted the most, and was on par with Ling Xiao in her heart. After Dugu Jin spoke a few words with Xia Xianxian, his gaze landed on Ling Xiao, his old eyes slightly raised. Ling Xiao smiled and went forward to greet Dugu Jin, saying, "Greetings, old master." Back then, he had really wanted to be like Xia Xianxian and acknowledge Ping Yi as his grandfather. His own backing was also much stronger. Unexpectedly, Dugu Jin did not accept his proposal, so he could only call Dugu Jin old master. "I didn't think that you would reach this step in the blink of an eye. Back then, I spent a full 15,000 years to reach this step, a full 100 times slower than you. It really is infuriating to compare with others," Dugu Jin said with a myriad of emotions. Ling Xiao said modestly, "I was just lucky." Following that, 2 wutong fruits, 2 wutong branches and 2 wutong leaves appeared in his hands, handing them over to Dugu Jin. "Honored tutor, this is a small gift from this junior to you. Thank you for taking care of Xianxian for all these years. Please do not dislike it." Dugu Jin's old eyes reddened, and he immediately sucked in all of Ling Xiao's divine items. Good lad. When Xianxian entered the nirvana space, it was only a wutong fruit given to her by the vermilion bird divine beast. You even managed to get your hands on a wutong fruit and a wutong leaf. Moreover, it's definitely more than that. You're really something. Dugu Jin could not help but praise Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao replied, "If it wasn't for Xianxian and the vermilion bird bringing me in, I wouldn't have had this kind of opportunity. I am very grateful to them." Indeed, if it wasn't for Xia Xianxian, he wouldn't have had the vermilion bird to bring him in, and he wouldn't have been able to obtain the Genesis Stone, the Parasol Tree, and break through to his current realm. If he had rashly entered the nirvana space alone, he wouldn't have met the flaming beast, but at least he would have lost his way, and he wouldn't have been able to come out. I won't say too much about this, it's good that you remember it. Come over here, I have something to tell you. Dugu Jin didn't want to ask about Ling Xiao's opportunities. After all, there were some things that he couldn't be envious of. Ling Xiao nodded and followed Dugu Jin to the other side. Xia Xianxian also tactfully returned to the bamboo house to rest. Dugu Jin sighed softly with his back facing Ling Xiao. "Does the Yen clan intend to declare war on our Thousand Beast Alliance?" Ling Xiao could hear Dugu Jin's deep tone, and it didn't seem like he was lying. "Is it still because of the battle 4 years ago?" Ling Xiao asked worriedly. If the Yen clan and the Thousand Beast Alliance were to go to war, no matter the outcome, the Thousand Beast Alliance would definitely suffer a great loss, and Xia Xianxian would also be implicated. Of course, he wasn't really worried about Xia Xuanxuan's safety. With the vermilion bird around, no one could do anything to her other than the top supreme martial artists. He just didn't want Xia Xianxian to lose the powerful Thousand Beast Alliance. After all, she had grown up here, and she definitely had feelings for the Thousand Beast Alliance. When the time came, she wouldn't be able to escape alone. The battle 4 years ago was just the fuse. I originally thought that they would give in to us for the sake of the Genesis Stone, but I underestimated the courage of the Aboriginals. They actually started to kill the people and spirit beasts of the Thousand Beast Alliance outside our Thousand Beast mountain range. We naturally couldn't take this lying down. During this period of time, there were many conflicts, Dugujin explained. Then he continued. They naturally wouldn't be able to gain any benefits by coming to our territory. This caused the Yen clan and the Thousand Beast Alliance to break off relations. They are currently summoning people to attack the Thousand Beast Alliance. Is the situation really that tense? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. Dugujin laughed bitterly. It's more tense than you can imagine. In a month, the Yen clan will attack the Thousand Beast Alliance. Then, Dugujin told Ling Xiao about the recent developments of the Yen clan. Ling Xiao then realized that the situation had already escalated to a point where it couldn't be salvaged. The Yen clan had a revered god of medicine and a revered divine weapon master. Under them, there were many divine apothecaries and divine weapon masters. The Yen clan's ability to summon people in the Tianke district was extremely great. Moreover, the Yen clan was the #1 ancient clan in the Tianke district. There were many people who wanted to join their forces, and were willing to be their servants or followers. Hence, they were summoning people who were willing to attack the Thousand Beast Alliance with them. Those who were willing to join the Yen clan would become the Yen clan's distinguished guests. They would be able to obtain divine pills and divine weapons from the Yen clan. When the Yen clan started to publicly condemn the Thousand Beast Alliance, many rogue cultivators, mercenaries, and even some forces who had ties with the Yen clan had already gathered. There was a total of nearly 200,000 soldiers gathered in Yen City. Dugujin had already found out that the Yen clan had gathered an army of 200,000 soldiers. Every single one of them was at least a saint. Although they were just a motley crew in his eyes, they were definitely a huge threat to the Thousand Beast Alliance. Although they had hundreds of thousands of spirit beasts to rely on, the Thousand Beast Alliance, including all the disciples, only had about 2,000 people. If the 2,000 of them were killed, the entire army of spirit beasts would no longer be a threat. Chapter 1447. Now the Yen tribe just needed to give the order, and these people would attack the Wanshou Alliance from Yen City. However, they had not taken any action yet because the Yen tribe had sent word to the Wanshou Alliance. If the Wanshou Alliance agreed to two of their conditions, the Yen tribe would give up on their crusade against the Wanshou Alliance. The first condition was that the Wanshou Alliance would marry Xia Xianxian to the Yen tribe's youngest godly alchemist, Yin Yang. The two forces would then form a good relationship. The second condition was that the Wanshou Alliance would send the Fire Genesis Stone to the Yen tribe as Xia Xuanxuan's dowry. As long as the Yen tribe agreed to these two conditions, the Yen tribe would give up on declaring war against the Wanshou Alliance. Otherwise, they would flatten the Wanshou mountain range. At the same time, many of the Yen tribe's supreme elders had come out of seclusion. They had also gathered their friends at the incipient god realm. They had to capture the top warrior of the Wanshou Alliance, Dugujin. Regardless of whether the Yen tribe had the ability to do so, many things had shown that if the Wanshou Alliance did not agree to the two conditions, there would be a war between the Yen tribe and the Wanshou Alliance. There was less than a month to the war. If the Wanshou Alliance did not submit to the Yen tribe in this 1 month, the war would break out. After hearing Dugujin's words, Ling Xiao finally understood why Dugujin had such a worried expression. This matter was related to the Wanshou Alliance's life and death. If they were careless, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Although Ling Xiao did not have any relationship with the Wanshou Alliance on the surface, ever since he and Xia Xianxian had met, there was an indirect connection between them. Did Dugujin tell him about this so that he could live and die together with the Wanshou Alliance? Or did he want him to escape with Xia Xianxian? Before Ling Xiao could ask, Dugujin had already said what he wanted. You take Xianxian back to Tianyuan district. Ling Xiao did not expect Dugujin to make such a decision. It was clear that Xia Xianxian held a very important position in his heart. Is there no room for negotiation? Ling Xiao asked. Dugujin smiled bitterly and said, although our Thousand Beast Alliance does not have many members, we have millions upon millions of spirit beasts. If the Yen tribe starts a war with us, they will have to pay a heavy price. The reason why they have created such a ruckus is because they want our Thousand Beast Alliance to bow down to them. He paused for a moment, then gave a cold humph and said, that Yen tribe old bastard is dreaming. I will do as he wishes and fight the Yin tribe to the death. Let's see if they really have that kind of determination. Ling Xiao understood. Dugujin was not a person who was willing to admit defeat and lower his head. Even if he lost, even if he died, he would not agree to these two conditions of the Yin clan. The supreme experts at incipient God realm had their dignity and unyielding character. They would rather die fighting than bow down to the others. Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire Dugujin's determination and unyielding spirit. If he was in Dugujin's shoes, he would also not back down. I saved Yin Yang. Perhaps I can stop this from happening. Ling Xiao said after a moment of hesitation. Yin Yang was his friend, but Xia Xianxian was his sister. If the two sides were to fight, of course he would stand on the Thousand Beast Alliance's side. However, this was the result that he did not want to see the most. Dugujin shook his head and said, "At this point, it is no longer up to that kid to decide. This is the decision of the entire Yin tribe. It is also the decision of their ancestors. Why would they change their stance just because of a young godly alchemist?" Ling Xiao thought that Dugujin's words were reasonable, but he was not willing to let it go like this. Who knew that Dugujin would laugh coldly and say, "Don't worry. The Yin tribe has come to invade our Thousand Beast Alliance. They will pay a heavy price. Don't think that our Thousand Beast Alliance has no friends to support us." He then said, "Promise me that you will bring Xianxian away from Tianke City for now. I think you don't want her to get hurt." Ling Xiao knew that he had no other choice. He did not want to live or die with the Thousand Beast Alliance. As he did not have much of a relationship with the Thousand Beast Alliance, he did not refuse. He planned to bring Xia Xianxian away from here, so that she would not get hurt. As for when she found out about the life and death battle between the Yin tribe and the Thousand Beast Alliance, he would think of a way to appease her. However, Ling Xiao was not willing to leave just like that. He wanted to test Yin Yang's words and see if he could make the Yin tribe and the Thousand Beast Alliance bury the hatchet. Ling Xiao wanted to bring Xia Xianxian away from the Thousand Beast Alliance immediately. Xia Xianxian looked at Ling Xiao in confusion and said, "Big brother, we just came back. Why are we in a hurry to go to Tianyuan City? I want to accompany my grandfather first before leaving with you." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Xianxian, I am in a hurry to send the Genesis stone back. Don't you want to stay with Big Brother for a few more days? After I send the Genesis stone back to Tianyuan City, I will come back with you to visit your grandfather, okay?" Xia Xianxian blinked her beautiful eyes at Ling Xiao and said, "Big brother, you don't have to lie. I already know that the Thousand Beast Alliance is in danger. I will not go back to Tianyuan City with you. I want to stay with my grandfather." She paused for a while and said, "Didn't you say that I should be filial to my grandfather? How can I leave him alone?" Ling Xiao was stunned. He did not expect that Xia Xianxian already knew that the Thousand Beast Alliance was in danger. "Xianxian, how did you know?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. The conversation between him and Dugujin was not something that a divine king like her could eavesdrop on. However, she still knew about it. Ling Xiao could not help but feel surprised. Xia Xianxian replied calmly, "Big brother, all the spiritual beasts here are my friends. Once I return, they will report to me about what happened in the past few years. That's how I know." Ling Xiao finally understood. It seemed like Xia Xianxian had spies in the Thousand Beast Mountain range. This little girl looked innocent and simple on the surface, but she had indeed grown up and knew how to use her advantages to make some arrangements. Ling Xiao said softly, "Since you know, you should understand Big Brother's painstaking efforts. Your grandfather also does not want you to stay and be a burden to him. You should come back to Tianyuan City with me." Xia Xianxian shook her head stubbornly and said, "Big brother, Grandpa brought me up single-handedly. I am my biological grandfather. How can I run away alone and leave him here? Moreover, I have so many spiritual beasts as friends. I do not want them to die. I want to stay and fight with them." Ling Xiao could see the determination in Xia Xuanxuan's eyes. He could see her stubborn side. Ling Xiao knew that no matter how much he tried to persuade Xia Xianxian, it would not have any effect unless he knocked her out and took her away. However, he would not do that. "Xianxian, I have a way to make the Yin clan collapse without a fight. Do you want to try it with Big Brother?" Ling Xiao asked hesitantly. Really? Big brother, you're not lying to me, are you? Xia Xianxian asked suspiciously. Ling Xiao nodded. Of course, why would I lie to you? Listen to me first. Then, Ling Xiao told her the plan that he had come up with on the spot. The little girl was indeed moved by him. She asked excitedly. Big brother, can this really solve the threat of the Thousand Beast Alliance? Ling Xiao nodded affirmatively. If this is not enough to make the Yan clan afraid, then there's no better way. When the time comes, I will stay with you and help your grandfather. All right, let's follow Big Brother's plan immediately. We must make the Yan clan retreat. Xia Xianxian clenched her fists and said confidently. Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian decided on their plan and immediately left the Thousand Beast Alliance with the vermilion bird. Dugujin watched them leave from the sky and sighed softly. My dear granddaughter, I hope that grandfather will have the chance to see you again. Dugujin had already prepared for the worst, but that did not mean that he would sit still and wait for death. The members of the Thousand Beast Alliance had never interacted with others, but that did not mean that they did not have one or two reliable allies. What everyone did not know was that the Thousand Beast Alliance had the closest relationship with the Thousand Beast Alliance was actually another ancient tribe, the Gu clan. Dugujin had already contacted the Gu clan. If the Yan clan really declared war on the Thousand Beast Alliance, the Gu clan would surround the Yan clan from the outside. At that time, the Yan clan would definitely pay a heavy price. Of course, this was not something that Ling Xiao and the Yan clan could know. Dugujin had asked Ling Xiao to leave with Xia Xianxian as a precaution. However, he had not expected that Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian would do something that would cause a huge stir in the Sky Sparrow territory. Far away in Yan City, all sorts of heroes had gathered both inside and outside the city. There were mercenaries, rogue cultivators, and people from various factions. Their strength was not lower than the Saint stage. There was a huge crowd of people, and a rough estimate said that there were over 100,000 of them. These were the people who had gathered here after the Yan clan had called for the condemnation of the Thousand Beast Alliance. All of them wanted to be rewarded by the Yan clan, or be favored by the Yan clan so that they could join the Yan clan. Of course, there were definitely many among them who wanted to fish in troubled waters. All of them were waiting silently for a month to pass. At that time, they would be able to head to the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range in a formidable array and slaughter without restraint. All the members of the Yan clan were sharpening their blades, and all of them intended to go to war with the Thousand Beast Alliance. Because the Yan clan had sent 3 Supreme Exalts, 10 half-incipient God Realm experts, and 300 Flame Guards to the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range 4 years ago. In the end, only 3 Supreme Exalts, 4 half-incipient God Realm experts, and a few dozen Flame Guards had returned. All the others had perished in the mountain range. That was a humiliation to the Yan clan, and it was a huge loss to the Yan clan. So they'd been looking for an opportunity to take revenge on the Thousand Beast Alliance. After that, after numerous clashes, the Yan clan's ancestor had finally declared war against the Thousand Beast Alliance. When news of this spread, all the members of the Yan clan had become excited, and they intended to annihilate the Thousand Beast Alliance and take revenge for their fallen members. Of course, they knew that the Thousand Beast Alliance wasn't as easy to deal with as the other powers. It was an extraordinary power that was equally as famous as the Yan clan, so they had no choice but to use all their strength to deal with it. All the members of the Yan clan had made preparations for the battle, and they were only waiting for the order to command their army to press down on the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. Chapter 1448. Yan Xiaokong, the ancestor of the Yan clan, was an outstanding figure from the same generation as Dugujin. He was one of the most respected figures in the Tianke territory. He was not the strongest in the Yan clan, only at the peak of mid-level Supreme Master. However, his position was the highest in the clan, because he had the honorable title of God of Alchemy. He was one of the few Supreme God of Alchemy in the Heaven region. His name was known throughout the entire Heaven region. This time, he had no choice but to declare war on the Wanshou Alliance. The Wanshou Alliance did not have many people, but each of them had the ability to control beasts. One of them could fight 100 people. It would not be easy for them to defeat the Wanshou Alliance. However, the leaders of the Yen clan requested to fight the Wanshou alliance. He had to agree because he also hoped to take the Genesis Stone that Dugujin had. It wasn't that the Fire Clan didn't have a Genesis Stone. It was just that the Genesis Stone in their clan was too small. The amount of Genesis energy it could gather was too little. It had already been absorbed by the experts who had reached the Supreme Being realm. They had been searching for years, but they could not find another Fire Genesis Stone. This made them very anxious. Without the Genesis Stone, it would be extremely difficult for the half-incipient God Realm Yen clan to take that step. Therefore, when they knew that the Holy Lady of the Wanshou Alliance had found the Genesis Stone in the Nirvana space, they thought of ways to take the Genesis Stone for themselves. Until now, they had to use the most extreme method to force the Wanshou Alliance. But Yan Xiaokong was wise and farsighted, and actually used a move to suppress people with power, planning on using this vast momentum to make Dugujin submit. He felt that Dugujin would definitely agree to his conditions for the sake of the people and beasts in the Wanshou mountain range. After all, his conditions were already very generous. He had already taken care of the Wanshou Alliance's reputation. However, he had underestimated Dugujin's arrogance. There were only 3 days left until the final battle. The Wanshou Alliance had sent news that they had gathered millions of beasts to guard the Wanshou mountain range. They were prepared to fight the Yen clan to the death. Whoever dared to step into the Wanshou Alliance would be killed. This was the most solemn oath of the Wanshou Alliance. It was an oath to retaliate against the Yen clan's 200,000-strong army. 1,000,000 spiritual beasts. This number forced those who wanted to go to the 10,000 Alliance tribe to reconsider. After all, even if these people joined hands with the Yen tribe's main army, they would at most have 300,000 soldiers. That was still a far cry from the number of spirit beasts. Unless each of them could deal with 3 or 4 spirit beasts, they would not be able to stand a chance against the 1,000 Beasts Alliance. Besides, even though the 10,000 Beasts Alliance claimed to have 1,000,000 spirit beasts, their true number was probably far more than that. This number was probably referring to those who had reached the 8th order and above. If there were millions of them, then there was no need to fight this battle. Indeed, the 1,000 Beasts Alliance's counterattack had achieved quite a significant effect, directly causing the Fire Tribe's allied armies to lose tens of thousands of men. Needless to say, these people were fence-sitters, people who wanted to fish in troubled waters. They knew that it was impossible, so they left. However, after they left, the Yen clan released another shocking piece of news. The Yen clan had already gathered 25 Supremes to head to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range together. As soon as the news was announced, it immediately aroused the enthusiasm of all the allied forces and stabilized the morale of the army. 25 Supremes were extremely powerful. If they attacked together, the 10,000 Beast Mountain range would definitely be obliterated. Among these Supremes, besides the 15 from the Yen clan, there were 10 who had been summoned by the Yen clan's forefather, Yan Xiaokong, in the name of the god of alchemy. Some of them had received Yan Xiaokong's favor, so they had come to help. Some of them wanted to obtain the supreme god pellets and improve their realms. Therefore, they had taken the initiative to join the Yen clan. With these 10 people joining, the Yen clan would no longer be afraid of the 10,000 Beast Alliance's level 11 holy beasts. In just one more day, the Yen clan's great army would depart to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. However, on this last day, an unexpected guest came to Yen City. Whoosh! A loud and clear voice reverberated in the sky above Yen City. A colorful flame suddenly appeared like a strange phenomenon, causing everyone in the city to raise their heads to look. When everyone saw the fire shadow high up in the sky, they all panicked. What? What is that thing? What a powerful fire element energy. It's so oppressive that I can't breathe. It's a firebird, right? Its wings are so long. Why does it look like the legendary vermilion bird? No. It's the vermilion bird, the divine beast mount of the 10,000 Beast Alliance's Holy Lady. It's not good. The 10,000 Beast Alliance is attacking ahead of time. We need to run. This vermilion bird might have the power of a level 11 holy beast. It's so powerful. I don't have any regrets if I can see it. Why should we run? The Yen clan will definitely send their Supremes. The 10,000 Beast Alliance is really daring. They are the first to attack Yen City. It's flying lower and lower. I think I see some people on the vermilion bird's back. One of them should be the Holy Lady. The people in Yen City became a little panic-stricken. They were afraid that the vermilion bird would suddenly attack them. How could they resist the attack of a level 11 holy beast? However, the roars of many beasts could be heard coming from the sky. Roar! Numerous beast silhouettes that covered the sky rushed over from several directions. The beast roars were earth-shattering and deafening. These were all level 11 holy beasts. Each of them was huge and had a shocking aura. Moreover, all of them were mutated holy beasts. There were even 1 or 2 extinct beasts from the primordial era. There were a total of 12 of these holy beasts. They completely enveloped the Yen clan. Their terrifying bloodthirsty aura spread out, scaring the Yen clan people to the point that their legs turned to jelly. Many of the weaker ones were so scared that they lost control of their bowels and urinated on the spot. The stench filled the air. One by one, they started to run. They realized that the 10,000 Beast Alliance had come to deal with them ahead of time. Moreover, they had all sent out level 11 holy beasts. This was too terrifying. The allied forces that had gathered in Yen City were instantly thrown into chaos. Screams could be heard one after another, as if they had been attacked by the holy beasts. Not long after, the allied forces inside and outside the Yen clan had lost a third of their people. These holy beasts had gained the upper hand by showing off their strength. They had already caused the Yen clan's allied forces to be utterly defeated. Who dares to mess around in our Yen clan's territory? A fearful shout came from a direction. Several figures flashed and appeared in the sky above Yen City. They were the supreme incipient god realm experts of the Yen clan, Yen Tianba, Yen Gongxiu, and Yen Xiaolong. There were also some half-incipient god realm experts who had just arrived. When they saw the 11th Order Saint Beasts in the sky, their expressions turned grim. They didn't need to guess to know that the 10,000 Beast Alliance had come to deal with them ahead of time. Yen Tianba, Yen Gongxiu, Yen Xiaolong, and the others were so anxious. Although they wanted to suppress the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, they didn't know that the enemy had suddenly attacked them. It was a big mistake. If the 10,000 Beast Alliance attacked them recklessly, the allied forces would be caught unprepared. Eventually, they would be defeated. At that time, the Yen clan's plan to attack the 10,000 Beast Alliance would become the laughingstock of the entire Heaven Sparrow territory. Above the vermilion bird divine beast was a man and 2 women. The man was handsome, confident, and elegant, while the women were beautiful. They were all rare beauties. Weren't they Ling Xiao, Xia Xianxian, and the little vermilion bird? The 12 level 11 holy beasts were surrounding the big vermilion bird, as if they were the most precious guards. Under such strict protection, no one could hurt Xia Xianxian and the little vermilion bird. Yen Tianba, Yen Gongxiu, and Yen Xiaolong had never seen Ling Xiao before. They thought that the one with the heavenly lady must be a member of the 10,000 Beast Alliance. They were extremely vigilant. At the same time, they had asked the incipient god realm experts of their clans to come here. Otherwise, these dozens of holy beasts were enough to crush the Yen clan's army. Ling Zhao's team wanted to gain the upper hand. Of course, they wanted to stop the allied forces of the Yen clan from attacking the 10,000 Beast Alliance. Some of these 11th level sacred beasts had been summoned by the vermilion bird divine beast from the Nirvana mountain range, while the rest had been forcefully dragged out from other ancient mountain ranges. In the battle between the 2 superforces, they usually competed with the strongest force. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't summon the level 11 holy beasts to start a war with the Yen clan. He wanted them to suppress the Yen clan so that he could negotiate with them. If the Yen clan didn't agree, they had to break the Yen clan's morale first. Then, if they wanted to attack the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, they would have to think twice. Ling Xiao had reached the incipient god realm. Although he was just a low-level incipient god realm expert, his senses weren't weaker than any middle-level supremes. At first glance, he could see the competence of Yen Tianba's team. Ling Xiao said, "I'm Ling Xiao, a guest elder of the Medicine Union. I'm also a member of the Kim people of the Sky Dragon area. I used to meet your noble Yin Yang. This time, I'm here to visit my old friend. You don't need to worry." At this moment, Ling Xiao was wearing an alchemist's robe. Firstly, it was to show his identity. Secondly, he didn't want to start a war with the Yin clan unless it was absolutely necessary. As soon as Ling Xiao revealed his identity, the three incipient God Realm experts immediately assessed him. Their eyes were filled with doubt. Of course, they wouldn't be nice to Ling Xiao just because he had revealed his identity. After all, Ling Xiao's actions had shaken their morale. I don't care who you are. However, you've come to our Yin clan's territory without any scruples. You've even scared the people of our Yin city. Why? Yin Tianba asked in a low voice. If they had enough people, they might have taken action against Ling Xiao and the group of holy beasts. After all, Ling Xiao's actions were too provocative and arrogant. At this time, Yin Songjun, who was behind Yin Tianba, took a step forward and said, "Sure Lao Tianba, he's Yin Yang's friend. When we were in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, he helped us." Chapter 1449. Yin Songjun was an experienced half-incipient God Realm expert who had gone to rescue Yin Yang. He had seen Ling Xiao before. However, he didn't understand why Ling Xiao was with the Holy Lady all of a sudden, and why they were attacking the Fire Clan. He had seen Ling Xiao kill everyone, and he even dared to confront the master of Thousand Beast Alliance, Shen Kunbeo. He had always thought that Ling Xiao could be killed or captured by the Thousand Beast Alliance, but now it seemed that he was wrong. He couldn't help but think, did the Holy Lady take a fancy to this kid, and he became the Thousand Beast Alliance's subordinate? No matter what he thought, his words had already been conveyed to Yin Tianba, and he would be the one to deal with it. The other Supremes of the Fire Clan had already heard the news, but they didn't immediately soar into the sky. Instead, they just waited in the surroundings. Once the holy beasts attacked, they would definitely kill them at the first moment, provided that they had the ability to do so. They were now waiting to see what would happen, and they would let Yin Tianba negotiate with the other side first. Perhaps they had come to agree to the conditions of the Fire Clan. When Yin Tianba heard Yin Songjuan's words, he narrowed his eyes and glanced at the vermilion bird as well as Xia Xianxian, who was standing on its back. Only then did he say to Ling Xiao, "Could it be that you're here to be Yin Yang's matchmaker?" Yin Tianba's question was clever. He wanted to force Ling Xiao to state his intentions. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "I don't have the ability to be a matchmaker." He then pointed at Xia Xianxian and said, "You should know that she is the Holy Lady of Thousand Beast Alliance, and she is also my sister. This time, I am here to negotiate with the Fire Clan, and to act as a mediator. How about we just forget about what happened between your two families?" Yin Tianba and the others' expressions turned cold. They didn't think that Ling Xiao would be so arrogant as to act as a mediator. Their two families were the top forces in the Heaven Sparrow region, and they could be said to be at the same level as the Dragon Gate. They were only slightly weaker than the Medicine Union. But in front of them was a young man around 100 years old. What kind of status did he have to act as a mediator? Only those at the top of the sovereign ranking would have the qualifications to do so. However, Yin Tianba could see that Ling Xiao had the strength of a supreme martial artist at such a young age, which really shocked him. Just as he was about to speak, Yin Gongxiu snorted coldly. "Who do you think you are? You think you're worthy of being a peacemaker? What nonsense!" Yin Xiaolong said from the side, "Leave the holy daughter behind and disperse these 11th-ranked divine beasts. Otherwise, all of you can dream of leaving this place." Ling Xiao ignored the two of them instead. He looked at Yin Tianba and said, "Is this how you treat your guests? No matter what, I was the one who saved Yin Yang. I treat your Yin clan as a friend, and I truly do not wish to be enemies with you." Yin Gongxiu and Yin Xiaolong were enraged that Ling Xiao was ignoring them. They wanted to rush over and attack Ling Xiao, but when they saw the holy beasts that covered the sky, they didn't have the courage to do so. "It's true that you saved Yin Yang, but the 10,000 Beasts Alliance killed many of our Divine King Realm elders. This debt has to be settled," Yin Tianba said in a low voice, and then he said, "As long as the 10,000 Beasts Alliance agrees to the two conditions of our Yin clan, we will naturally not be enemies with them. We will not agree to your conditions. If you continue to pester us endlessly, don't blame me for summoning the Holy Beast Army to annihilate your Yin clan." Xia Xianxian finally opened her mouth to reprimand them. "Little girl, how arrogant. Don't think that you can ignore my Yin clan, just because you have a divine beast. Yin Gongxiu shouted. Yin Xiaolong also said, be obedient and be my Yin clan's daughter-in-law, and we will continue to value and nurture you. We will also be on good terms with your 10,000 Beasts Alliance forever. Otherwise, your 10,000 Beasts Alliance will definitely be annihilated. Annihilate our 10,000 Beasts Alliance? You are not qualified. Xia Xianxian revealed her anger. Then, she looked at a 9-tailed hedgehog at the middle of the 11th level and said, Uncle Hedgehog, teach them a lesson. As soon as Xia Xuanxuan's words fell, the 9-tailed hedgehog that looked like a giant ball let out a strange cry. Then, it immediately rolled towards Yin Xiaolong like a ball of electricity. Boom! Boom! The speed at which it rolled was extremely fast, like a meteorite streaking across the sky. As it rolled, waves of rumbling sounds continuously rang out in the sky. It was as if thousands of soldiers were charging at it. The sound was vast and mighty, and thunder rumbled. The sky was filled with lightning bolts, and a mass of lightning bolts dashed towards Yin Xiaolong. Its power was majestic and powerful. If a supreme incipient god realm expert wanted to attack in the heaven territory, they had to be careful so that they wouldn't destroy the entire territory. However, the holy beasts didn't have such restrictions. As long as they wanted to attack, it didn't matter where they were. Yin Xiaolong was startled. He realized that the 9-tailed hedgehog was too powerful. It was impossible for him to take it head-on. However, how could he run away without fighting in his own territory? As he was about to brace himself to take action, Yin Tianba stood in front of him and shouted in fear, Don't even think about being violent here. Yin Tianba didn't dare to attack the 9-tailed hedgehog seriously. He was afraid that he would destroy the members of the fire clan down there. Yin Tianba made a hand seal. The chaotic space flow of fire element appeared around him and created many crisscrossing energies. Eventually, they formed a sky net that covered the 9-tailed hedgehog. The 9-tailed hedgehog had the lightning attribute. Although it was covered by the fire net, the electric currents on its body still went through the net and attacked Yin Tianba. Yin Tianba wanted to help, but he couldn't. The electric currents were too fast. In just a blink of an eye, they had reached Yin Xiaolong. Yin Xiaolong had Yin Gongxiu and some half-incipient god realm experts. If Yin Xiaolong didn't block this attack, he would harm the others. He took action decisively and Yin Gongxiu helped him. Flaming lights suddenly appeared in the space and collided with the lightning, producing a series of shocking explosions. Arg! The 9-tailed hedgehog was worthy of being a strong existence at level 11. The lightning attribute was the strongest attack in this world. Yin Xiaolong and Yin Gongxiu were blown away by the electric currents. Although the half-incipient god realm experts had retreated, they were still affected. Their bodies were charred and smoking. Especially Yin Xiaolong, he had to bear the most damage. His hands were charred like charcoal. They were about to be destroyed completely. On the other hand, the 9-tailed hedgehog's attack was successful. It immediately escaped from Yin Tianba's fire net and quickly returned behind Xia Xianxian. The thunder energy on its body instantly retracted, and its 9 tails continued to sway, as if it was very satisfied with the attack just now. It hadn't used all of its power yet. Otherwise, it would have turned into a sea of lightning and Yin Xiaolong would have been half dead. Yin Tianba thundered indignantly. All incipient god realm experts and holy beasts are not allowed to fight in the heaven territory. Don't you know the rules? Your fire clan and our 1,000 Beasts Alliance will not rest until one of us is dead. I will fight your fire clan to the death. Even if I have to risk the wrath of the entire fire clan, I will destroy all the foundations of your fire clan. Xia Xianxian shouted out with a formless fire aura around her body. Xia Xianxian treated Ling Xiao like a little sister. She was innocent and cute. However, it didn't mean that she was a naive girl. The Fire Clan had destroyed the 1,000 Beast Alliance. To her, the Fire Clan was her archenemy. She could sacrifice everything for her grandfather and the 1,000 Beast Alliance. Even if she had to fight the Fire Clan to the death, she wouldn't regret it. Moreover, she didn't care about the rule that the Supremes couldn't fight in the Heaven territory. This made the Fire Clan members afraid. If she ordered the level 11 holy beasts to attack Yin City wouldn't be able to stop them. It would be destroyed. Yin Tianba was so aggrieved. Looking at the wounded people, he really wanted to ask all the elders of the Fire Clan to kill Xia Xianxian and the holy beasts. However, if he did that, the Heaven Sparrow territory would be finished. This little girl didn't follow the rules. At that time, even if they could win, the foundation of the Fire Clan would be destroyed. Many of the descendants of the Fire Clan would be affected. It wasn't worth it. At this moment, several figures stormed out of the Fire Clan. The Fire Clan had sent 4 more incipient God Realm experts. One of them was at the peak of the middle-level Supreme Being. He was very close to the high-level Supreme Being. His aura was domineering and he didn't hide it at all. They were worthy of being the #1 ancient clan in the Heaven Sparrow territory. However, there was a divine king among these supreme beings. This divine king was Yin Yang. How bold of you to actually dare to attack in our Yin city. Do you really think that there is no one in our Yin clan? An old and loud voice suddenly buzzed in this place. The one who spoke was the strongest peak of the middle-level supreme being here. He was also the forefather of the Fire Clan, Yin Xiaokong, a supreme alchemy god. Yin Xiaokong looked middle-aged and old. His red hair fluttered in the wind. His eyebrows were slightly arched and his old eyes were shining with divine light. As soon as he arrived, he immediately stared at the vermilion bird. His old eyes were filled with excitement. Others might not know, but Yin Xiaokong had always wanted a vermilion bird to guard the Fire Clan. Because the Dragon Gate had the golden dragon and the Black Tortoise sect had the black tortoise, the Demon Tiger sect didn't have the white tiger, but the Fire Clan hoped to have a vermilion bird to show the prestige of the ancient Fire Clan. Unfortunately, even though they knew about the existence of the vermilion bird, it was as difficult as climbing up to the sky to find it or subdue it. The vermilion bird was right in front of him. Of course, Yin Xiaokong's eyes were burning with desire. Previously, he had asked Yin Yang to propose marriage to the Thousand Beast Alliance. He wanted the vermilion bird to be his wife at all costs because he wanted the vermilion bird to be the master of the Fire Clan. If you think that the Thousand Beast Alliance has no experts, then I will think that the Fire Clan has no experts. Xia Xianxian retorted to Yin Xiaokong. The vermilion bird had reached high level 11. Its power was the top existence in the Heaven territory. With its protection, Xia Xianxian was qualified to challenge a supreme incipient God Realm expert. At this time, Yin Yang looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Brother Ling Xiao, why are you doing this?" Chapter 1450. Ling Xiao had always considered Yin Yang as his friend, and Yin Yang admired Ling Xiao a lot. Back when he was still in the Medicine Alliance, he had thought that he had the ability to take the top spot. However, Ling Xiao had caught the eye of the Medicine Alliance's Hall Master first, and the Hall Master had made an exception and accepted him as a guest elder. After that, he had learned from Yin Dai Jiao that Ling Xiao could condense 3 divine pellets in one furnace at a time. Moreover, Ling Xiao was much younger than him and Yin Dai Jiao. Through the time he had spent with Ling Xiao, he thought that Ling Xiao was a good man. Not only was he a divine alchemist, but he also had the competence of a half-incipient God Realm expert. He was worthy of being the future young master of the Fire Clan. Since Ling Xiao had risked his life to save him from danger, he thought that his decision was wise. However, he had never thought that Ling Xiao would stand with the Thousand Beasts Alliance. He was on the opposite side of the Fire Clan. While he was astounded, he felt sorry for his friend. Today, he just wanted to know why Ling Xiao stood on the Thousand Beasts Alliance's side. Ling Xiao looked at Yin Yang and said, "Brother Yin Yang, I have always treated you as a friend, and I have come here today as a friend to advise you to let go of all the grudges between your Yin clan and the Thousand Beasts Alliance. Xian is my long-lost sister, and I have to stand on her side. Furthermore, you have seen for yourself that Xian has already made up her mind to live and die with the Thousand Beasts Alliance. If you insist on attacking the Thousand Beasts mountain range, then today, we will stop you from doing anything." He paused for a moment, then continued in a serious tone. "To be honest, we have come here today with the determination to die." Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian had used this method to force the Fire Clan to submit. They had 1 divine beast at high level, 4 divine beasts at middle level, and 8 divine beasts at low level. Moreover, Ling Xiao was a low-level incipient God Realm expert. This force was enough to scare the Fire Clan. Most importantly, Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian seemed to be unafraid of death. If they were to fight, they might not be able to kill all the honorable martial artists of the Yan clan, but they would be able to kill more Yan clan members. Therefore, the Yan clan's honorable martial artist had no choice but to reconsider. In the end, even if they won, many of the Yan clan's descendants would definitely die. It would definitely shake the foundation of their Yan clan. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao had asked Xia Xianxian to ask the vermilion bird to summon these 11th level sacred beasts. He did not believe that the Yan clan would dare to fight to the death with them. After all, they were in the territory of the Fire clan. The incipient God realm experts of the Fire clan had many things to consider. Yin Yang did not think that Ling Xiao would be so ruthless. He did not understand why the holy daughter of the Thousand Beasts Alliance had become Ling Xiao's sister. However, the war between the Yan clan and the Thousand Beast Alliance was not something he could decide. Yin Xiaokong, who was standing at the side, said, "Brat, I don't care who you are, but how dare you say such things? Do you really think that your scheme will succeed?" "I don't know if it will succeed or not. We are here. If you really want to go to the Thousand Beasts mountain range, we will attack immediately. If you don't believe me, you can try," Ling Xiao said in a low voice. Yin Xiaokong was enraged. He was a famous existence in the Heaven Sparrow territory, and now he was threatened by a kid. He glared at Ling Xiao and said, "Kid, do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that?" Ling Xiao sneered and said, "I don't care who you are. If the Yan clan agrees to let it go, everything will be fine. If you don't, we will have a good fight right now." In fact, Ling Xiao already knew Yin Xiaokong's identity. Xia Xianxian had already told him in a low voice. If it was in the past, Ling Xiao might have been more respectful to Yin Xiaokong. After all, he was an existence that was on par with the 3 hall masters of the Medicine Alliance. However, now that Ling Xiao had the qualifications to be on equal footing with him, why would he give Yin Xiaokong any face? They were enemies now. "Ancestor, why are you talking nonsense with him? Immediately gather all the founding elders and make them stay," Yin Xiaolong shouted angrily. He took a divine pill and healed the injuries on his hands. However, his clothes were still in a sorry state. He had been injured by lightning in public. He hated Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian to the core. He really wanted to capture them and teach them a lesson. "Looks like the lesson just now wasn't enough for you to remember," Ling Xiao said coldly. His divine soul clone quietly appeared. Slap. Suddenly, Yin Xiaolong's face was fiercely slapped by something. His entire body was sent flying far away, and he even spat out a mouthful of blood. The founding elders of the Fire clan became tense. They didn't know how Yin Xiaolong got hit. Soul concealment was the last secret technique of the God-controlling art. Indeed, most people didn't know what was going on. "Who is it? Who is it? Get the hell out here." Yin Xiaolong steadied himself and looked all around as he shouted. Unfortunately, the people around him were the members of the Fire clan. Ling Xiao, Xia Xianxian, and the holy beasts were all at their original spots. They didn't know who had hurt him. "There are some things that you shouldn't say. You should know that a loose tongue can cause trouble." Ling Xiao squinted. The members of the Fire clan became tense. They suspected that there was a more terrifying expert at incipient God realm hiding around here. Yin Xiaokong didn't say anything. His soul consciousness flashed back and forth as if he wanted to find the hidden expert. At the same time, many powerful auras appeared nearby. Obviously, they were the members of the Fire clan and the supreme experts they had summoned. 2 high-level supreme martial artists walked over side by side. Their leisurely stroll made them look extremely carefree. When they came to Yin Xiaokong, they slightly bowed to greet him. High-level supreme experts were the top existences in the Heaven territory. Yin Xiaokong was just a peak middle-level supreme expert, but he could make them bow to him. This was a great honor. Of these 2 high-level supreme martial artists, one was the other pillar of the Yin clan, Yin Yi. He also had the identity of a supreme divine weapon master, but he was Yin Xiaokong's great-grandson, and was a few generations younger than Yin Xiaokong. Therefore, it was normal for him to be so courteous to Yin Xiaokong. The other person was the high-level supreme martial artist, Mao Lidong, who had been invited by Yin Xiaokong to help him. He was once at the peak of the middle-level supreme martial artist realm, just like Yin Xiaokong. Later on, he received the Supreme God Elixir from Yin Xiaokong, which helped him reach the high level. He owed Yin Xiaokong a favor. The number of supreme experts at Incipient God Realm on the Fire Clan's side had increased. The two high-level supreme experts were a great threat. Their gazes immediately landed on the vermilion bird, and astonishment flashed in their eyes, because they were able to sense that this divine beast vermilion bird had actually attained the advanced stage of the 11th level. And even they were extremely fearful of it. Great-grandpa, what do you say now? Yin Yi asked Yin Xiaokong. What can we say? They want to force us to retreat. They want us to retreat unconditionally. Otherwise, they will fight to the death with the Fire Clan here. They will drag all of us down with them. Yin Xiaokong glared at Ling Xiao and said. Just now, he had used his extraordinary god soul to scan this place. He seemed to have sensed something. However, he soon lost the feeling. He felt that there must be an unknown expert hiding here. He had to be careful. Yin Ye's face changed. He looked at Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian and said, You want the Fire Clan to pay the price with just these holy beasts? You're really bold. After saying that, an ancient god artifact appeared in Yin Ye's hand. It was a divine hammer. The divine hammer instantly became as big as a mountain. It emitted a strong elemental energy, causing the space to tremble and ripple. This was a mid-grade ancient god artifact, and it was enough to threaten the many sacred beasts here. Moreover, Yin Yi was a high-level honorable existence. Yin Yi actually moved. He didn't seem to care about anything. The divine hammer in his hand smashed heavily in the direction of Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian. With one move, the space immediately collapsed into pieces. Space turbulence immediately appeared. Dazzling flames shone. The vermilion bird spread its wings and shouted angrily. The only high-rank 11 holy beast behind it, the fire phoenix, rushed out instantly. Its divine feathers turned into rain and shot towards the divine hammer. The phoenix and the vermilion bird were of the same race. As long as the phoenix experienced nirvana 9 times, it would have a chance to become a real vermilion bird. The fire phoenix in front of them seemed to be infinitely close to becoming a vermilion bird. If it completed the last transformation, it would definitely become a vermilion bird. However, the last nirvana was the most difficult. It didn't dare to take it easily. This time, the vermilion bird had invited it to help them. It had already promised to help it transform and become a real vermilion bird. The phoenix's feather attack was extremely dense. It immediately destroyed the power of the divine hammer. At the same time, the phoenix screeched loudly and turned into a flame that rushed towards Yin Yi. Bang bang! In an instant, the sky was dyed with a sea of fire. The fire phoenix and Yin Yi were fighting. Yin Yi didn't expect the fire phoenix to have the strength of an advanced rank 11. If the vermilion bird joined the fight, the Yin clan might not be able to win. Roar roar! The holy beasts that Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian had brought with them all roared at the same time, ready to pounce on them. The vermilion bird also flapped its wings. Its aura was completely released. Streaks of flame shot towards Yin City, like a rain of fire. Bastard, quickly stop him. Yin Xiaokong panicked and immediately cried out in alarm. He had no choice but to block the flames that the vermilion bird was brandishing. Otherwise, if these flames landed on the city, Yin City would definitely be destroyed, and there would be many casualties. Yin Xiaokong used the power of the spatial crack to send the few flames that the vermilion bird scattered into the void. At this time Ling Xiao shouted, You guys attacked first. Today we will fight to the death with you. Let's see how terrifying the Yin clan is. Looking at Ling Xiao's aura, it looked like he was really going to fight to the death with the Yin clan. This battle was about to start. Chapter 1451. Stop, Yin Yi, stop. Let's talk about this properly. Yin Xiaokong exclaimed. They definitely couldn't start a war with Ling Xiao and the holy beasts in front of them. If that really happened, the foundation of their Yin clan would be destroyed. After all, their Yin clan's territory was also near Yin City. Although the Jizun seal was isolating them, the Jizun battle would definitely be able to break the seal and harm their clansmen. Yin Xiaokong couldn't help but be anxious. His original intention was to let Yan Yi test whether Ling Xiao would really disregard the rules and fight to the death with them. From the looks of it, Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian weren't joking with them. They were already ignoring the rules and withstanding the pressure of the Yan clan. Yan Yi had no choice but to retreat, but the Fire Phoenix was unwilling to give up and continued to fight with Yan Yi. After all, the Vermilion Bird had invited it here, and it was time for it to show its loyalty. This was related to whether it could enter the final Nirvana transformation. It had no choice but to do its best. Hurry up and stop it from attacking. Yan Xiaokong shouted at Ling Xiao. You guys attacked first. At most we'll fight. Who's afraid of who? Ling Xiao asked the Vermilion Bird to temporarily stop the other holy beasts, but he didn't stop the Fire Phoenix. He wanted to let the Yan clan see if they really had the guts to fight. Yan Ye's cultivation level was high, but his battle power wasn't at the peak. He could only fight evenly with the Fire Phoenix. The impact of the battle waves from their battle was extremely great. The Nine Heavens barrier was constantly being broken, and the astral winds and turbulent currents were rushing down. If this continued, the scope of the battle would increase. The other high-level Jizun Mao Lidong couldn't help but join the battle, planning to force the Fire Phoenix to retreat with Yan Yi. But at this time, Ling Xiao ordered the Vermilion Bird to summon the Fire Phoenix back, causing Mao Lidong to pounce on empty air. Forget about the matter between the Yan clan and the Thousand Beast Alliance. After all, the Yan clan was in the wrong first. You can't blame the Thousand Beast Alliance. Last time, you didn't have any sincerity at all. You wanted to use your power to suppress others, which led to this result. You can't blame anyone. Ling Xiao slowed down his tone and said to Yan Xiaokong, Could it be that our Yan clan's son died in vain? Yan Xiaokong said with dissatisfaction. He didn't expect that he, the most famous supreme medicine god in the Tianke domain, as well as the #1 ancient clan in the Tianke domain, would actually be threatened by two young men. He felt extremely sullen. If you had compensated us back then, why would our Beast Alliance attack your people? Moreover, our Beast Alliance has also lost many holy beasts. Don't tell me they didn't die for nothing? Xia Xianxian retorted. If an animal dies, then so be it. Yan Xiaokong shouted disdainfully. Who would have thought that his words would immediately provoke a great deal of trouble? The Vermilion Bird was the first to cry out in dissatisfaction, followed by the rest of the sacred beasts. You humans aren't any good either. Eat them all. The Vermilion Bird said. The 12 holy beasts actually moved at the same time, pouncing towards the Yan clan. The supreme experts of the Yan clan, incipient god realm, soared into the sky one by one. There were 25 of them in total. Their auras sealed this area, trying to lure these holy beasts to the outer space for a great battle. Ling Xiao was secretly frightened. He didn't expect the Yan clan to be so powerful. So many supremes had appeared in just a blink of an eye. He wondered if there were more supremes in the Yan clan's territory. He had to immediately say to Xia Xianxian, Xianxian, tell them not to act rashly. We can basically negotiate with them now. We can't let things get out of hand. Xia Xianxian listened to Ling Xiao's words. She immediately asked the Vermilion Bird to appease the other holy beasts. She told them to restrain their hostility and not to act rashly for the time being. The Vermilion Bird still listened to Xia Xianxian. It immediately ordered all the holy beasts not to act rashly. However, all of them looked at Yan Xiaokong as if they wanted to swallow him alive. Although Yan Xiaokong was protected by Yan Yi and Mao Lidong, he was still so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He regretted provoking these holy beasts. Should I just let it go like this? I don't want to. Yan Xiaokong thought to himself. The other members of the Yan clan also had the same thought. This time, they hadn't even finished their apprenticeship, but they were already scared to the point that they didn't dare to act. How could they establish themselves in the Heaven Sparrow area in the future? However, they had to consider the safety of their clansmen. It was true that the other party didn't care about anything else. Moreover, their formation was really powerful. They had to treat them seriously. Needless to say, the plan that Ling Xiao had proposed to Xia Xianxian was effective. This plan of his was really risky. If the Yan clan wanted to fight to the death with them, even though these holy beasts had a lot of lethality, they would still suffer a crushing defeat in the end. After all, in the Yen clan's territory, they would have many strong supporters. The 25 incipient God realm experts in front of them were the best proof. Ling Xiao really didn't want to start a war with the Yen clan. He just wanted to shock the Yen clan and the allied forces that wanted to participate in the war. After this commotion, many members of the allied forces could see the fact that the Yen clan had something to worry about. Many members of the allied forces had started to scatter and retreat. There were more than 10 level 11 holy beasts in front of them. If Degujin, the master of 10,000 beasts, came here personally, there would be more of them. Small shrimps like them weren't qualified to deal with the 10,000 Beasts Alliance. Actually, they understood that the Yen clan had called them here to pressure the 10,000 Beasts Alliance. The real highlight was the battle between the incipient God Realm experts. Whichever side's incipient God Realm expert won would be the winner. Now the enemy had come to their doorstep, but the people of the Yen clan were restrained. Not a single one of them dared to fight. If the Yen clan is willing to give up, I'm sure you won't suffer a loss. It's not hard to get the Fire Genesis Stone. However, Xianxian doesn't have any feelings for brother Yin Yang. Moreover, you guys have caused such a commotion. She won't marry the Yin clan. Think about it. Ling Xiao took a step back and said. He had achieved the effect he wanted. He immediately softened his tone and made his suggestion. He didn't want to push the Yen clan too hard. Otherwise, it wouldn't be his intention to start a war. Ling Zhao's plan of tension and relaxation made the Yen clan worry. They exhaled in relief. Yen Xiaokong also knew that if he didn't give these two young men an explanation today, he was afraid that this stalemate wouldn't work. He also knew that it was impossible to rely on the allied forces to force Degujin to submit. He had to negotiate with these two young men first. If it didn't work out, he would deal with them first. After they left, he would think of a way to deal with the 10,000 Beasts Alliance. This time they had a bad start. They had even been humiliated in front of their own territory. They had lost the face of the first ancient clan in the Tianke territory. Alright, as long as you hand over the Genesis Stone and compensate with 100 billion divine crystals and 3,000 stalks of divine grass, we will stop. Yen Xiaokong agreed with Ling Xiao. Yen Xiaokong's words were absolute in the Yen clan. The others didn't dare to object to his words. Looks like we can only fight. Xia Xuanxuan's delicate face was flushed with anger. Yen Xiaokong's request was simply too much. It was hard to accept. If Degujin was here, he would definitely fight with Yen Xiaokong without a second word. At this time, Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. Haha, old man, you still don't understand the situation. He paused for a moment then said, you might not understand what I mean. If you want the Fire Genesis Stone, you can only get it if you exchange it with another Genesis Stone. Don't mention any other conditions. Your Yen clan and the 1000 Beast Alliance were provoked first. That's why you suffered the consequences. So the 1000 Beast Alliance doesn't owe your Yen clan anything. And we don't need to compensate you. Ling Zhao's words were powerful and decisive. He didn't give Yen Xiaokong any face. Otherwise, the Yen clan would think that they were the ones who suffered the most. After all, the Yen clan's words in the 1000 Beast Alliance had caused the 1000 Beast Alliance to capture Yen Yang and the others. The people from the 1000 Beast Alliance did not do anything to Yen Yang and the others, but the Yen clan had sent a large number of experts to ask for them, instead of calmly proposing an exchange. In the end, the Yen clan had fought with the 1000 Beast Alliance and lost more than 200 God Kings. Now they wanted to take revenge on the 1000 Beast Alliance. They felt that they were in the wrong, so they naturally wanted to reap the benefits. However, they still didn't recognize the truth. Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian didn't bring this group of 11th stage holy beasts to surrender to them. Yen Xiaokong was furious. What do you mean by that? Did our Yen clan's sons die for nothing? Let me tell you, if you didn't agree to my conditions, Yen Xiaokong didn't finish his words. The vermilion bird and the other holy beasts released their auras once again, as if they wanted to fight to the death. Yen Xiaokong was sullen. He had been in the glory heavenly territory for so many years. Now he was threatened in his own territory, but he couldn't do anything. He felt so uncomfortable. Think about it carefully. All of this was started by your Yen clan. If you insist on compensation, Then let's fight. Ling Xiao said faintly. Pausing for a while, he continued. If you are willing to stop fighting, you can trade the Genesis Stone. At the same time, you can gain the friendship of the Medicine Union and the Dragon Gate. It will be a great fortune for your Yen clan. Why do you want to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of your own? It's not worth it. Your words are better than singing. Do you think you can represent the Medicine Union and the Dragon Gate? Yan Xiaokong snorted disdainfully. Although he could feel that Ling Xiao was a low-level incipient God Realm expert, he didn't think that it was enough to make the two big forces form a good relationship with the Yen clan. You're wrong. I can represent the Medicine Union and the Dragon Gate to form a good relationship with your Yen clan. Ling Xiao said affirmatively. Then he released his aura. A golden dragon roared and soared into the sky. At the same time, a flame that looked like a fire dragon appeared in his hand. Then he said, Brother Yin Yang, you should know that I'm a real divine alchemist. You also know that I'm a member of the Dragon Gate. No, I should say that I'm also a member of the Kim people. Not long ago, I broke through to the incipient God realm and refined supreme divine pellets. With my status as the supreme alchemist, do you think that I can't represent the two big forces to say that to you? You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.